you will hurt yourself and cut yourself.
What?
The amount of packaging that's in children's toys.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. It's like you will literally cut yourself trying to open it up.
Oh, that's yeah.
It's
the number of
ridiculous.
twist ties.
They come out with lasers.
I'm like super picky about what toys I give her. I'm like, is this trying to propagandize her? I'm actually like in Target right now looking for a couple little clothes to grab her. She's growing pretty fast, and everything has a dinosaur on it, dude. Dinosaurs and planets everywhere, bro.
Oh, dude. It's actually funny. I never thought about that. Raising up a child with the crazy mindset of a flat earther.
Yeah, literally everything has dinosaurs and planets, man. Like 70%, and then if not, it's like, oh, here's Minnie Mouse. But like, obviously, I don't want to be like so protective over her either. I have to find like the sweet middle ground, you know.
Yeah, but it's a good deal for them, right? They can brainwash the child while the child is also advertising the brainwashing.
What's brainwashing about cartoonish dinosaurs?
I just don't want her to become like infatuated with dinosaurs, and then as she asks for more and more stuff about it, it's like telling her all these different eras and billions of years that are not actually validated. So I'd rather her be really fascinated by the sun and the moon and the stars and clouds. I buy her a lot of stuff with clouds and nature on it.
I don't know. I thought it was cool that my son could say Nike. He could say his sister's name.
No, all Leah can say right now is "Hey."
That's cool.
She says "Hey" every time you walk in the room.
Hey.
She says "Hey" to the cat a lot too.
Oh, that's so cute.
Could be worse.
Yeah. I mean, she imitates the sounds of "I love you," but nah, just say.
Hey.
But it's because we said it to her so much, like we'd wake her up like, "Hey," you know, and now she just says it always.
Wait till the Y stage.
Yeah. You're like, even the no stage, like I've heard that once they learn no, they just say no to everything.
My kids didn't do that.
Well, that's good. We're trying to teach her the manners first. We're trying to teach her like please and thank you, and we want her to be used to saying those.
Sign language. The baby sign language. Have you tried that?
No.
It worked pretty well for our son, more so. I have twins, right? So boys are less verbal than girls. So he used sign language more than our daughter. But you know, he's crying. Ask him what he wants, and he signs he's thirsty. It's easy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I always know what she wants.
Thirsty, hungry,
the
tired.
Boob. If she cries, she wants the boob every time.
There was I think it's called the Baby Whisperer. I mean, your wife might know this stuff already, but it actually explains the different cries, right?
Yeah, so we did hear about that. It's very fascinating, and it seems to be very true. Like they say, they make certain sounds for certain things. Yeah, it's crazy.
And now you know it. You're going into the store and some baby's crying. You're like, just feed the baby. It's hungry.
Yeah, exactly. Or like the baby needs a nap, man. Gotta get her home.
That's my son had the overtired cry, which I forget was similar to something, and that's the one I didn't pick on. So I was actually keeping him up and making it worse. So you feel like a shitty parent, hey?
Is she overall a silent child?
No, she's like always trying to talk.
I mean, like, is she crying a lot? That's kind of like.
Oh no, she doesn't cry unless she's hungry. Like it's like I can't complain at all. I have like an angel baby.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she just talks a lot. She just like makes a lot of sounds. She's like, when she cries, it's because she's hungry, or also like babies will get to this point where they should have already taken a nap, and then they hit that next leg and they'll like it gets intense, you know. Like they'll cry a lot because they're like tired, like they need to go to sleep, but then they won't let themselves go to sleep.
Well, also, are you just letting her cry herself to sleep, or do you jump in?
No, we don't really know. I mean, we heard that we should do that and stuff, but we didn't because I found some like they do kind of disassociate when they do that. That's why they end up stop crying. Really,
Our son
honestly, we haven't had. You let him cry?
Oh, 7 minutes, like almost to the second, and then he was good.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so like for us, she doesn't really do that much. Like if she cries when we lay her down, it's like usually 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's like been really easy to get to go to sleep on. Pretty blessed. But she sleeps in our room now. She sleeps in our room, right? So she's always in our presence. Yeah.
How does
And
she
people who told you don't do that, don't listen to them.
Yeah, some people try to tell us to, but I mean, nah, dude. She just wants to be around the people she knows has her back.
Well, and then ask the question, oh, did your baby sleep in your room? Yeah, but... Okay, shut up.
Yeah, but YouTube said.
Right, exactly. I did it, but you shouldn't. Okay.
I did it. With
too.
my daughter. You should, because here's the thing. Right now, it's okay, but my doctor told me how to do it, and because it's like self-soothing, and you want them to be able to go to sleep when they're like a toddler, right? And then even older. What you do is you do it in stages over a week. You put them down, they cry for like 30 seconds, or a minute, whatever it is, and it's so hard. And then you go back in, right? And then the next time it's 5 minutes, then you go back in and you start building it up. And then after a couple of days, they just know that you're not coming back in, so they just don't cry that much. But it's for when they're toddlers. So it's something to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, so like right now when she takes her naps, we lay her down in our room and just walk away. So the vast majority of the time that she sleeps by herself.
Yeah.
But like at night she sleeps in our room. I don't feel the need because what happens is Kai has to wake up at 2:30 in the morning or whatever it is, and feed her. It's really easy to roll over, grab her, put her right on the boob, and then lay her back down. So
No. I guess I'm talking about the initial, probably when they're like 8 to 9 months old, and that's when you do it after they've eaten and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah, I mean, so are you saying that we should like put her? So we have a crib in a separate room, and turns out we like don't use it. We have another crib in our room, and she just either lays in there, or sometimes we have like this pillow for her where she'll lay on our bed.
Mm-hmm. I did the same thing because I nursed, and but probably around 8, 9 months, it was time for her to be able. I mean, I really trusted my doctor, and everybody would compliment me on how my daughter went to sleep. Like, wow, your daughter just lays down and goes to sleep. She doesn't give you a hard time and need you to lay down there with her. I'm like, no, because I got some really good advice. And also for feeding, my pediatrician said, do you want a picky child eating? And I was like, no. And he said, okay, this is what you do. But I mean, a little older. So you give them something to eat.
I'm gonna disagree with you for a second because I have twins, right? So we treated them both the same for nap time. Did not go down the same. Fed them both the same. My son is picky. My daughter will eat anything.
Well,
Always.
So, I mean, I don't see how this wouldn't work, but so essentially, when they're a little older, right? Not when they're like little teeny infants or anything like that, but you give them something to eat, and then if they don't like it, then they don't eat until the next time. They learn very quickly to eat what's in front of them, but we're so busy like, oh my gosh, they didn't eat. They need to eat, so we need to give them something else, and we're like waiting on them hand and foot. So my pediatrician gave me the best advice.
My kid wouldn't touch bread till he was 13.
Mm-hmm. These people making a killing on these baby clothes, man.
Why? Because you have to replace them every 3 weeks.
Yeah, and it's just like just like freaking. Why is this $12, bro? It's like the size of a washcloth. It's crazy though. I guess certain stores will let you like return them. Yeah, I don't know. Like we just started feeding Aaliyah some solids. It was like all fruits and vegetables, obviously.
You have
She's
no
just kind of easing
hand-me-down,
into it just now.
What about
Yeah, we
no
had
meat?
some
hand-me-down
hand-me-downs.
cousins with it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, but it's like most of it was like the youngest ages. I'd have
Did
to
My
go.
wife
My
she
was
family's in
pregnant at the
Tennessee.
same time as 4 teachers at her school, so they all had their kids within 6 months of each other. So there was, but my kids were the smallest because they were twins. Hand-me-downs from the other babies,
did she already try
just growing
meat?
out of it, right?
With it?
What's up?
Did she already try meat?
Yeah. She's already eaten. Oh, meat? No, dude. She's 7 months old. We're not feeding her meat.
Ah, okay.
I'm not in any rush to give her
Yes.
meat. I think she needs to learn. There's a huge variety of fruits and vegetables. She needs to just get used to that.
But I don't even know at what point you can give a child meat.
I'm
I
not
think
in
it's
any
after.
rush to do it whatsoever. Yeah. Let's
But
just
you,
say
you but
Aaliyah
you
will not know
get
what a chicken McNugget is. So.
oh no, I'm not talking about trash. Like, I'm just saying, like, like a piece of maybe raw beef from a very good farm or whatever.
If you can't point to me the McNugget on a real chicken, you'd probably eat it.
Yeah, I am. I'm like there's so many different fruits and vegetables to feed her that I don't feel the need to rush into meat at all. I just want her to learn a huge diversity of fruits and vegetables.
But you would let her make the decision, right? Or give her the decision, so to say.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not going to force her to eat
Ah,
anything.
okay.
Are
That's
you
what my
Well,
parents.
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Like she's not going to be able to just eat her. I mean, her dessert's going to be fruit. So
That's what my parents did because they both were vegetarian when I was very little. Um, and they never like they would even buy me when I grown up and so forth. Like they would never like force it or anything like that, which is kind of cool.
And what are you now, Clay?
Oh, I'm a meat eater, 100%.
That's what I mean. Part of it is your parents, but part of it is you. You want to be a meat eater.
Yes. My mom sometimes eats meat. My dad has been vegetarian for over 20 years now. But the vegetarian is still good, Vegetarian, I would still say if you eat, a lot of milk, dairy products, and egg, and still get a lot from the animal, I think it's still, I can see it with my dad. I mean, he's a very healthy man. But if you
Yeah,
go like,
vegan is tough, but
yeah,
vegetarian, eggs are very good.
yeah, man. But also like a nice steak, from a cow is just amazing.
Steak covered in bacon with an egg on top.
No, I always just eat it pretty, pretty, how to say it, pretty simple, just some salt and maybe a little bit of pepper. And
No
it's
mushrooms, no onion.
no. I wanna taste the meat.
Yeah, but throwing a mushroom on top doesn't take that
Yeah,
away.
I know what you mean. I'm just saying, mostly it's like, medium rare and then just some salt and some pepper. And I love it's lovely, man. Every time I eat such a steak, I feel so like fueled up, like it's like power food, if that makes sense.
Well, it's filling, right? It's filling, and it
Yeah,
lasts more than an hour.
yeah, exactly.
Like
Like if
you're
I eat
full
like
for
bread,
hours.
if I eat like bread with some cheese or whatever, that lasts just like half an hour at least, especially at my age right now. Um, but if I eat like meat, then I'm saturated. That's a good thing. And when I was a vegetarian, especially between the years of 19 to 21, I would always have. All the time.
Yeah, I found that too. Nuts were pretty good. I cheese
Oh
usually
yeah,
fills me up at then it makes you bloated, right? If you eat too much.
True.
I had the farts way too much when I was tried to be vegetarian.
The farts. But I think that's all when it comes to eating meat or not, that's also something where I've learned now that's up to the individual, you know. I think there's some people who have genetics that are very good with eating less meat or almost no meat, and then there's other people who just need a lot of meat, you know.
Jonah, stop discussing the Giants.
What?
Giants.
What about them?
I don't know. What do you think about the Giants?
Oh, I like Giants.
You like them?
Yeah. I mean, what's bad about them?
Are you talking about the New York Giants? You talking about the Netflix?
I'm talking about like giant, like large humanids. I guess.
The Nephilim, I think.
This dude asked what's wrong with the Giants. You all right, bud?
Well, no. I thought what I think about like people who are like let's say extraordinary in size. I didn't thought you're talking
That's
about
what I'm
giants
talking
in the
about.
past.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah, like I said, I've yet
whole
only
tribes
met.
of people, whole tribes of people who are bigger than other people because they're giants.
You know, when I just talk about the people who are giant in real life, I met, they're always very, very nice people, actually. I mean, I haven't met many, but, they always seem pretty chill, you know. But when we talk about Nephilim, yeah, that's an abomination.
So my question is, how did they survive? My thing is, it was a recessive gene that is in an X chromosome. That's why I have all this. Oh, the X factor, the X gene. Oh, the X Men, all that shit. It's a female. It's in the X gene. So it's a when it's in a man, he can't have it recessively. It has to be expressed. But in a female, it can be hidden basically because female has two X's instead of one.
If I just think about it right now, does the Bible actually tell us that everything died apart from Noah and his family and the animals?
All flesh, apparently.
But
There's a verse
does,
that says there is
On
still.
the land.
yeah, but is it
But
specific?
I'm saying the fact someone like Noah's son Ham had a wife, and she had a recessive X gene that had obviously she has two X chromosomes, right? One that's normal, but the other that's the recessive giant trait. And so any of her sons that gets the X gene passed down gets to be a giant after that. And then that explains why all the giants are coming from this one Canaan son or whatever. Some shit like that. The X gene. That's what it is.
Well, I'm not that how should I say it? Knowledgeable about that kind of stuff.
Basically, each gene, each chromosome comes in two sets, except for the X and Y chromosome. If you're a woman, it comes in two sets. If you're a man, you actually have two sets of one instead of one set of two, right?
Uh-huh.
So what I'm saying is, if you have a recessive gene, the recessive one will not be expressed unless both copies are that recessive trait. But if this gene is in the X chromosome, then the woman could hide it because it would be recessive because they have another X chromosome, but a man couldn't. He would have to express it, basically.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's what I think this whole, and even like I was looking at these pharaohs, they when they fucking die, they cross their hands in an X. I don't know, X marks the spot, Gene X, X Factor, the X-Men who are a bunch of mutants, has something to do with their genetics. Like,
If you're saying giantism or giants come from a chromosome, then you're suggesting that a giant will pop out every generation. Is that what you're saying?
that's how they got it after the. If all people died, right, then it would have had to pass some, because there's people who have blue eyes, but both their parents have brown eyes, because the blue-eyed recessive trait appears like intergenerationally. Because if your dad is blue-eyed and your mom is brown-eyed, you're gonna be brown-eyed, but your grandchildren have the chance to be blue-eyed. Yeah, basically, it's just recessive genetics.
Oh, it's crazy though. Like both my parents have blue eyes. I have blue eyes. Aaliyah has blue eyes.
It didn't
Well, yeah,
say.
because if you're blue-eyed, if both parents are blue-eyed, that's both recessive. So both copies of the genes have it, so it's expressed. But if it's only one copy, i.e., dad has brown eyes and you have blue eyes, your kids are going to have brown eyes unless the brown-eyed father has that blue-eyed recessive gene.
Okay, a fair point on your genetic genes for giants, but where does it say in the Bible that everything died? It doesn't say that.
But no, that would only be a fair point if the giant gene is on the 21st chromosome. Because on any of the other pairs, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, it's the female X chromosome. That's where
Right.
it hides.
There's 22 other pairs of genes, of chromosomes. So if the giant gene is on any one of those, right, then your argument's not going to work.
Right. But I'm saying specifically, it's on the X chromosome that differentiates. A female has two of them. A male has one of them. That chromosome.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. But you're sure that's where the giant, or you're saying that's where the giant gene?
No, yeah, no. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying like I've done my own test.
I think there's a lot less women giants than men giants, though.
That's what I'm
Have
saying.
you guys ever heard of? No, I'm not trying to change subject. Just real quick. Have you guys ever heard of spike ball?
No.
That's a good drink.
Okay, never mind. I guess it's some game. You hit a ball down to a net. I was trying to decide if I should get this for someone, but never mind. Continue on.
Yeah, dude, that game's sick. Good beach game.
It is good.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. It's like, have you ever played Foursquare when you were a kid?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of like a new version of that. It's really awesome. It's kind of fun.
So basically, so you hit the ball down the net, and then each person you have to like run around and keep on hitting it back up into the net before it hits the ground, and you can hit it twice to get it there or something.
Yeah, usually you'll like play teams of 2 and try and, whoever makes the other team drop the ball gets a point.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I think I've seen a video where like really athletic people were playing, and it was pretty crazy. All right, cool.
Yeah,
I just saw it, and I was like, maybe I should get this.
it gets so wild, it gets so competitive, but it's so perfect for like at the beach or something where you could dive into the sand and stuff. It makes it really fun.
Nice, thank you, bro.
We can't do that in winter sports.
What's up, everybody? Are you just meditating right now, or what?
We were all talking about you, then we saw you come in, so we had to chill out.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go check the live stream right now.
Hey,
Check it out on
listen,
YouTube.
Take notes.
dude, why did you say that, man?
I gave it away. I'm sorry.
Overall, he's a pretty good guy, though, regardless of what we said before.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Oh, you guys are sweet. Do any of you deal with insomnia? Where are my fellow insomniacs at?
I used to. I do occasionally not fall asleep that great, but not as much. Are you looking at your phone right before you go to sleep?
No. This is like I will be in bed, eyes closed. I'll have been there for like 45 minutes. I'm kind of tossing and turning. And then my eyes just open, and I am like, okay, this is not working, and so I'll get up, get something to drink. Like last night, I ended up pulling out like my notepad and just trying to like get some ideas out of my head onto paper so I can try to like go to sleep. And I stayed up till like 6 in the morning just writing. Hasn't happened in a while, but it's been happening more frequently. So I don't know if it's what's up with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know, like, if say you're like looking at screens before you go to sleep, then it makes it more difficult to get a good night's sleep. And then having your phone close to you and not on airplane mode and stuff. So Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's a good point. I sleep with that bitch right next to my head. Definitely not on airplane mode because I get calls at all hours that I got to pick up sometimes.
I'm not judging you.
Maybe it's just excitement about the new adventures coming.
That's definitely part of it. Definitely part of it. But no, when I do get to sleep, I'll sleep for like 2.5, 3 hours and wake up and then just be like, all right, let's go for another 18 hours. Let's go do stuff. I don't know. Where was this energy when I was in school? Dude, I used to sleep like 12 hours every night. Just go to school, come home, and sleep. I don't understand where this energy comes
Because you were probably growing, huh? When you were going to school.
from. Bro, I'm like 5'6" and 3/4. I don't fucking know. I was not growing.
I didn't know about that part.
Maybe I grew somewhere else, but definitely not
That's where
up.
it counts. That's where it counts.
Yeah, that's true.
In the mind, of course, is what we're speaking of mental capacity, obviously.
Spiritually,
Big head is what we refer to it as.
yes.
But yeah, what do you
My
think
massive
about that
brain.
recessive giant gene? I even put a diagram out at Wits.
You were talking about some giant. So it has to be from the mom.
You see what I put?
I'm looking at it right now. I know I have that. What is that R negative gene or whatever that the redheads have? I have that.
RH negative. RH negative, yeah.
Yeah, my mom has a bunch of redheads in her family. Like my cousins have like blue eyes and red hair. I occasionally get like some red hairs in my beard, but not a ginger. I'm definitely attracted to gingers. I think ginger women are beautiful.
You don't like a little bit of skin tone?
Do I have skin tone? Yeah, I'm like a kind of a browner guy, a little more olivey. I don't know what like I was like the beta child, the 1.0, and yeah, my sister's got all the nutrients. I think.
Do you actually know your blood type?
I don't know, not off the top of my head. I just remember my mom talking about that R negative gene. She's got like some special blood that she can donate to the babies or something, or it's like super rare.
Yeah.
Um,
O negative.
yeah, and I'm just looking at this chart right here. So I guess I am affected, but I am not a carrier. So like, I don't know what that means.
I'm O negative. The O negative is not rare. The rare one is called APAB.
Well, yeah, the most rare is the AB negative. Yeah. Like it's like 0.01% of the population.
And those people can't get can only get that blood. I think.
I don't know. The women in my family are super weird. They have a bunch of rare weird stuff going on. Like both my
AB is
sisters.
the one that can.
AB is the universal receiver. O is the universal donor. So AB can receive from any other blood type, but AB cannot donate to anyone but another AB type.
Have you ever seen women where the whites of their eyes are blue? Or like a
No,
sky
that sounds
blue?
crazy.
That's
The
my
white part?
both my sisters and my mother have these, like, the whites of their eyes are bluish. Like, not like sky blue. Like pretty much like a sky blue. Yeah. It's
Do
weird.
you have a
It's a fucking trip.
picture? I'm
Let me
not.
see.
Do you have a picture
No,
of
I
this?
know.
I
That's
don't
not
need
weird.
to
That's
see
not weird.
I don't need to see their face or anything. I'm not trying to like. But what are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying that this person doesn't have white parts in their eyes.
No, here. Just type in Google whites of eyes are blue and you'll see some really good examples. It's like, okay, if they say it's an iron deficiency that causes your sclera to look blue, which is true because they also have, both my sisters and my mom have this fucking bone disease where they break their shit like super easily. I don't know what the heck's up with that, but I do not have that. I have insanely strong bones. I've actually never broken bones in my body except for ribs, but that was like, I mean, those are like some of the easiest things to break. It doesn't even count. I didn't even go to the hospital.
But yeah, I mean, if there is these recessive traits that a woman had, it could be hidden and then expressed later, which is my theory. Is that yeah. The giants didn't die. Well, they did die, but the ones that survived by breeding with the human beings and essentially hiding this recessive trait by tracking, well, I guess, which women and men mated with who. It's kind of interesting because there's a group of people who
Yeah, there's a lot of stories too that are outside of the Bible that have to deal with the flood and that whole situation that are interesting. Like it says in Enoch that like their spirits were roaming the earth for a while after the flood. I mean, it says in the Bible there were giants in those days and after that. So I feel like that kind of covers it. And then it does say in the Bible as well, like the flood killed all the flesh. But then in Enoch it says that the spirits were able to wander. So I'm
right. But here's the thing. If one of the sons' wives was a hybrid or had this X gene, it would have been recessive. You wouldn't have been able to tell.
But where?
So that giantism gene would have survived through the woman, and that's why I'm thinking like, and since all the giants seem to stem from this Canaan guy, it's almost recording like, hey, like they survived, but what happened if they all spawned as smart giants? Some of them turned to giants, which is what, and they basically brought it from the pre-Diluvian to the post-Diluvian world.
I mean that kind of checks out, like,
But where are your genetic giants now? You talking about like Shaquille O'Neal?
No, bro. Shaquille O'Neal is not tall enough to be a giant. I'm talking 13 feet tall to 15 to 18 feet tall.
But where?
Like two humans stacked on top of each other, basically.
If they're a genetic gene, then where are the giants now? Is my question. Are they hidden?
So I think they bred into the normal human populace and essentially keep track of who has the genes and who doesn't, and just make sure that two recessive people don't get together.
No, what do you think about Sasquatch?
Well, that's what he's saying. You're saying if two people get together with that gene, they're going to make a Sasquatch for sure.
I don't think that's what he's saying, but maybe it is.
Essentially, the woman has it. It's hidden. It's hidden in the woman, and when she gives birth, there's three options. There's a son who's a giant, a daughter who's normal, or a daughter who has that same gene hidden.
Holy
these
shit.
women keep the.
Dude, it's because she banged her son. You know about that part, right? When that one son saw the nakedness of his father, that didn't mean that he like saw his father naked. It means he banged his mom. And so like with this little chart, if he's affected and she's affected, right? Oh yeah, that makes way more sense. But you heard about that though?
Yeah, bro, I can't believe you guys are still on the same topic. I left, came back, you guys are still on the same topic.
No, I brought this topic back up because I left too. I had to go do some work, and I'm about to leave again. It's
I like it. But so yeah,
because does that make sense, right? This woman who has the recessive gene, she can only give birth to three things: a son who expresses that gene, i.e., a giant; a daughter who also has the recessive gene, or a daughter who doesn't have the recessive gene, and that's it. So they would be able to tell. They would be able to tell based on what her son looks like. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm actually eating. I don't want to be disrespectful. Go ahead.
Wait.
Or I guess she could have a normal son too. Now that I think about it, because she has two X. She has the recessive and the normal. So yeah, she could have. Basically, the only person who would express it is the son, and it's a 50-50 that the son would express it, but the daughters would always just have it recessively, I guess.
Okay, so I brought this up yesterday. We talked about it yesterday, but I'm gonna cover it real quick. So both the Book of Jubilees, Yovelim, which is found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is the Second Temple library, right? Because these were his exiled Zadok priests. In their writings, it talks about Noah's wife, his son's wives, which Genesis doesn't really get into detail with, because Genesis is really just a brief summary of what happened, where Jubilees expands on. And also there's other writings that were found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls that were probably the book of Noah, parts of the book of Noah. But anyways, like both Jubilees and the Dead Sea Scrolls describe Noah's wife, right? Her name, and she's actually related to Seth's line, right? It was a pure lineage, bro. There was no corruption in both Noah's wife and his son's wives. No corruption whatsoever. And the idea that Ham, right? The idea that Ham raped his mother, I've heard that, and I can't believe people believe that, because that's not what happened at all. I guess it's in the realm of possibility, but like you got to think about it. Like, you don't think that Noah would have woken up and heard his wife screaming for help, like, and then another thing is, like, they think that Canaan is a product of that rape. That Canaan was a rape child. But this is just people's imagination running wild, because if you read the scriptures, Canaan was already born when this occurred. And also that, in my opinion, both Yasher, which I don't really give too much credence, but Yasher and the Dead Sea Scrolls and other pagan accounts record what happened in this incident, where Genesis doesn't really get into detail. But like I said before, Ham literally walked into the tent and took advantage. He already had it was premeditated. He knew what he was going to do, right? And he stole the garments that Noah had. Those garments were highly sought after, because those garments were passed down from generation to generation from Adam. And those garments was like something that, for whatever reason, Ham wanted. And Ham stole those garments and literally stole the shirt off his father's back, right? And left his father with nothing. His father, that was his only clothing. And so then Japheth and Shem had to walk backwards and cover their father with a tarp or whatever it was, because he didn't have anything. He was literally naked. It wasn't just that he's seen his father's nakedness. There's more to the story that we're not given everything in Genesis.
What do you think about why people say what I said, where that to know the nakedness of your father is to basically bang his woman?
Yeah, there's truth to that in scripture. That is an idiom in scripture, but within context, that's not what happened there. Ham didn't bang his mom. That was his real mom, and he didn't do that. He just stole his father's garments, and ran with them. And then if you read other separate accounts, Ham actually passed those garments down to his son. Ham's son. Nimrod was Ham's son, right? And then Nimrod in turn passed it on to his son.
Nimrod was Cush's son.
Yeah. So that's what I meant, grandson. So Ham passed those garments down to Cush, and Cush passed it down to Nimrod, the one that Ham stole. And then Nimrod used those garments as king, and he taunted Noah because Noah was still alive when Nimrod became king. And Nimrod actually taunted Noah with those garments. You can read this in the pagan account in the Sumerian tablets. But it's complicated, bro. I don't really want to get into it too much, but I was just giving you a summary of what I believe is the actual account.
No, that's super interesting. I'm not married to the idea. Like I didn't like the idea when I first heard it, but I read the scripture and it seemed to check out. But yeah, no, I'm actually just about to get into the Book of Jubilees, so this is cool. This is good. I know what to look forward to.
But yeah, so the way I believe that giants, like Nimrod became a Gibborim. He wasn't like a giant, right? He became a giant and then the scriptures doesn't actually tell you how, for good reason, right? But the idea is that it was either through an alchemical process of some sort or through genetic engineering that was possible. Even after you're already born, he was able to go into his genetics. But this is all speculation. We don't really know how he became a giant. And then from him on, giants started to come about. They figured something out, bro. Not because it wasn't just them either, bro. Like they know how to tinker with the fruits, because we read in Joshua, or no, in Judges, and also in other places in Scripture where, bro, like they had giant fruits, bro. Like the grapes the size of 6 feet equivalent, like grape clusters the size of 6 feet, bro. Like that's crazy. After the flood, and only in the Canaanite region.
And anything that talks about how they were doing genetic miscegenation?
Well, yeah, we get that. What you just said, that's referenced in the Book of Giants, which was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But there's no specificity in how they did that before or after the flood. I'm assuming before the flood was through genetic tinkering, the cutting of roots. But I believe that after the flood was more of an alchemical process. But I don't know. But yeah, like for those that don't believe that giants existed, I mean, you have credible historians that talk about giants, but modern academia, like they'll talk about Pliny the Elder, they'll talk about Josephus, they'll talk about whoever, you name it, right? All these guys have accounts of giants, right? but they just kind of leave that stuff to the side. They're like, oh well, we don't really know what to do with this, so we just
Yeah,
won't
but
talk
there was
about
an
it.
account. There was an account of a whole race of giants way after the flood, way after
Yeah.
Abraham. They're called the Anakim.
Yeah. You had a whole bunch. You actually had like in the Canaanite region, you had like 5, 6, 7 different race of giants. The Anakim, the Amalekites, the Philistines, the I don't know at the top of my head, I don't know all of them, but yeah, there was a bunch, bro. And they had like their own distinct characteristics. Like the Amalekites apparently had fangs.
Davis. I'm joking.
You talk about vampirism and stuff, right? In the scriptures, it talks about Yah telling Israel to basically kill every male, every man, woman, child, animal, and even burn don't even take the fruits or vegetables or nothing with you because it was all corrupted. Some people say that the reason that he wanted all the animals also slaughtered wasn't necessarily because he was like a tyrannical god and he's like out of his mind. Some speculate is because they were genetically corrupted, but others will say it's because these Amalekites had the ability of shape-shifting. Now, I don't know, right? I have no idea. That's just something I'm throwing out there. So they could disguise themselves as an animal.
Sorry, I've just joined the conversation. I don't know what's actually. I was just thinking about that Noah's boat though. Before I'm thinking like, you don't think they actually put 2 of every animal on a boat, do you? Because that's obviously ridiculous.
No, yeah, I do. I
You do?
There's only one.
Yeah.
There's only one of every animal. What do you mean?
Well, I mean,
There's only one.
one of
there's
every animal is
two of
still
every
a lot, isn't
kind
it?
is what he
I
put
mean,
on
just
there.
insects. That's
No,
ridiculous.
he
You
put. No,
couldn't.
I'm saying of every animal, there's a bunch of animals that are individual. You can't have 2 of them. It's of every kind of animal, not of
No, I'm
every
just saying
animal.
you can't
Kind,
take that. You can't
kind,
fit them on a boat though, can you? Do?
kind, 2 of every kind. Kind is the word we're looking for, right? That's what it says. 2 of every kind, not animal.
Well, either way, you couldn't fit them on a boat though. You get that, right?
Well, I don't know. The story goes that maybe there were insanely big trees that were cut down that made the boat, and then you just got the kinds, not every single type of animal. So I don't know. I think the hard part would be gathering them up, but the story says that basically I helped do that. So
Well, it has
yeah,
the
I mean,
dimensions. It's like it has the dimensions, the length, the width, and the height. It literally has it in there in cubits, like recorded.
The animals were vetted too. Like not all animals made it into the ark, but the animals intuitively knew that there was a deluge about to come, just like they know when earthquakes about to hit, a storm's about to come. Like they knew that something big was about to hit, and they actually went to Noah and surrounded the ark. Noah literally just he didn't have to go out and search for the animals. All the animals showed up to his ark through the Holy Spirit. The animals knew, and he only allowed the animals that literally bowed themselves at the front of the ark. They had to bow themselves. Even the lions had to, but they were baby. They were all they're adolescent animals. They weren't like fully grown. So like even the babies had to bow themselves before they could get into the ark. And if they didn't bow themselves, they didn't make it in. They didn't make it in.
I mean, there must be some sort of I don't know, allegorical thing, or maybe they were super advanced and we didn't realize it, and they're talking about animals' DNA because that's the only way I could think. I mean, they're not getting every animal on a boat. Clearly.
Well, hear me out though, right? Because I've heard that theory too, and it comes from the people that believe in panspermia and they believe in the Anunnaki. They think that the Anunnaki had like a doomsday vote type of thing where they had all the sperm or the genetics of every animal, and no, that's not what the scripture says. The scripture literally says that Noah built an ark, right? And if you measure the dimensions of this ark and you scale it up, right, it's equivalent to 750 connexes. You know what a connex is?
No.
Those cans that they put on ships, like from China, you'll see them in California on the coast with all the goods, right?
I know how big Titanic is. How big is it compared to Titanic?
I don't know, but just
He's talking about a shipping container.
a shipping container. You know those cans? They're called
right,
connexes, right? Well, Noah's Ark is equivalent to 750 connexes, right? And if you actually, you could fit comfortably, right? Comfortably 75,000 pairs of animals, right, in this ship, and it would only take 42% of the capacity of the ship. So you could literally fit 75,000 animals and still have half the ship open.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a literal thing. It just can't be. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, bro, you gotta kind of move to a more specific rebuttal at this point, right? Like, if the contention is how did he build a boat that big? Maybe, but if the
No,
boat's big enough,
I'm
if
just
the
saying you
boat's big
can't get
enough,
that many animals. You can't get that many
you
animals.
can. You can though. If the boat's big enough, it's not every type. It's not like every single animal. Like, oh, this wolf, and then there's a different type of wolf, and then it's the kinds. So if you have a big enough boat, you certainly could get a pair of each kind.
Hear me out, dude. I don't think you believe me, dude. 75,000 animals, right, would only take 42% of the boat's capacity. I'm not making these numbers up. These numbers have been calculated by people wiser than me, right? I'm just conveying the information to you. But vet that and then come back to me and tell me it's not possible.
I'm just looking at Google Images because I know the reports that there was that guy, wasn't there, a while back. He thought he'd got pretty good evidence for where it was found and that kind of thing. I can't remember it though.
Yeah, like in Turkey. I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah, you're talking about where they saw like what looks like an ark in Turkey.
Yeah, something like that. The grey-haired dude who were like seemed to have put a lot of evidence together for all kinds of things. Actually, I think that was one of them.
Yeah. I don't know, Lion. What do you think about that?
I'm a little conflicted.
Yeah, same.
Only because it doesn't really fit what I read in scripture regarding where the ark actually landed.
Like what, on top of a mountain?
Just the location, the geographical location doesn't match up. Ironically, it is named Turkey, right? I mean, not Turkey, Ararat. But even the spelling of Ararat, when you go into etymology, there's a mountain in Mount Everest. That's where I believe the ark landed.
I don't even dispute it's possibly actually a ship or a boat that you see there. I just I don't think it's necessarily the ark. So like, dude, if you look, there are stories all over the world. There was a giant boat built, and there was a giant flood, right? I mean, it's not just the Bible that says that. So either we listen to people that claim to know that there are ice caps that melted, and we came from dust from the sun and all this other nonsense, or listen to all the people that were way more advanced and way healthier than we were that told us what happened. They said there was a giant flood, and that there was a giant boat built in preparation for that flood, and it had animals on it. You can throw the Bible out and still find that story everywhere.
The thing is,
I know they have the story of this deluge or whatever in many places, different. Yeah, well, I'm just trying to think about all these animals on this boat, and it doesn't. I can't. It just doesn't work.
The only parts that are even like the only parts that even trip me out, it's not them fitting on the boat at all. Like that to me, that's if the boat's big enough, you can fit animals on it. It's like all of these animals that are typically not in, let's just say, peaceful relationships, are all on a boat together, and that they all knew to come there and get on. But the scriptures specifically say it's because the creator did it. So they say if there's a creator, he could obviously make animals big and behave for a few days.
Yeah, it's
They
a
were
miracle.
adolescent.
God had his hand in it. So there you go.
Yeah, you got to understand that they were adolescent animals too. They weren't fully grown, so they're not going to be like attacking each other and eating each other. And there was still, like I said, like half the ship was still open. There was space, believe it or not.
Is there a date that was given as in terms of like what season it was when the flood occurred? Because I would imagine if they were all adolescent animals, it must have been springtime.
Yeah, it was. It was the 17th day of the second month. So the months begin at the spring equinox, or the years begin at the spring equinox. So it would have been around April.
Yeah, around mid-late April, not February. Yeah, what's crazy is like, mainstream has come out now and been like, oh, turns out there is a lot of archaeological evidence that and ecological evidence that there was a giant flood roughly 7,000 years ago. That's like mainstream academia today. It's pretty funny. I mean, honestly, if you've ever flown in a plane over the West Coast, you know that there was a giant flood. It's like blatantly obvious.
Yeah, Randall Carlson did a lot of work on it. What's it? There's another place, the Scablands. I don't know where that is. That may be West Coast. It's in America somewhere.
Never heard of
Well,
it.
definitely flying over Arizona, or excuse me, New Mexico, then Arizona, and then California. It's a giant wash. It's pretty obvious. I would definitely agree with what Witsit just said.
Dude, just fly over
Okay.
the Grand Canyon and holler at me, bro. Like almost all of that area towards the west. It's obvious that there was a flood. Very
Yeah,
obvious.
my bad. That guy Randall Carlson, he actually debated a geologist on Joe Rogan shit, and it was dope. He held his own. He had the geologist on the fence. It looked like.
There's the Scablands, I guess, that you're talking about. Dude, you know what's so crazy is it's like I said, like mainstream academia has now conceded that there was an immense flood. They can't say it was literally worldwide, though, which doesn't work within all of their models. But so they try to say, oh, it must have been more towards like the Middle East.
Yo, I think that picture you posted, it's the equivalent of like Niagara Falls times 100 as far as like the volume of water per minute or whatever, gallons per minute or some shit.
Wow, that's crazy because Niagara Falls is wild to see in person. There's so much water falling from that thing.
Yeah, it made Niagara Falls look like look like chump change. Yeah, go watch that Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson debate on Joe Rogan. It was fucking good. The last part was all about this, the geology of the terrain after the flood. It was fucking awesome.
I'll check it out. I mean, this is exactly what water does. What's so funny is a lot of these places still have water running through them. It's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's just, you got to really be in denial to not accept that there was a giant flood. And I think almost everyone does accept that. But then it gets into like, oh, well, first, so this has been known for thousands of years, and people were trying to say, no, there couldn't actually been a worldwide flood. And now they're like, oh, it looks like there may have been practically a worldwide flood 7,000 years ago. Turns out, oh, who could have guessed? So I'm not going to take their opinion about like what could or couldn't happen regarding a boat on that flood, Like they deny until they're forced to concede every time.
Have you guys ever heard Graham Hancock talking about the flood and the Aztec tribes? It's pretty hilarious.
Did you hear him on Mike Tyson try to debunk flat Earth?
No, I didn't. How did he try to do that?
Funny, you gotta go. Boats over the curve. Dude, you gotta go watch that clip of Mike Tyson. It says like Graham Hancock disproved flat Earth theory in like a minute 30 seconds or something. And every comment is talking about how stupid he is. If you want to know where it is in terms of the Overton window, go look at that video and read the comment section.
Yo, I will fuck Mike Tyson up when it comes to flat Earth.
Oh, he's actually pretty open to flat Earth. It was just that Graham Hancock was on there, saying that. But I mean, of course, all of his books are about a globe Earth. Was he
Well,
gonna?
Graham Hancock. Yeah, I like some of Graham's ideas. They're great and all that, but he is a glober. So yeah, yeah. I do like a lot of his ideas on the flood and shit, though. But
Dude, he is hilarious. He's like, I'm Graham Hancock, and I'm here to talk to you about Quetzalcoatl and the flood. Dude, that guy cracks me up.
Yo, a lot of his ideas about past ancient civilizations, though, they're good. I could run with it.
Yeah, like I have Fingerprint of the Gods, and I've read some of like he got a book specifically talking about psychedelics and his experiences with psychedelics that was pretty interesting. But like overall, right? That Joe Rogan experience, he got a couple shows with him, Graham Hancock, and Randall Carlson that are incredible, right? With that being said, I do have critiques against both Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock because again, they're globers, they believe in evolution, they believe in this long time span. And you know, Graham Hancock he became famous with his book Fingerprint of the Gods, and he talks
Randall's
about
the straight up Freemason.
I've heard that. I don't. Is he like official?
Yeah, he don't hide it. Randall Carlson, he's straight up Freemason, but he's like I said, dude. I just take what people say based on what they're saying, not by anything else. So
Yeah. Same. You gotta swallow the meat and spit out the bones, right? And that's what I do with both them guys. Even Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University. But hear me out, right? So Graham Hancock, in his book Fingerprint of the Gods, he was famous for basically saying that the Great Pyramid of Giza, or the pyramids of Giza, align with Orion's belt, right? And his idea, compared to Robert Schoch, right? His idea that the Great Pyramids of Giza were built 21,000 years ago, because that's the last time that the Great Pyramids of Giza would have lined up with Orion's belt, according to the axial rotation of the Earth, right? This is the stuff that I'm talking about. Like you have
right now, it's flipped upside down.
Exactly. So the last time it actually lined up was 21,000 years ago. That's bunks, bro. Like that's not true.
Well, whatever. I mean, it's maybe not lined up now due to the movement of the stars. I wouldn't say it's due to the rotation of Earth or whatever, but
well, yeah, that's what it is, though. It's the movement, whether it's the movement of the stars or the actual rotation. The last time that the Great Pyramids would have lined up was 21,000 years ago. The thing is, I don't believe that the Great Pyramids are that old. I would put, they're definitely antediluvian. They're definitely older than modern academia states, but not that old, bro.
So Graham's evidence, his ship's coming. When you see one coming into view, you'll see the top of the ship before you see the deck. So he doesn't understand basic perspective.
No, he didn't study it. Graham is important because he identifies how the history didn't start 6,000 to 9,000 years ago. It's much older. Like Gobekli Tepe, 11,000 years ago. So that's important. He studies that. And also that the Egyptian pyramids were not built by primitive tools or by the locals, which he indicates also.
Yeah, these numbers
But he doesn't know shit about the flat Earth.
These numbers are way off, like 12,000 years ago. Like, come on, man. With Gobekli Tepe, like, there's no way. And the Great Pyramids 21,000 years ago, bro, there's no way.
These guys gets attacked a lot. Graham Hancock, Kent Hovind, they're getting bashed and battered, bro. They got enough on their plate. Like, I don't blame them for not rolling right out with flat Earth. So,
I feel you.
Yeah, well, why do you say that, Mr. Malone?
Dude, check the comment sections of the video I posted. It's so funny, dude. He's like, boats over the curve. And there's 71,000 views, and the comments are all checking him, dude. All of them. It's hilarious.
Coach,
boats over the curve, bro. Sorry, God.
He asked me why do I think that they can't possibly be that old?
Yeah, right.
It just doesn't line up with all my other research regarding how old the human race is.
I got you. Okay.
I don't want to
Well,
get
Robert Schoch's a geologist from Boston University or something. He's not
Yeah.
going with the dating of the Sphinx. He said that shit's way off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember watching that, and he said something like the very first time he saw it, he said his first thought was that's at least 10,000 years old, the Sphinx, because of the weathering on it or
Yeah,
water
the
damage.
guy that dated it in the first place was an asshole, Zahi Hawass. He only dated it that old because they said that there was no other humans that could have built megalithic structures before that.
So
Yeah, I
how old
respect Robert
do you
Schoch.
think it is, Lion?
Well, the thing is, Robert Schoch actually was one of my best friend's teachers in college. I have a best friend who's an archaeologist, and we talk about stuff like this all the time. And he believes in evolution. He believes in the academic theory, but I don't believe in these numbers because these numbers don't match up with what we have in scripture. That's just as simple as that.
Well, there's just no evidence. There's no evidence for it at all. So, I mean, there's no evidence for these claims of years. Let's just be real. So,
In my opinion, the Earth max is 13,000 years old, as we know it today. When you start going
I think
back
that's a pretty solid
30,000,
max.
50,000, 100,000, 2 million, 2 billion, that's just wild speculation.
Well, no, it's actually already been disproven. So, yeah, the great unconformity shows that all those claims of those ages are not true. And it's gone unresponded to, unanswered to this day. Great unconformity.
But if the world's 13,000 years old, then why can't Göbekli Tepe be 11,000 years old?
Because human beings didn't come onto the
It
scene.
can scientifically, but it's not going to work with creationism.
The 6th day of creation, and the thing is, if you calculate each day as 1,000 years.
But why would you do that?
It gets theological, bro, and I don't really want to go there right now. But scripturally, a day to God is 1,000 years.
I know the whole of days is 1,000 years to the Lord.
Right.
I know that, but
creationism is a thing. That's why.
But you've joined dots there that aren't necessarily there to be joined. Like I see why you do. I get it. I've got the background in it as well. But to just rest on that and say, oh, that's what it is. So therefore, it's 6,000 years. It doesn't. That's a bit of a. It's not a stretch, but
it's based on faith more than anything. But it's either put my trust and faith in man in white lab coats, right, or put my trust and faith in the scriptures. So
well, especially when they're consistently wrong about all of it. So
yeah, basically,
like they're provably wrong, bro. Their dating is provably wrong. So any position that's saying I'm not sure, the scriptures suggest this. It's been consistently accurate. I'm gonna believe in this. That's way more of an honest position than like we know it's 4.5 billion years old, and sorry, we don't know that because 1.7 billion years of the sedimentary layers are missing. But you're stupid if you don't believe it, though.
What predictions or like what does the Bible scriptures say that's true? I guess.
Yeah, I don't even believe the dating of Göbekli Tepe. I just use it against them because it's coming from their own paradigm. I don't think they get this dating shit at all.
Have you guys ever seen the documentary Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed? It's about intelligent design versus academia.
Nope.
Ben Stein does it. It's really funny, though, because he interviews Richard Dawkins in the film, and then he asks about evolution and how they prove it, how they prove evolution. And he gets him to come forth and say, yeah, no one knows how life essentially started from a scientific standpoint. They can't come to an agreement on it.
Evolution can be possible at the same time as creation. I mean, but to say that everything came from evolution is a stretch.
Dude,
yeah,
it's funny.
I recommend watching that movie because there's one funny part where it goes through a documentary and it says this is based on verifiable scientific fact. And it flashes back to Dawkins. He's like, nope, no one knows. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I've seen that interview. It's super interesting. He even like wants to put forward panspermia in that. Crazy.
To me, it's anything that'll keep us having the ability to live the lifestyle we want to live without acknowledging there's an intelligent designer. I think that's a lot of what that boils down to. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, or a moral standard to live by. Exactly.
Yeah, external accountability is not comfortable for some people. I mean, let's be honest, it can make everyone uncomfortable, right? So if like there's like this all-seeing external accountability, then yikes, bro. There's no everything you're thinking or doing, and you think's in private. It's all known. So it's probably just a much easier, more comfortable way to live if you just ignore it, deny that that's a thing. It's not like a really complicated aspect of this. It's just easier.
Would you call it like a lifestyle of cognitive dissonance, even though maybe there's some unawareness there?
Yeah, because there certainly is a level of awareness, right? Because everyone feels bad when they do things wrong. Well, when I say everyone, I guess that's not true. I think some people have been handed over. But yeah, I just think it's crazy, man. It's all crazy, dude. Like, as time progresses, the Bible gets validated more. This is just a fact. I mean, so that's why now the current opinion, the official academic position about the Bible is that it's a historically accurate text. Right. Well, at first it wasn't. It was all just a fairy tale that people made up. But then they're like, oh well, it turns out it's historically accurate. But that's it. I mean, they have a Harvard Bible College. They don't have a Harvard Harry Potter College.
That does fit into the future narrative of bringing in AI to remove the inconsistencies and kind of rewrite the historical accounts of like a lot of historical narratives, including Bible and biblical history. So it makes sense they have to acknowledge some truth, so that way they could go and eventually obfuscate it and change it to fit the narrative.
Well, this is where so people that have actually diligently began to research this, typically they end up on the side where they're like, wow, this Bible's super accurate about stuff that happened back in the day, because history is really hard to get to the bottom of. If you actually flip it around and you go to the scriptures and you read to guide you through your other research, you'll start to find all the stuff. So it's like, oh wow, so if I actually start to use the Bible as the key to figure out what happened in history, I start actually figuring it out, and it starts actually adding up. It's because it's accurate. That's why. So anyone that's actually done that, you're gonna have that experience. Like, I've never heard someone truly do that and then not.
Yeah, it literally makes life easier, even though it seems like it's going to be more difficult knowing that it's you have moral accountability. But when you embrace it, it's like a beautiful thing.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. And there's like this, dude. Think about how, like, who are we to deserve like a personal attention from like an all-powerful creative being? Like, we should just be so grateful and like humbled by that. It's like a beautiful thing. You can talk to the creator. I mean, I hate to break it to you guys, that's just a fact. You can talk to the creator.
Hey, just a brief mention. But the dating thing though, because I think the whole point was using, line he was asked, and he was just saying that has to be wrong because this claim from the Bible, is correct, and so it contradicts it, so that dating is wrong. Well, there's there's dating methods that are fairly solid that go back 14,000 years. like tree ring data. You can use trees to date at least 14,000 years back, or not at least, but I mean at the most.
I thought it was
So, I mean,
12,000.
well, there's 12,000. There's I think the maximum measurement was like 14,000. But
Okay.
it depends on which trees you're using.
There are trees that are
But still,
14,000 years
12,000.
old. That's
No,
news
they're
to
Yeah,
me.
not.
yeah,
The
they're
trees aren't that old.
Whoa, wait. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm getting confused.
the trees aren't that old, or trees aren't that old, but the trees. So it's like if you can do tree ring with wood or dead trees, as long as they're uh, as long as they're still fresh or whatever, and you still have like the core of the tree. So they could be it could be a dead tree or it could be wood. It just they have there's a timeline that they match up different trees. It's kind of complicated, but basically it's like there's specific patterns. So if you have two trees from the past like couple hundred years, at some point in the past couple hundred years, uh, and let's say they weren't at the exact same time, or one one started living like halfway through the life of the other one. If you got the tree rings, like those rings would line up. And so, anyways, they do this with a collection of trees all over the world. So they can use trees that are dead in wood or whatever, and they can match it up with that timeline, or they can fit it into that
Yeah.
timeline.
Yeah, like I think the oldest one that's like alive is like 4,900 years. And I do think that the like mainstream position is that using tree rings and then it does require some like an assumptive interpretation once they're like dead and stuff like that. But I think it's like right at 12 or 13,000. So if he's saying 14, I mean that's not super far off. But I remember 13 or 12. But so I mean I know he's not.
Right. And plus, those dates are, or those ranges are usually, unless they're corroborated with something else, they can be up in the air. But for the most part, the way I mean, you said Lion, your friend was an archaeologist. Uh, they noticed that in dating anything, they never just use one. You know, they don't use one evidence. They always have to use multiple evidences in order to be confident about what the thing that they're dating. So they wouldn't just look at something and use one piece of evidence and say, "Oh, it's this old." They would have to use multiple different evidences. So the tree rings would only be one aspect.
Yeah.
What if
Do they
what if
have
sorry, go ahead.
the test?
Go ahead,
Like
bro.
I could like.
Go ahead, Tor. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go, bro. It's all good.
I think I was basically gonna ask the same thing as you. Are there any unforeseen variables that you can think of regarding this tree ring method of testing time? Like we know that there was gigantic trees that probably grew rings a lot quicker than what you would expect. You think maybe tree rings accumulated a lot quicker than what you probably believe?
Why would they have grown quicker? There are. To answer your question, answer is yes. There are. There's things that can give errors. I don't know them on top of my head, but it's just especially weather related stuff. But why would trees grow them at different rates though? That wouldn't happen. The whole point is that they would grow at exactly the same rate because they're growing. They're based the way that they're formed is based on the cycle of the year, like the weather cycles throughout the year. And if there's some global weather thing, then that's going to that's also going to match the tree rings or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the rings are based on the changing of the environment, right? So they change. That's why they usually develop one of those lines every year.
Yeah, exactly. So like for example, let's say that a tree comparative, right, to today, back then grew quicker, right? We know that all animals back then were bigger, right? Everything from dragonflies to penguins to orangutans, they were way bigger than their modern counterparts. So what if these trees in ancient times grew at a rapid pace compared to modern times, right? And then you're trying to speculate on ancient trees using modern data, and it could throw your math off.
Yeah, except for what you're saying, it wouldn't change the tree rings. Like I said, the rings are formed based on the time. So, like I said, generally you'll get one of those rings over a year. So it doesn't matter how fast the tree grows; those lines you know, are being formed each year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just
It would only
speculating.
change the thickness of the ring.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm
Let me
pretty
make it
sure,
simple for you.
depending on what type of tree, sometimes less thick is better, like the hardwoods and stuff.
Yeah, and who said we know that these animals are a lot bigger? They just look like squished animals that got splattered out wide to me. They don't look bigger. They're the same size but squished. Maybe even smaller. His bones aren't proof.
I'll make it simple, Kojo. Right now, let's say a ring or a tree produces a ring in 1 year. What if in the past it produced two rings in 1 year?
Well, then the other trees are also done. Right, so the method would still work because they don't. They're not just using one tree. They're using the trees in conjunction with one another. So
Yeah, I mean, people have analyzed that subject, and then you'd have to see, well, what makes a tree grow, and then you find the, the variables that make it grow faster. Then this would have to, these variables would have to be increased, and there have been signs, evidence found that those variables would have been increased, higher oxygen, higher CO2, whatever. So.
yeah, but those changes are what define the uniqueness of the lines, which is what's used. They use the fact that the lines are. It's like I don't want to say a barcode or something like that, or spectral lines. But I'm just thinking of things that are they match them up with one another. So it's like I mean, I guess barcodes are it's fine. Yeah, barcodes because like if you have a specific pattern, you're just matching that up with other specific patterns, and you're kind of overlapping them and building a.
Yeah, but we don't know like at what rate
line.
does it like like everything else has this inverse square law. Like we don't know like and then distance seems to have a change. Perspective seems to have a change with distance as well. Like we don't know where this falls off at what size. Once it gets this big, then it triples in speed. We don't know. We never had a tree that big.
I don't think you guys are really getting what I'm saying, but it's fine. That's just like I think somebody just said it, Elijah, that if you're right, like I guess if the tree was growing faster, the thickness of the line would be different. It would adjust based on how fast the tree was growing, but the the identity of the line, what they're using the measure
People
together.
do this nowadays with modern young trees, just to be like, oh, well, we can see here that there was a drought that lines up with this recorded drought like 20 years ago, because the thickness is different from this portion of the tree. Blah de blah de blah.
Well, we know things change. Like for instance, I bought I buy these trees from a website. They're called fastgrowingtrees.com. I buy it all the time, and they send you trees. Anyway, the point is that a tree when it's small will double in size like every year, right? But at a certain point, it doesn't double anymore, right? So it's just
We're not talking about the size, though. We're talking about the rings.
talking about the rings. Yeah. But like how thick is the thickest
I don't
ring?
think you're talking. You're just kind of talking past everything.
The
that
most
the
out
person
the
says.
on the outer
Like
perimeter,
you're
how
doing
thick
now.
is that
You're
ring?
you're
Yeah,
doing
like
the
right now,
same
I'm
thing.
asking you a question real clear. Like on the outer perimeter, exactly how thick is the ring compared to the inner ring? Yeah.
It depends.
Oh, okay. Is it the same?
It could depend on the weather that tree had. It could depend on whether some arsehole came and kicked the tree and damaged it. It could depend on so many aspects.
Well, when you and Kosho agreed on, you have to the characteristics of the ring being its size is like a good indicator of something. Is it or is
No,
it
I think
not?
that would be what would be different in the tree. So you would still be using it. had thicker lines versus one that had thinner lines, as long as the lines were still, matching one another, right? Because those lines would be representative of, like that specific tree, its growth rate or whatever.
I have to learn more. Like, what makes it a line? Just its color? Like, how come I can't have the same color ring in 2 years in a row? I don't know. I'd have to know why that's not possible.
Go and talk
What
to
makes
the
it
tree people.
what makes them identifiable is the weather, the weather cycle throughout the year. So this the fact that you have, the extreme differences. Not extreme,
What
but
does a tree?
because
What
of
does a
weather.
tree? What does a tree in the Amazon look like versus a tree in New York City, where it's cold, hot, cold, hot?
Good question. I don't know if they use trees down in the down by the equator. All the trees that I know that they use are in California, for example, and in Europe.
I think we cracked the case. They're cutting down the Amazon to hide the ages. I think we cracked the code.
I think you might have a point there that the ones in the Amazon might be sort of more difficult to ascertain the information.
I mean, other than the petrified stuff, which I don't know how you count rings on a petrified tree. Imagine that's difficult. You've only got about 2,000, 3,000 maximum range. And what's the greatest alleged oldest tree that's been recorded in history or whatever?
I forget. There's ones that are alive now. They're something like 4,000 or 5,000 years old.
Like we're saying this.
There's no way.
We're saying this is definitely true, but I just can't imagine that my tree out back, which is huge, like a really big tree, right? I can't imagine that its rings that it makes now, for the last 10 years, it hasn't changed. Does it even make rings? I mean, what is it? They have to be like razor thin because that thing is not getting any bigger.
Oh, I just realized something.
Maybe it's reaching its like age limit because some trees don't live that long. Maybe you're just not noticing the change. But do you realize, like, it starts from the inside and works out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what exactly is the credulity that you're straining?
Well, like I was saying, on the outside, they have to be real. It would have to be real thin. But I thought you and Kosher said that they were the same thickness or something about them.
We didn't say that. We said it varied depending on the conditions.
All right.
Like, that would be the change that happens. But the fact that there's rings every season cycle, that seems to be ubiquitous for all trees.
Yeah. I don't know if that's even true. I don't know.
What kind of conversation is that?
I just don't know. I mean, you'd have to cut it open and watch it happen in real time. I mean, I guess you could.
You don't have to watch it happen.
Grow a tree.
My days, this is ridiculous. Like, we're talking about stuff that people do on a regular basis for boring us jobs because they're getting paid to take care of people's land or whatever.
Well, they can't be doing it on a daily basis.
Boring. The dismissive statement is not necessary.
But they can't be doing it on a daily basis. It takes like 30 years, right, to get to that stage. So it can't be like they have to have already started 30 years ago. I guess what you're saying, right? But they're cutting down 30-year-old trees.
I think you're either just like floating on something at the moment, or intentionally just missing the points that are being talked about.
Both. Both.
This isn't a difficult conversation.
Well, which part are you missing?
Just go and get your chainsaw out and just go and cut a bunch of trees that don't matter to you, and just go and look at them.
Yeah, I've done this.
It's really not that hard to get your head
I've done
around.
it. Yeah. All right. Well, if you believe it without ever doing it, that's fine. You can talk about whatever you believe in.
No, that's you. You're just saying, I don't know. How would we know? It's like, just
how do you know again? I can't
because
remember how you know. I forgot already. How do you know?
Because I've looked at them.
Oh, okay. And then somebody said something, and you were like, "Yeah, that makes sense." I got you.
This is a weird conversation. You're not really here. Go and talk to the mirror. This is boring.
All right.
Kosher, what was the reason for this discussion in the first place? Because I came in halfway.
Well, no, I've only brought it up because I was asking mine. The problem with the the ages that we're saying for Göbekli Tepe and the Sphinx, he said for 12,000 years was too old, and his reason was based on the Bible. I was just giving this because I know people don't like carbon dating or radiometric dating, but I know tree ring dating goes at least further back than it goes to about the same time as
So,
Göbekli Tepe, the Great Sphinx or
so,
whatever. So
so
I'm
real
saying,
quick,
What's the
Elijah.
claim? What's the claim of Tepe
So,
Becky Blacky?
well, hold on. Let me ask you, Elijah, right? Because he just mentioned that there are trees on the earth right now that are 5,000-6,000 years old, right?
Yeah, I said I doubt that.
Yeah, the
Well,
claim is 11 to 13,000 years old. That's the claim of Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, well, it's a
but
nonsense claim. But
hear me out, right?
Does
How
anybody
can
know how though? Like that's what I'm
Elijah?
still interested on the how they
Let me
they
ask
figured this
Elijah a
out.
question.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Elijah, right? You believe in the worldwide flood, right? The worldwide cataclysm that basically
I don't,
ripped the earth to shreds, right?
yeah, I'm aware it happened.
So, how do you have 5,000-6,000 year old trees still on the world today that survived the flood?
You probably don't.
So, how do we have 6,000 year old trees then?
Was you got a picture of them?
Because we don't have them.
Well, they got them by the rings. They're counting rings apparently. So there's an
Well,
anomaly
has you
that
got
is an
has you got a picture?
in my opinion, there's an unforeseen variable that you're not concluding in your analysis of the age of this tree, and that's
I'd
all.
like to see
I
a,
don't know what it is. I don't know what the unforeseen variable is, but according to my understanding, there has to be.
I'd like
I
to
just
see a
don't know what
picture
it is.
first.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I'm
the
looking right now.
conversation is pointless.
I don't see a 5,000 ring tree. I'm looking. I'm not seeing one. On a quick
Kosher, you
search.
got pictures?
I'll post
Was
it.
it you who cited it?
Yeah, and see the date. The date's about 48, almost 900 years. Hold on.
I posted a picture of the king clone creosote bush ring in the Mojave Desert, estimated to be 11,000
The what now?
11,000 year old bush ring. You think
What
by
does
that?
that mean?
It has bushes. They grow on the ground, like some
You
type
got.
of plant. Yeah.
Sorry, Snacks. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Was it you talking? Yeah.
No, you do your thing, bro.
I'm just trying to. No, I'm just trying to throw it out there. Whatever. It's just like an old living thing. It's still alive, I guess. It keeps like replenishing itself, but it's like an organism like collectively.
How did they estimate its age? What was the
I have no
method?
idea.
Oh, okay.
So
No worries.
the thing is, like, there are giant trees, like a mile and a half, right,
No,
wide,
but no.
and I've seen videos of a guy going to a mountain that looks like a mountain, and he was like knocking chunks off the mountain that literally was petrified wood. Like, you could easily tell it was petrified wood. It had not completely petrified yet to the point where it became rock, and it was in transition to becoming rock. And this is a giant mountain, dude. You couldn't tell it was a tree until you started looking at the geological strata, right, or whatever you want to call it. And then you have like Devil's Mountain, that many people believe that it's an ancient petrified tree, and these trees apparently got swept up in the Great Flood and got ripped up, right? They got knocked down, but yet you have all these smaller trees that somehow survived. Something's not adding up.
I thought that one was one of the trees that got cut by the angels when the Lord gave the command to cut down the trees.
That could be the case too.
Hey,
Because
Lion,
the
I
big
got.
thing, hold on, I just want to say one thing. The big thing with these formations is that they show hexagonal protrusions. They all grow in the six-sided formation. You can look in like the salt flats. Just these extruded six-sided shapes that come directly from the earth. It was just a quick growing type pattern for these big ass trees that once existed.
Hey, Lion, I got a tree. I got a mountain for you. I just put this picture up. Let me know if you know that mountain.
Wow, amazing. No, I don't know where that is.
No, that's just a tree in my backyard.
Oh yeah.
That was cut down like 10 years ago. Pretty cool
Yeah,
though, right?
I mean, it's hard to tell the scale, but I mean, looking at it now, the leaves on the side, yeah, it's pretty small. But for a second, I thought it was like gigantic.
Yeah.
But
Now you can tell
Devil's
the scale,
Mountain. Go
right?
look at Devil's Mountain, bro. It has like polygons.
No, I mean I'm like on your
What's
side there.
that called?
This tree stump in my backyard looks just like these mountains.
Yeah, like imagine that tree stump in another 1,000, 2,000 years. What would it look like if it was covered in mud, right, and petrified?
What's the
Yeah,
name of that mountain?
looks exactly like yeah. No, that's literally a tree in my backyard, but Kiwi put one up.
What did you say the name of it was?
Devil's Mountain, they call it.
Devil's Mountain. Yeah, because I always thought that those were formed like that because of like they were lava. Like it was lava.
Nah, dude. And that's the thing. Like when we know about, like, you guys earlier were talking about like tree formations that we observe now, where you can cut the tree and then observe the rings, right? Which would suggest that the tree grows from the middle, and then as it grows older, it grows outwards, and the skin forms, the bark falls off, so on and so forth. But when I look at like Devil's Mountain up close and I see these long extruded type patterns, as somebody who, again, I say this respectfully, who understands design, I think about a growth pattern coming directly from the earth with a quick, almost veracity that would shoot up and would just show big growth in a short amount of time. That's what I'm thinking about, these big trees that got cut down when the angels received the command from God to cut them down, so the giants had no place to hide during the flood.
Yeah, so this is I had asked earlier. I don't know if anybody had come up with something. I'm not trying to like start a fight, right? But like when somebody said like lab coat science guys, right? Like they were saying, well, everything that they have shown to be true is actually like the opposite. Like it's really weird. Like everything is the opposite. But then saying that the Bible is the true. Is there something that you can objectively pull from the Bible and say this is true and everybody would agree to it?
With respects to what? The
Yeah,
suggestion of fallen? Like, because there's a lot there to unpack.
Literally just anything.
Dude, you know me and Noah's Ark. Like, I go right back to Noah's Ark sitting in Ararat, Turkey, and I'm like, that's just as described in Genesis, what is it, 6? Yeah, chapter 6:14, 300 cubits in length, so on and so forth. And that's where I'm like, okay, the ark was real, and this place was filled to the very tippy top. I think it stated in scripture 23 or 20 cubits above the highest mountaintop, which would be like Mount Everest.
15 cubits.
15? My bad. Thanks,
Yeah,
Doc.
15.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. But that's what I'm saying. Like when something describes something so specifically, and then we go find this like pile of dirt that's like 515 feet in length, which is literally 300 Royal Egyptian cubits in length. I think to myself, like, wow, I'm just going to take Genesis on itself and just look at everything that's stated in there. Because, man, there's a lot of meat and potatoes there when you actually start to look at things and realize that if you allow yourself to understand it, it starts to look pretty damn real. I say that respectfully, obviously not projecting my truth onto anybody else.
I do like the sorry again.
Any great changes in consciousness, in resets or whatever, water is the exchanger of information. So a big flood doesn't have to be fluid water.
Yeah, water is interesting. That it is the ultimate catalyst for all materials, and you can't destroy water. You can just change it from one state to another. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and you have water in the air, so
destroy water.
A big flood of energy can be called a big flood.
Nuclear believer.
I'd say this again respectfully, like, we can't take this into a subjective manner when we have the evidence of something being built that would have floated on top of a medium that we know is called water. Know what I'm saying?
We have water above and water below.
100%. Totally agree with you.
Water above is the water in the air, and water below is the fluid water.
Okay, but what? Here's the thing. What's stated in Scripture is that on the second day he created this thing called the firmament, and the firmament is the thing that holds back the waters above and the waters below. Now, when the windows of heaven were open and the floodwaters came in to flood the place, like that to me is like why the sky is blue.
That's an interpretation. We have a field of inertia that separates the expression of solid and fluid of water with the gaseous, what is above the field of inertia. So
inert gases.
no,
All gases inert.
I'm not talking about inert gases. I'm talking about the field of inertia that is the separation between what has expression of solidness and the fluidness of water and the gaseous water and other gases.
Which a lot of people would just say is literally the ether, right? The space that exists between objects.
I am not sure if I mean ether. I think ether is an overall. It's a field entity, so it can also be below. So
Where are these guys getting this 11,000 years from? When just on the internet it says the oldest they've claimed is
Dude.
4,850 something.
So I heard something about that, but I heard that based on the degradation, and I say this respectfully, of course, the degradation of the electromagnetic field that they've been measuring. Now, I don't know how long they've been measuring it for and how they're able to extrapolate the amount of degradation over the certain period of time, and then they went backwards and like backwards engineered the date. But I have heard this idea of like 12,000 years old.
Talking about the Sphinx?
Seems like just fairy tale stories.
Dude.
Hey, Klein, are you talking about the Sphinx?
No, I'm talking about this actual realm, bro. Like I put a presentation on a while ago, just on my own channel, because I came across this slideshow that talked about the potentiality of the realm being between, and I mean, between 13,000 and 20,000 years old, based on them measuring the strength of the electromagnetic field. This is a theory I took in, and I was like, "Oh, that's pretty interesting." Because again, if we believe that it's a closed electromagnetic system, then you start to have a little bit of meat if you have been measuring over a certain period of time, and you're able to backwards engineer an answer like that.
That's interesting. Yeah. You know what you might be talking
What does
about?
that have to do with the trees, though?
Bro, you said I'm just tacking on to the 12,000 year claim that you put forward about us, or sorry, people were talking about prior.
No.
Tagging onto
Maybe
it.
you didn't hear. Maybe you didn't hear me. I'm asking about the trees because I'm looking at these tree claims, and
Oh, my
the
bad, bro.
oldest one I see is 4,800. But I'm hearing in this room that there's claims of 11,000, and I'm wondering where they
I
get
don't think
that.
so. I think Snack said there's a bush that was 11,000 years old.
Wasn't it you who said 11,000?
No, I said this method is works for up to as far back as 13 or 14,000 years. Yeah.
What method? Yeah.
The tree ring data.
How did they?
So I was thinking
how
about
would how would a tree last that long?
Oh, so that's the limitation.
It-
Wait, so you're saying that's the limitation of the method?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you have to
Oh my
remember that
days,
was
man! People
yeah,
need
when
to
we were talking about
converse
it with
more
Witchit.
clearly.
Yeah, I was talking about Witchit, and I totally forgot that time. But it doesn't even make sense to even worry about trees that are alive. It's just like with carbon dating. Carbon dating will only tell you when the thing you're studying was no longer living. And the tree ring data, you're not going to be using trees that are still alive. You're basically using it to measure, you know, whatever archaeological a tool that somebody had made, or maybe just a tree that had been uh, you know, in a swampy area or something like that, or preserved in some way. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to use. You wouldn't. There'd be no point in using trees that are alive because there's just no point. It's not gonna tell you. I don't know what you'd be trying to figure out.
They do it every day, I was told.
Sure, yeah, but I don't know why you would do trees that were still alive. I mean, to find out how long the trees were alive, sure, but generally you'd want to use it to measure, like I said, if you found like a tool or a table or a piece of someone's house or something like that.
Yeah, I suppose if you had the kind of interaction between these buildings where the trees like embedded in the building or whatever, then you could make some partial deduction from that, right?
Also, could you specify, Kosha, like what this method, like what is it? Counting rings. I heard that one. Is there more to this 14,000 year method?
The whole method is based on them like gathering together data from lots of different trees. Let's say like there's a collection. Let's say there's a forest in Germany. Okay, it's a specific tree.
This question is with Gepli Tepe or any of these ones, are there any structures like that where trees are just bursting through the foundations or something like that? Because if that was the case, then either chop down a tree or use this method so you don't kill the tree. And then you go, okay, well we can determine that at the very least this thing happened prior to this date or whatever, depending on how the tree interacted with the structure.
So I don't know how they come up with these numbers that are ridiculously, outrageously long. Like, but I do sympathize with. It's like, okay, grass grows and then it wilts, right? Like, what else are you going to use, right? Like flowers grow up, then they die down, then they come up again next spring. So it's like, I guess you got to go to trees. Like, what else can you do? But I don't know how they come up with thousands, millions of years, whatever they come up with. Or counting rings, but I imagine a tree will eventually do the same thing as a flower, just with it has a little bit of a longer life. It'll spring up and it'll have a certain amount of life, and then it'll just fall down and die.
I want to highlight what Killian just posted. You see these polygons on the side of the mountain? Like, this is evidence that this mountain was once alive. Now, some will say, well, no, that they've rationalized this and say, well, no, this is actually possible through geological formation or lava flow or whatever. But when you look, I posted up here. I'll post it again just for the conversation, so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
You know what it is? It's giant honeycombs. The bees were massive.
So
research giant bees.
So what's interesting is like marijuana or tomatoes, they have a specific plant wall, right, or cell wall. When you look at the bark of the marijuana plant, it has these similar polygon structures. Not all plants have it like this, but this tree resembled that of what the marijuana plant has. Like it's weird, bro, but like you see, if you zoom in, you'll see like the polygon shapes. Now this is a living organism. Now imagine this organism was fossilized or petrified, right? It would end up looking like Devil's Mountain. Literally. Now they've tried to rationalize this and say that it was lava tubes that came from underneath the earth. The problem with that is that if you look at the roots of this tree, there should still be lava underneath this mountain, right? But there's not. Like there's none of that. There's no lava tubes.
That's a good point because all these mountains like have cave systems like on the extents of them, like and they could call them lava tubes all they want. They don't exhibit maybe a couple of them, but there's no lava features. But there's caves and like near all mountains like that. I mean, that's food for thought. If nothing else, that's fucking food for thought.
I mean, and even more so, like, why would a lava tube be shaped like that unless a mountain is just a tree anyway? I mean, that doesn't make any. Why would a lava tube have an octagon shape? That's weird.
Best they could come up with, dude. Seriously.
Has anybody ever seen a mountain? I mean, I've heard that like tectonic plates have risen and made waves like for a few minutes or something, like maybe a 4 or 5 foot rise and something maybe. I mean, I'm asking this genuinely. Has it ever happened? Has it ever been witnessed where plates or anything crash, like where mountains like rise up? Because all I ever see is like them crumbling down and erosion kind of taking place. Am I unaware of something? Like, has anybody witnessed mountains forming besides like underneath the ocean and shit?
They find I mean, Koshu could probably speak to it better, but they say they find these sea or sea creatures at the top of mountains, which shows that the plates shifted from the ground to the top, up, down.
It's just nonsense, man. There's no tectonic plates. These guys just pull stuff out of their nose.
Yeah, whether it's a plate or not, but something shifted the ground up or the water down. I don't know.
Could be. Wait. That is a possibility. If I'm being honest. What else is I forgot about that. So there's like sea life at the top of every mountain almost, ain't it?
Yes, but
it's
no, I don't know about every
flood.
mountain.
It's not that hard, is it?
Yeah, you could say the water either dropped down or the land rose up.
Yeah, either the water went up there or the ground went up from the water, right? One or the other. Fair enough. If I'm being honest, yeah. I guess it's possible, but man, it just seems logical that a flood caused that shit. I'm just saying, man. It's in all the histories, right?
More like
I believe they have further studies where they would then go to the bottom of that area and drill down and then go to the layers of the land that's high, and look at the layers and see that they actually match each other, but just are shifted out of place. So definitely something fell and rose.
or rose, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the rising is much more likely, right? Because there's mountains today that grow much faster than the water level rises or lowers.
Kosher. Nowadays, even the evolutionists don't really deny a flood, though, right? I mean, that's pretty much part of all histories, right? I mean, they've incorporated that into their arguments, right? Am I mistaken or what?
Yeah, it's not like they didn't incorporate that in their arguments and then they started to. There's a measured sea level rise for I don't know. I saw several thousand years. There was average rate of 1 centimeter a year, or something like that, from 1 to 2 centimeters a year over the course of a couple thousand years.
Right, but we all know there was Noah and the Ark and all that, right?
No, I'm giving you what's established. If you're saying something else, the thing you're saying is not.
That was a joke, bro. That was a joke, man.
Okay. I'm not saying that that's not true.
I'm joking, but I'm serious about the flood part. Like it's in a lot of histories, like the flood and all that shit. Like I thought that evolutionists pretty much don't deny, periodical floods and shit like that.
Periodical floods?
Yeah, now that they made Noah a major motion picture, we all know it's true, right?
Man, you got to believe though, man, that animals might have, even without divine intervention, any animals around, dude, and they know the water's coming, dude. They always sense shit. They done went for high ground, bro. Like, and if he's building a boat and shit, dude, I mean, it just makes sense to me that a lot of animals, not if the doors ain't guarded by men, if they got access to something cool looking like that, dude, up toward a mountain and shit, dude, there's a lot of them gonna climb on. Like, there's only gonna be 2 of each, so most of them aren't gonna climb on that bitch. But it's fair to say that a male and a female of each might walk up that freaking, that platform, whatever you want to call it, man.
You're describing Noah's Ark like it was like evolution.
No.
I know. I meant
to be serious. Like, with all the animals around, they're gonna flee for safety. Period.
Yeah.
If Noah built the ark, up on higher ground, period, it may be only one of each went in the actual ark, but all the animals probably went up as high as they fucking could. I mean, it's just nature. I mean, it just makes
The
sense to me, dude.
raccoons.
It makes sense to me. I didn't mean to be sarcastic and
I thought
involved
The rat.
tied into evolution.
The raccoons even.
they naturally go to the boat. Yeah. Well, Kosho, do it. Can you build a boat and just watch and watch what
Build a
happens,
boat in the Middle East and see if
and
raccoons
then
go
just
to it.
watch the animals, see what they do.
You think a raccoon's going to go to that boat in the Middle East?
Only the strongest one.
Oh, they're
Don't
probably all
pretend like
gonna fucking
raccoons
go
aren't
up. The ones
related
that
to you,
are
Kosho.
physically capable. So it only makes sense that some of them are gonna wind up on the fucking ark if they're all going up. I'm just saying.
It makes sense that if it does. I mean, it just makes sense whether no matter what, if there's a flood, somebody's going to try to build a boat out of something that floats and take animals that can make more animals. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, but you're talking about animals like
Most
Tasmanian
of them, like it's a
devils,
bunch of fucking elk or something.
raccoons,
Maybe.
penguins, animals that have no business being in the Middle East.
Did he just
Listen,
say?
man, you don't know why the world is flooding. You don't know what this penguin thing does. It has to have a reason. Just pack it and let's put it on the ship. We don't know what's going on.
Penguins can float on ice, bro. Don't even say penguins, bro. That's weak. What I was saying is that, like, say there's a bunch of something like prey animals,
Wait,
like
hold
there's
on.
a
You
bunch
think
of
they're
antelope.
one-handed
Let's just say
penguins?
antelope, bro. I'm not saying they're antelope there, but there'd have been more antelope that made it up the ark because they're all trying to seek safety. So then you're gonna have a fucking lion or two, a female and a male, like follow the fucking antelopes and kill a couple of them. Maybe there's more antelopes, and then you're gonna have ticks on the back of the fucking antelopes. You're gonna have, I mean, it's just a chain reaction, dude. It's just gonna be a natural system, panicking, moving to safety, moving up, and you're gonna get them on our. It wouldn't even have took much of godly interaction, man. Just the instinct of animals, period, dude, and given a little time. I'm just
How did the
saying.
raccoons? How did the raccoons get there? And the platypuses and the Tasmanian devils?
Along the boat ride, obviously. I mean, dude, listen, the whole world is full. You're not, beggars can't be choosers. You'll take platypus, whatever you see along your journey. You just grab them, put them on that shit.
Doesn't seem like a likely story. I do think that the
On
stories
the
in the
boat,
Bible are
raccoons are
based on.
smart, Coach.
I think the
Coach,
stories in the
raccoons are
Bible are
smart,
based
dude.
on true events, but I think that they often miss the mark, and you can kind of tell when something's being embellished by the fact that it's not even practical or
Well,
possible.
what's practical is that people who are flooding in other areas where the platypus dwell would also build a boat. So lots of people built their boat.
Platypuses are underwater, though, man. Coach, what happens if you throw a dog and a raccoon in a lake? Do you know what happens in nature?
Somebody around you cheers and opens a beer. I don't know.
No. Nature, every time, is that the fucking, like, the dog usually chases the raccoon in. But however it happens, you can throw them in there. The raccoon will drown the dog every time. The dog will just be swimming around like, oh shit, and the raccoon will just fucking just grab it away from its teeth and climb up on it. And it'll
Yeah,
drown the dog.
you're taking the perspective that Kosho does not like raccoons. I actually took the opposite, and I felt like Kosho loves raccoons, and he kept asking about the raccoon for that reason.
If you like dogs,
I'm asking
people
about the
like
raccoons
snakes and
because
raccoons. I'm just saying, dude, they drown dogs every time.
Raccoons didn't leave the Americas until people started becoming fans of them over in Asia, and started importing them over there. But
Okay,
raccoons are an example of an animal that lived
How do
that
you
were
know?
isolated from the rest of the world for
You never
thousands
saw
and thousands of years.
Pocahontas, Disney Pocahontas, then, because there's clearly a raccoon there.
Your whole premise
Yeah,
is
where were they? Where were they in
on,
Disney's
on an
Pocahontas?
assumption of history.
You're making my point right now. Who said that?
Bella.
Yeah, whoever said that. You're making my point. The Pocahontas, the animals in Pocahontas were in Pocahontas to specifically give you an idea of what was a part of the Columbian Exchange. The Columbian Exchange being what was traveling across the Atlantic during
Raccoons float, dude. You
those
can't
first
pick animals
ships.
that float. You can't pick polar bears or fucking penguins or raccoons. They float. You can't pick.
Brian, Brian. You don't have to be loud if you're being silly. If you're being silly, just say something one time and then let other
Guess
people
what
talk.
floats,
But you're
Coach
just being
Joe?
silly, Brian.
Guess
You
what else
did you
floats?
you did have a good point that
Animals.
you boomerang that Pocahontas reference on me because that
Every
was John
dead
Smith.
animal would have floated to the surface, bro. So any animal that floats, like polar bears, raccoons, and I don't think dogs float or cats float, but any pandas, platypuses, there are no
Brian,
more
any animal
crocodiles.
would float. I don't know why you're still going, dude.
Dead
I can't think of
animal
a single
would
animal
float.
that would not float.
Any dead animal would float. And then there are a lot of
Yes,
animals that naturally float, like raccoons and polar bears and any kind of bear. Bears float, right? You agree with that, right?
yeah, hope floats too. But why are you talking about this, Brian?
So do you
Why are you
think
going on
bears
about that?
would have died? I'm just asking, bro. You brought up
I'm not
raccoons.
talking about what would have died, Brian. Like I don't know what you're going on about. I'm talking
I'm
about
just
what
saying they'd had
would
plenty
not
of
have
food.
your argument, Brian. To catch you up to what you said, you said that the animals are all going to. There's the rain's coming. The animals are going to go to the higher ground where the ark was being built. All the animals, including the raccoons, which would not have gone to the ark
No.
just
You
because
mentioned an
just because
exception.
they felt the rain.
You
They were going
mentioned
to
an
cross the
exception of
Atlantic
the
Ocean.
raccoon. Yeah, I agree. I did say that, but you did mention an exception of what wasn't in the area, like brown bears, like platypuses, penguins. Okay, raccoons. Every animal you named is either aquatic or floats, bro. And I'm just saying there'd have been plenty of food floating, right? Because everything that died it might have taken a few days, but the gas is breaking down. They'd have floated, right? So there have been no lack of food or little floating islands for any crocodiles or floating animals like bears and raccoons and stuff like that. I'm just trying to give a counter
How
argument.
long?
So
How long was the flood
I
again?
understand. I understand.
Noah's Ark flood.
Yeah, that's right. What did you say before that? What I heard the Noah's Ark flood, but
How long was it claimed?
wasn't it 40 days and 40 nights? The rain. I don't know
I
how
think
long he was
so.
up there.
I mean, I personally don't think the whole land Earth was covered at once. I think sea levels rose, water flooded over the a lot of the land. You know, I'm not sure that all the land was encompassed by water at one point.
I think that's
Like,
a pretty good
It definitely
olive
was.
branch.
yeah, to
No,
Jeremy's
hear
point.
me out. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead,
just to
Milton.
that,
Go ahead.
just to Jeremy's, like a lot of Bible literates who like are analysts, have like analyzed the Bible and that flood, to find statements that say that it was not the world; it was just the area that was like
Yeah,
was
the people who wrote the Bible.
Okay.
Right. That's what I was about to say.
I mean, also,
Because well, hold
go
on.
ahead.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead real quick. Because then I got to finally say this because
No,
it's
you go.
interesting.
Go,
Okay,
go,
fine.
go. 1, 2, 3, go.
What No Tanks had just said though is kind of if you were just thinking like if you're being practical about it, okay, what were they really talking about? They were probably only talking about what they knew about. They probably didn't know anything about the Americas or what was going on in China. They probably knew about the Mesopotamia area. And the funny thing about that is the entire Persian Gulf, um, where in between Iran and Saudi Arabia, that whole region, the whole Gulf, I think the depth only goes down about 200 meters, I think. So that would have been a perfect example of a place that never recovered. And at one point, there were civilizations down there, and then, all over the course of that time, that place completely was, just it's underwater. And there's people who talk about people from the water, and they're probably talking about those people that lived in that area. So it makes sense that they're talking about a flood that took over the whole world when a lot of the land that probably had cities and stuff, it just completely got destroyed and flooded. So
You're up, Jay.
Cuss me out, dude, for no reason. I think you do it on purpose.
do what on purpose?
You sneaky
Do
little
what on
coon.
purpose, Brian? Okay, do what on purpose, Brian? Brian, what are you saying?
I'm just playing, bro. You don't
I don't
stress
even
me.
know what you're playing. I
I
don't know what
just
you're
said you
saying.
stress me out. I said you stress me out, man. I don't even think you mean to do it. I was
Okay.
literally just joking, bro. Like I'm hearing
Okay.
what you say. I'm hearing what you say.
Well, yeah, I think that's interesting though because people forget. Like you live in Florida, people forget that cities and everything as they're built around the waterways, wherever they lie, so close to the ocean or on the river or whatever. And so, there's going to be a whole reshaping of societies, whatever societies are living back then, and there would have been a like the places that are uh, populated over in that region probably were populating with that basin that would have been in where the Gulf is now. Um, so yeah. Anyways, it makes
Here's
sense
what
that
I've been
they
doing,
would
bro.
talk about
You're just rambling on, bro. What I started doing, dude, like about half a year ago, is scribbling, not scribbling, but scribing in rocks, like not, I mean concrete actually, but like 8,000 psi, not the concrete in your driveway, like resurfacing badass shit, right? And I'm telling them where to start from, just whoever finds this, where you got to start from and how to just get basic fucking electricity just from, I mean, basically how to get the ore and what to look for, the green for the copper and all that, how to make the wire.
You're
And
just
then,
rambling on, dude.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know. But dude, it's like, man, I'm going to make a book out of this shit, dude, with all this resurfaced concrete tablets. And it could be very
Bro,
well
you
who
gotta do
found
that
this
shit
shit.
in rocks. Brian, you gotta do that in rocks, bro. Concrete. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, you might be right.
Well,
You
I
might
think
be
a
right.
better, I think a better like I want to circle back to something else, but I think a better strategy would be to create like wooden forms or whatever, like write or etch, first, then pour the concrete around whatever you wrote, and then let the wood deteriorate to show your etching. Is probably an easier way to do it.
That's a good idea.
You
But
want to use
dude, we
rock.
don't. Let's be real. We don't have to like say how to.
Yo, real quick. You can scribe a whole book in one line. I'll post the video in a second. I gotta make a phone call. A whole book in just one line, depending on where the dot is on the line. That'll be a whole book.
Yeah, that's
I'll
pretty cool.
post it in a minute. Post
Just
it in
leave
a
a
minute. It's
USB
fucking dope.
there.
Yeah.
They'll work it out.
But yeah, I just
Set
think
leave a USB.
I've
Talk about
listened
that
to
thing
a show
environment.
to like a couple scholarly Bible literist like debates, right? And just where they talked about the interpretation of like, oh, when it says the word world, right? Like it's just like a newer translation where God flooded the world, but it didn't used to say world. It used to say the specific place, and translation did this. They've gotten down. Like I can't say if it's true or right or wrong, but they seem to all be honest, right? To where the Bible has just been translated out to where now it says, oh, the whole world flooded, where it used to actually specifically say which area is flooded. So when somebody says, well, then, and starts making the arguments, well, then how did Noah get the penguin so far away when he only lived here? And that's kind of a straw man of what the Bible says, just to show that the Bible is not true when it actually was true. Like whatever they said was
No, it's not.
plausible and reasonable
No, because the
to
people who
figure
make
out.
those arguments are twisting scripture because it tells you that it went so many cubits above the tallest peak. And we
Right.
obviously don't live on a ball, so the tallest peak isn't going to be the local tallest peak. It's going to be the
Yeah, and you
tallest
never got to make excuses for penguins, bro. Ice floats, bro. You don't got to make excuses for bears, raccoons, for freaking penguins, platypuses,
Moose.
like a hippo. We got to make excuses for
Yeah,
hippos and
hippos
shit if they weren't there.
You got
hippos
penguins
I
in the
hippos I can
UK
go
for
with.
flip's sake in zoos that you can't just drag them over to some other place. Back in the day, when you got like a project that's taking forever to build a boat. All of these,
Yeah, but he says that.
all of these, like
Man,
trying to rebut the premise is
they can slap
stupid
their ears.
because also
So
if you take in all the other evidence that's so clearly in favor of a cataclysmic worldwide flood on a level stationary plane, and then you go, well, how do we have these creatures if something like that happened? Regardless of the method and the mechanics, one way somehow these creatures were preserved in order to survive that cataclysmic flood. So every other argument that tries to poke holes is just a stupid argument that's dismissing the major points.
I agree.
It would
Like
it would be
horses,
Elijah, but
giraffes,
Elijah, Brian,
zebras.
it pays to know what's being argued here. Brian had argued that all the animals, which they always do whenever it rains or whatever, they know it's going to rain and they're going to go towards the highest point, which is what they would have went to the ark. His claim was all the animals would have naturally have gone to the ark. That was his argument. I'm not
Yeah,
arguing.
that's his claim.
I'm not arguing that they couldn't have gotten the animals if they wanted to
That's his
go and
claim.
get them for whatever reason.
My
Yeah, I
my
know
dog
That's
goes.
that
specific
was why I
about
made
what I
that
said.
argument against the claim about the raccoons. It
My
wasn't
dog goes
about
to the bathtub
Yeah,
every
but
time.
even that is just presumptive about what the environment was like and etc. etc. It's silly.
Another interesting thing, kind of reminded me. You ever heard the expression like, "Oh, you're sweating like a pig," right? They found that the only creatures on Earth that actually sweat are humans, hippos, and horses. Nothing else sweats. Since somebody mentioned hippos.
I'm sure somebody could make
I didn't know that.
Kosho's mum joke about that.
I literally did not know that. I don't deny it.
Yeah, one day I was just sitting
Even though
outside.
it don't sit well. It doesn't sit well with me, but I don't deny it because
you know,
where
the,
it's coming from.
like the sun was sitting high in the sky, right? And I'm just like sitting there sweating my ass off, right by the pool, right? But I'm just sitting there sweating my ass off, and I'm watching all the dogs and like the birds. I'm like, none of these fuckers are sweating. Like I'm just sitting here drenched. Nobody else is sweating. So I started looking into it. I was like, how are these guys
They
fucking doing
salivate.
it?
They salivate out of their mouth.
They're different
That's how
creatures. Like,
this
why
dude
would
are
you
toxic.
expect a different creature to behave the way you do?
I'm just
Like
trying to
dogs
find out what
can't.
secret they have. Like, how can I get that? Doesn't seem to
Well, you
affect
have
them. Like,
to.
no matter how hot it is, the bird's just like, fine, doesn't matter. It's all right.
Well, you have to start panting like a dog. That's what they do when
What do you mean it doesn't affect them? Dogs
I
die
look,
when people leave them in the cars.
I looked real dumb just flapping my arms around and with my tongue out. It wasn't working, Kosho. Didn't fix it. The cats are like, and dogs will perspire a very little bit through their paws. Like, this animals will perspire a little bit through their paws, but primarily just humans, hippos, and horses sweat the way we know of it.
I think only weak humans sweat like that.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I thought too. I was like, man, that's kind of weak. But then again, hippos, horses are like two of the strongest like animals, and then you got humans. I guess they're pretty strong too.
Well,
Like we just
hippopotamus
maybe
translates to the water horse.
what happened?
I said hippopotamus translates to water horse.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's totally bullshit, isn't it?
I've seen the movies. These like African guys with spears. They ride them in the water.
No, Kosh is just being silly, but it's lost on some people.
No, I mean this is truth, but regardless of the truth, I'm not sure how closely related they are, but probably fairly close.
Yeah, but like a hippo. I mean, I'm just thinking like a hippo and a horse can exert an extreme amount of like energy and force like very quickly. And maybe us humans have that same ability. I don't know, like on par.
Yo, Kosher, when the checks start bouncing, are you just gonna admit that it's been level the whole time?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I'll be free to do so at that time. I asked this the other day, but nobody was really aware of it. Maybe there's different people here now, or maybe there's people who are aware of it. But did anybody see? Does anybody know that like the whole conspiracy theory thing behind that movie, The Sound of Freedom, like the whole uh, you know, well, it's there's like this. I wouldn't call it a conspiracy theory. I mean, I guess some people are calling it a conspiracy theory, but there's a whole controversy about it, and definitely different sides of it. I was wondering if anyone's up to date with the whole thing.
But that there's controversy over modern events.
Yeah,
What?
Just,
Coach, I
it's
didn't hear
just
the
like
point.
it's just the most
What's the
redundant
principle?
comment of reality ever.
Coach, what was the principle? I didn't hear the main point. I really didn't. I can't even not
well,
talk and
it
think
was a
about
it was a question, Brian. It was a question asking if you guys were up to date on this whole debacle with this movie, The Sound of Freedom. There's a lot of there's a lot of things going on with it. It would take me too long to give you a gist. So if you don't know about it, then that because Jem played like 5 or 6 or 10 clips on his show on Sunday. So I'm caught up because I watched all those clips. But there's a lot going on with that. Damn, that
mainstream
music
horse.
scares me.
Just saying. I really don't know, but just right off the top of my head, sounds like mainstream horse shit. Like flat earthers generally are the opposite of conspiracy theorists. Like you think the moon
Really?
landing is like a conspiracy theory, which is weird. You think like measuring the earth is a conspiracy, like that's weird to us. Like, but most of us aren't into all the crazy hype UFO, freaking false history bullshit. We don't believe in many conspiracy theories. It's a false, that's a common misconception.
Okay. Well, that's okay. It's too much to unpack, so I'm not going to do it. Instead, I'll go back about the Sound of Freedom. Um, yeah, it's about sex trafficking or something like that, right? And Disney, it was originally, you it being no, it was not Disney. It's Fox. Fox was originally the studio, but Fox got bought by Disney, and Disney shelved the movie, and so the producer and creator and all that stuff bought it back. And anyways, the point is that the star Jim Caviezel, the same guy who played Jesus Christ in the Passion of the Christ, uh, you know, he's he's really going on about like you hear him in his interviews and shit. He's like really going on about a lot of shit, like about the adrenochrome, about Biden
Can
not
I
really being
interrupt
the
you?
president.
Can I
Yeah, go
please
ahead.
interrupt? Yeah, people are confusing sex trafficking. Like when they hear human trafficking, they're automatically thinking sex trafficking, and there are legitimate cases around the world, like what they're calling human trafficking, like getting women to be in your videos and shit, and especially targeting people with money and stuff, and who've got rich off social media and shit, and they call it human trafficking. They're making it sound like sex trafficking. I'm not saying that stuff's not going on, but they're literally making human trafficking, which is a real offense, has nothing to do with selling kids or fucking selling women. It literally has to do with they call it having coaxing somebody to do something that they otherwise didn't want to do, like against their will, like being in videos or, you know, they're attacking fuckers with money and they're calling it human trafficking. And people are thinking it's sex trafficking. There's a big, giant difference. Not saying there ain't people sex trafficking and shit like that, but that's stupid shit, dude. It's just conspiracy theories. If women wanted to get away, they'd fucking go, dude. Fucking, especially bitches who we want to have sex with. They want to go, they go. Not fucking rocket science.
Wow, I gotta look into that. However, this movie, okay, it's about sex trafficking, they kidnapping kids and trafficking them into sex rings and all that kind of stuff. But that's not important. It's really the movie itself. Like all the news networks are painting it as a conspiracy theory movie, and they're saying it's QAnon adjacent, and basically this is what all the news networks and the news outlets were saying about the movie. And then and this is all the stuff Jen put on his show. Like she's playing the clips where they're showing all this, and it's really weird by itself. And then Jim Caviezel was saying all this stuff about, like I said, how President Biden's not the president, and blah blah blah. That itself is weird. But then the weird part is how like all the movie theaters, or not all the movie theaters, I shouldn't say that. A lot of the movie theaters, like when people go to see the movie, they don't they don't turn the lights off, or they say the air conditioner is broken, or they say there's a problem with the video, the movie, and they have to refund the tickets, or there's the movie theater's full, so they can't get a ticket, but then they go there and there's no one in the theater. So there's all this
No.
weird shit going on with that
Wait,
shit.
what?
Where can I find a sex woman? Okay, I've been around a long time. I've been in some ugly crowds, dude, in my days. You know, it's been a long time and shit. Where are these sex people, bro? Like, where are these people I could buy? And I mean, dude, you got women who, like, you know, for an amount you can give them citizenship, you know, and shit like that. But where are these fucking people that all these people are talking about? Like all these trafficked humans. Where the fuck are they? I don't get it. Are they like slaves on a plantation and shit? I don't buy any of that bullshit. Anything
Yeah,
that
you
ain't
go to
around me, anything that ain't going on around me that I've never, ever fucking heard of, and in my reality, I'm gonna have a certain amount of discernment that it's bullshit.
I hear you on that. I kind of agree a little bit. They're talking about like it's this huge thing, and you don't really ever see them. And then how like apparently children are a huge thing, but it's like you're only a child for like fucking like they're taking them at 9. All right, so you got another 9 years with them. I mean, where are they? And then I don't know, where are they all? Yeah, I don't know.
Great
Wait a
question.
minute. Are we
Straight.
denying that,
Great
that
statement.
that this is actually a thing?
Just how big?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Well, Brian, you must have missed when Brian said, yeah, human trafficking. Human trafficking actually doesn't have anything to do with sex. According to Brian, it has to do with people being used in music videos against their
Right.
will.
It's people who
Yeah.
try to.
This is what human trafficking is to Brian.
If somebody big goes against flat Earth or goes against the moon, just look into it, dude. People who have spoke out against the mainstream. There's a couple of them right now, big names, dude. I can't believe y'all ain't heard of this shit, dude. Who are being called sex traffickers, but in court, it's human trafficking. People are mistaken as sex trafficking and fucking, dude, look into it. It's not even sex trafficking. It's called human trafficking, and it's fucking horseshit because they're bribing people to testify against a couple of these big name people who are just like you and me, and didn't need women to do anything, and they're sitting there like, dude, they're the ones being coaxed. They're being bribed and offered amounts of money to like testify against them. That would be fucking the very definition of human trafficking. The way they're accusing it, it's a joke, dude. I'm saying this sex trafficking shit. I ain't saying it ain't anywhere ever. I'm just saying it's not something that's happening everywhere, bro. It's nobody has ever heard of it. You can't buy a fucking wife unless you're going to give her citizenship, period. You can't buy a kid. That's bullshit, dude.
Yeah, I think the part of the mistake you're making, Brian, but
Robot.
you guys aren't on the same robot. Okay.
Yeah, you're fine now, though. I mean,
Yeah, you can hear me?
An organ from a kid who's fucking somewhere buried in a ditch.
All right, never mind.
I don't. I mean, I'm just saying.
yeah, Brian, let Die Slow get in, man. Just real quick.
Well, I didn't hear you, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think part of the problem, Brian, is that you're comparing yourself to these alleged people, but you guys aren't on the same level. Like you're talking about pretty powerful people, high profile individuals that got a lot of pull in whatever industry they're in, and they've got a shit ton of money. Like you guys aren't the same people. You're not even on the same level, bro.
Exactly who the government will want to take down, right? Anybody who could be a potential threat to them, and they could call it human trafficking, and everybody think it's sex trafficking because they haven't took the time to look into it and look at the court cases. Okay, I've took the time. I've looked at the court cases. Okay, they're calling it in the tabloids and in the media sex trafficking, bro. It's not sex trafficking. I'm not saying it doesn't happen ever. I'm saying they're taking these rich fucking people who speak out in any way against mainstream, and people are thinking it's sex trafficking. It's human trafficking, and I just told you what it is. In the court of law, it is somebody who they're accusing them of coaxing
So what is human trafficking?
women and shit to do shit. It's called human trafficking, bro. It's not. So what's sex trafficking, dude? I don't know, man.
I said, what's
don't
human
know.
trafficking?
I don't know, man. I think any women who I'd want to have sex with. I don't think you could keep her much of a fucking hostage, bro. In reality, if anybody wants to fuck her, I think she'd have everybody who fucked her would be a fucking vigilante and want to fucking set her free. I'm just saying, dude. Just using my common sense.
That's
You
not
got
common
it.
sense.
Brian, I would
That's
employ
just
somebody
silly,
else's
man.
common sense.
This is silly. Look,
No, I don't think that's
it
silly at
doesn't
all.
matter. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
that people are being like lied about, like the Tates and all of that. Who cares? We're not talking about that. The movie is not about that. The movie is about the reality of what's going on and what Dysler was trying to get you to understand. But you're just, you're choking on your own words as you speak. Is that the kind of people that operate these kind of degenerate rings? They're not on your level, so you're not gonna appreciate the kind of shit that they're getting up to.
How many people
Because
are
you're
there?
only
And
viewing
they're
it from your
claiming
level
millions
of.
they're
I'm
claiming
speaking.
millions of
I'm
humans.
speaking, and I'm not even speaking to
Yeah,
you. I'm
let's let Elijah
speaking
finish.
directly to Brian, right?
You're
So
making shit up.
Brian, you're a moral man, and you're a relatively small man in the scope of the world, right?
Dude. You can't prove any of this. You're making shit.
Brian,
Oh my days!
why you guys not let him finish, man?
You're not understanding what Daiso said to you. You're a relatively moral man and a relatively small man in the grand scheme. Oh my days! What's wrong with people?
Dyslo asked me a question. I answered his question because I don't think he's
No,
looked into it as much
you
as I have,
misunderstood
bro.
everything he said.
Making shit up.
What am I making up?
Guys, hold on a second, please. We gotta go one at a time, guys. All right.
It sounds like Brian's asking you to make it make sense. So you'd have to name like how many of these rich people are there, and then how many people are we claiming are being trafficked?
Just can't look at the statistics. The amount of children that go missing on a yearly basis.
Yeah, there's a
What
lot
is
of
wrong?
a
What
lot
is
of
wrong with people? Like this is the point of the things like what they're doing with the Tates and other rich people who open their mouth. That
Yeah, a
whole
lot of them
obvious.
died in
That
school
whole
shootings
listen,
too, right?
listen. Not in the middle of my sentence. That whole thing, the obfuscation that does, as well as the degradation of their position, that gets people like you who confuse the matter and don't know how to speak intelligently about the matter, so that you don't realize that what's really being hidden, the degeneracy that's really going on, is confused in your mind.
Maybe
So they're
I'm wrong, bro.
Well, the number of kids.
their goal. They're achieving their goal by having you just outburst like this and not understand that true wickedness is going on a grand scale.
Yeah, but I hear your point.
All right,
too,
the
Brian.
number of hold on a second, real quick.
Yeah.
The number of kids that go missing every year, though, is highly misleading. Because yes, tons of kids go missing every year. How many of them do they find the next day or a couple days later? You know that number?
If not even half, dude.
So more, yeah, almost all of them. But Jeremy's
That's
talking about
not
something
true.
different, though.
That's
No,
not true.
No, because
almost all of them.
by definition, you can't declare somebody missing unless it's 24 hours. So that wouldn't even make sense.
Bro, I hope
No,
you're
somebody
wrong.
you
That's
can
all I can
report a
say. I
child
hope
missing.
you're wrong, and I hope all these kids aren't coming up missing like you say. I mean, me personally, and I hope this stands for most of the people in here, I don't know one kid who's come up missing and never been found. Maybe one, okay? I really hope there's nobody
Oh
in
God.
this who could say more than one. I really hope, bro. I'm just going off reality, bro, and I really hope that ain't my reality, bro. I mean, I do know that for organs is a real thing, and there might be kids who come up missing and in a ditch because of rich fucking kids who need a kidney or some shit like that, bro. But as far as Jeremy's right, the numbers are vastly misleading,
Yeah.
bro. You might as well be counting kids dying in school shootings and
Okay.
shit, bro. What the
Well,
fuck?
if he already said it, let somebody respond to it because you're just saying the same thing he's saying that.
Well, it's like a numbers thing. Like, here's a
So
number. It says right here that
no,
there's. I
okay.
thought you were saying, no, I thought you were saying let somebody else
No,
go. Go ahead.
I'm trying to respond to the claim, but you guys are just continuing to make it. But yeah, so yeah, there's true what you're saying about the number of kids that go missing in America is close to 1 million or something like that. But that's not really a good number to use because that's people who report their kid missing, which they tend to be like runaways or
Yeah, what you need to type in Google
so
is kids
no,
that
hold
have
on.
gone missing, never to be discovered. That's what
No,
you.
but no,
That's the
no,
key words
that's
that you need to type in.
no, but no, because that statistic that we just brought up was an American statistic. The number that is number would be worried about is the global number or the worldwide number that represents the kids who are trafficked into sex trafficking or human trafficking. And that's closer to like several hundred thousand, and 17,000 of those it says end up in America. But I don't think that they're talking about people being kidnapped from America. It's
Why
usually from third world countries and shit like that.
why would why would there even be a need to like make children go missing or trafficking them if you can have literally like incubators of women making them, and when they have never been on paper, then no one will miss them. As hard as it sounds, I'm sorry if I say it this way, but if you
No, I
have
said
the
that.
power, if you
I
have the
made the same
power,
argument like a week ago. Yeah. Why
yeah,
not just
if
have the women?
Exactly, bro. You ain't got to apologize for that. You're right. Like, there's so many poor women, dude, who would have a kid, or you ain't got to buy them or steal them. Just fucking. There's so many poor women who will have a kid and give it to adopted families. Dude, why risk your entire life if you have that much to lose when you just find a fucking bitch to have a child for you, or 10 or 20?
I
There's
just
probably
googled it.
there's probably
Not
flat
reality.
earthers in this room right now who think that you guys are making flat earth arguments, dude. And what you guys are saying is fun. I don't want to use the word
So I,
retarded, but I don't. There's no other word for it.
what?
so I
Like
just
right now,
googled it
Yeah, go
really
ahead.
quickly. I just googled it real quick. It says, according to our research and experience, out of the 500,000 children that go missing every year in the United States, nearly all of them are found. That's 97.8%. So yeah, we would have to look at the global number, like you said, Coach Show. So half a million children go missing, but nearly all of them are found. And who knows, how cooked that statistic really is. But
Well,
yeah, I think we should look at the
Common,
global
it's
I
number,
common
was
not
a,
the
sense,
I
national
was
dude.
a,
number.
I was a missing child before. I was like, if I'm in that
You
stat,
still
like
are.
I was counted as a
Same
missing.
here.
I was counted as a missing child before. Guess what? Though they found me.
Listen
Yeah,
to
I
this
think
one, right? So, National Crime FBI's National Crime Information Center (NCIC) missing person files recorded a total of 438 active missing persons. Around 30,000 of those are juveniles. Some of these missing juveniles were miraculously found years later, but others met tragic fates, with many unsolved kidnappings in police reports. So
How many?
yeah.
that's a better gauge of what we're dealing with here, and that's just in the
Said
U.S.
1,000. You cut that in half, so we'll call that 45 just to be on the positive. And how many of them do they give a number of how many never? Like I'm saying, dude, I
Do you
know
understand
reality,
what
bro.
it means by active missing persons?
I know this, dude. I don't think people are gonna
Yo,
risk everything they own to buy a fucking kidnapped child if they know it or whatever, when they could just, like I said, common sense, dude. Like, you gotta use a little common sense, dude. It's so easy to find a degenerate bitch, young, needs money, and give her fucking $50,000 to have you 3 or 4 kids, bro. It just, bro, you got.
Brian, you're being slow as hell right now, dude.
This is unhinged.
I'm not saying
Anyway,
people
like I
don't need
said,
to
active
drink.
missing persons, 87K, around 30K of which are juveniles.
And no shit, man. I've seen like some of the victims, and like I don't understand the reasoning either, Brian. Because that 14-year-old boy, he was busted. He wasn't even cute. Like, who would want him?
Look at
I
this,
don't
dude.
get it.
Look at how many heart transplants that
but
people
you
are on
guys
the
are
list
comparing.
and are still
You
alive
guys are
today.
making
You
false
are just
comparisons,
talking shit.
bro. Yeah, this isn't normal people that go out and kidnap kids, bro. You're looking at it from your normal perspective when these aren't normal people that are committing these crimes.
Stop talking.
And
Other people can talk, Brian.
yeah, there's no
Jesus.
common sense.
Well,
There's no
Dyson, I
common
did look
sense
this
in the
up.
situation. You're using your own opinion. All right, bro.
I did look this.
out.
I did look.
No,
I did look this up to that point that I had
chance.
made earlier. Real quick, to the point I made earlier about you would need millionaires versus people. The two stats I looked up. It says about 28 million victims of human trafficking, right? And how much that's in the world globally, and there's 56 million millionaires. So there are more millionaires than people being trafficked. So so it does exist.
Human trafficking.
You on, Brian, before you talk, Brian, before you start talking again, dude, okay? That's also a wrong stat, okay? Look at the human trafficking. Human trafficking is a broad range. Brian, shut the fuck up, okay? I gotta tell you, dude, because I want you to participate in the conversation, but then again, I don't. So shut the fuck up, Brian. Like, you won't stop talking, dude. It's fucking crazy. Fuck, dude. Fuck, I'm saying the human trafficking. It's just a general fucking term, so it's gonna apply to fucking other people who aren't just being the people who are crossing the border or being trafficked. That number is going to be much broader.
Well, that would even be more towards that point, though, Coach. So is there enough supply and demand? Like, how many millionaires are there really, right? So if there's 28 million people being human trafficked every year, and there's 56 million millionaires who could afford it, right? And then the percentage of the ones who are of that age that they want to get them at is probably very slim. So that's only 1 million of ripe victims or whatever, a year. So that there is a supply and demand that would make sense. Yeah.
Well, the number I see is a third of a million a year. Is what I see.
Who said that there has to be only millionaires getting these child traffickers, like children?
I'll get permission for kosher before I respond. I just want to respond. I was waiting my turn every time. It's like you use me to barge in, bro. I'm just saying. Look, here's the thing. Somebody, for God's sake, look up the legal definition of human trafficking and read it.
We've already addressed that. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yo, are you guys nuts? You think millionaires are buying these kids? Dude, you think it's millionaires buying these kids? It's people buying them for sweatshops and
for real.
And
yeah, for real. Yeah.
And
There you go, Jeremy. Yeah.
Like, there's not like millionaires at home with like a kid in the basement or something. That's crazy, guys. Come on. I'm not saying none, but like not.
That was just one aspect of getting the sex
trafficking. And
that's totally true. Good point.
Sex trafficking, and it's not selling children. That's why I'm asking y'all. Y'all are giving statistics for human trafficking, man. I'm not saying the shit don't happen, guys. I'm saying, please, somebody, for the fuck's sake, look up the legal definition of human trafficking, because that's what y'all are giving statistics for.
So a kid,
I get it. You can read that out.
You're just lost in the sauce.
So a kid gets kidnapped for human trafficking. Let's say, Brian, they end up in a sweatshop where they're not only working, but they're being physically molested and raped and all this extra shit. So now what do we call it? Do we call it human trafficking, sex trafficking? What do we call that, Brian?
Yeah, but to his point, people who are just crossing the border get put in that category. People who just cross the border get thrown into that category too.
We're not using that number for that reason. I just said that. That's why we're not using that number. The number I've just posted is the ones that are sold into human trafficking as slaves. So they're being trafficked as slaves, sex slaves or whatever. These are the numbers that we're using.
Hold on, you guys. Killian has a presentation planned. Killian, plus this topic is not very
kosher.
productive. Killian, are you ready to do a presentation, or is it? See if he's at his mic.
Yes, sir. Mic check 1 2. Oh no. Why do I not have any audio coming through?
No,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Loud and
cool.
clear.
My bad. I was like, wait a minute. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm good to go, man. Screen share's up. It's gonna be rolling with the presentation in a second. Thanks for the space on that. Hope everybody's well.
Yeah.
What's your presentation about, Killian?
It's on the Shroud of Turin.
Oh, nice.
So I'm not, I'm being really respectful. I'm not making it a religious thing. We're just going to talk about the cloth, what it shows, talk about modern day science's examination of it. I've got about 33 slides to go through.
Totally into it.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Guys, welcome to another stream, hanging out with the Earth Awakenings crew over on Discord, and we're also live on YouTube. I have my personal channel, Killian Weeks. I am your host, Killian in the flesh, and the voice as well. So thanks for being here, friends. Appreciate you as always. Just got to make sure my outgoing signal is good. Open up my desktop audio. And guys, if there's any questions along the way as we journey down this path, feel free to interject with any questions or anything at all. If I can just get a confirm on the screen share that you guys are seeing in front of you, just scan of the body.
Yep, and it's sharing on the live stream as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much for that, Gio. Again, guys, welcome to the stream. So the first image is just a lead-off image. I took this off of a video that I took in yesterday. Created a GIF of it, and this is just the body itself laying within the confines of the cloth itself. You'll see that the head to down to the chest, the arms crossed, and also the legs at the bottom. Oops, I'm so sorry. On the left-hand side of the image. Let me go back here. Sorry. On the left-hand side, you have the front, and on the right-hand side, you have the rear. So you see, or the dorsal, if you will, the upper right shoulder blade. You'll notice some brighter imaging. We'll go over that again. And then again, you'll notice the feet at the base, which shows some discoloration as well. Some references I'd like to shout out. If somebody could mute up if they're hot miking, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like to shout out Metatron on with his YouTube channel for his creation and coverage of the Shroud of Turin, and also Behind the Verse for some amazing visuals, which I'll be sharing today. So the claim on the table at this point in time is that a man was scourged, crucified, and pierced, laid to rest in a tomb where he was effectively zapped with an unexplainable charge to the point that his torture points, crucifixion spots, and pierced side were all traced and imprinted on a linen cloth. Ah, shoot.
Shroud of Turin research project was formed, with over 30 scientists from various laboratories like the Los Alamos, NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, and other prestigious places.
So I'll just, back it up. Just to show you guys the research foundation research group was created called STIRP, headed up by John P. Jackson and Eric J. Jumper. So it's the Shroud of Turin Research Project. Now, there's a bunch of groups that were involved, and of course, we love NASA. NASA was also involved in this, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We also note Los Alamos National Scientific Lab, the U.S. Air Force Weapons Lab, Brooks Institute, Western Connecticut State University. I can just read all these out, but again, this was back in the 70s, and they vetted this thing out. We'll continue this.
Jet Propulsion Lab and other prestigious places. And they spent over 18 months preparing a series of tests that would gather vast amount of data from the shroud. And the church also gave...
Oh man,
So Dr. John Jackson and his colleague Eric Jumper shared their findings with the other scientists. So within few months, the Shroud of Turin research project was formed, with over 30 scientists from various laboratories like the Los Alamos, NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, and other prestigious places. And they spent over 18 months preparing a series of tests that would gather vast amount of data from the shroud. And the church also gave them 5 days around the clock to examine the shroud. So it was a well over 120 hours of non-destructive research with a variety of tests ranging from X-rays to infrared to chemical and medical analysis. And in the late September, the STURB team fled to Italy. There were Italian scientists and Swiss scientists who joined the examination, and they worked day and night examining the shroud with all these high-tech instruments and photographs. After 5 days and 3 years of data analysis, which has been published in well-known peer-reviewed scientific journals, the STURB team concluded the shroud is not a work of an artist, that there is no pigment like paint, dye, powder, or anything like that would possibly.
So that was the findings of the group that began checking out the shroud back in the 70s.
Nearly as simple as you think. You can look at it and say, well, that's just a simple image, but it's probably the most complex image I've seen in my 50-year career.
This is Barry Schwartz. He was the official documenting photographer of the STURB team and one of the leading experts on the shroud.
So that was the lead photographer again, just a little testimony from him. Right now, what I'm really trying to do is just pad everything right off the hop to squash the naysayers, if you will, so that we can really get into the content of what the cloth shows. So at this point in time, I'm really just putting forward the fact that this thing's been vetted and really checked out. So the actual cloth composition itself, the overall diameter of the cloth is 20/100ths in diameter maximum. It ranges from 10/100ths of a diameter in diameter maximum to, and that's microns, I'm so sorry, to 20/100ths of a micron in diameter. And what's interesting with the image itself, it only hits the 2 to 3 microfibrils, which is the very tippy top layer of the image itself. Or of the cloth itself, sorry. Now, what's interesting is the depth of the scan of the depth of the image that starts to show through when they actually scan the image itself. You'll see on the right-hand side, the image of the man starts to show through with some depth. You'll see the nose bridge, the mustache, the eyebrows, the forehead, the hair even, the goatee beard, if you will. Further to with the body, note NASA's involvement. This was the VP-8 camera that they used back in 1978. Shout out to NASA's technology. Showing, so you've got the body, which is here, the head, you've got the arms crossed, and you've got the legs. They transpose that to show the depth of it, and this is what popped out. Again, note, not a space agency. NASA's involvement, a close-up shot of the face. Their, again, VP-8 camera that they used in 1978 when they visited with the group, showing the depth of the face yet again.
Unusual signals were detected through ultraviolet spectroscopy scanning when reaching the area of the soles of the feet. This area contained elevated levels of dirt, and the same dirt was also found in correspondence to the areas of the nose and the left knee. The sort of particles that were examined, and mind you, these are so small they needed a 25 times sort of magnification, but they were all calcium carbonate or limestone. Now, what's interesting about crystals of limestone is that they can offer a sort of signature, meaning that they can point to a geographical source. The chemical signature of the calcite in this case seems to point to Damascus Gate in Jerusalem. This is because this limestone sample, together with subsequent analysis, are of the travertine aragonite variety. Although it is important to underline that these soil particles are indeed typical of Jerusalem, but also in general of any other arid Mediterranean area influenced by the winds of the Sahara Desert. Two more types of tests that were again performed seem to indicate a similar result, namely scanning electron microscopy and X-ray microfluorescence. They point to a soil nature corresponding to desertic or semi-desertic climates. Together with a certain amount of calcite, all of these are typical ingredients of road dirt. Also, the dirt found on the feet could be consistent with the idea of a barefoot man, while the dirt on the left knee and the nose could point to the idea of someone falling on his knees and on his face. This, of course, is not definitive evidence by any means, but it is still
Interesting points. Give me a quick second, friends. Hope you guys are enjoying the presentation so far. Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
Hey, let's go. What's up, Tora?
Yep.
All right.
We have the letter 3.
Here we go. All right. So the image on the left-hand side is the original cloth itself. So this is the way that you would have pictured the man laying in the tomb. The right hand is portrayed with the blood spot where the arrow is. And you'll note at the very top of his forehead, there is a backwards 3, which is blood flow that came from one of the points that the crown of thorns were inserted into his forehead. Now, the image on the right-hand side is a picture of the original cloth, and then you'll note the reverse starts to happen. So again, on the original image on the left, his right hand is the blood mark. Image on the right-hand side, his left hand, so to speak, is marked with the blood, although it's his left. So we have to be very careful at times when we're comparing the images about left and right, depending on what it is. So again, the original on the left, you can tell by the flesh color that's to it, that's the original. And the black and white presentation is the photograph that was taken of it, the scan. This is a picture I inserted to just show the scale of the man. It's a life-size replica of the Shroud of Turin itself. The man itself in the image is approximately 6 foot to 6'1". They say approximately 180 pounds in weight. He's described as thin but muscular in dense in nature.
We have the letter 3 on the forehead, which is a blood stain, 2 exit wounds at the bottom of the left foot from 2 nails. The right cheek appears to be more swollen than the left cheek. The nose might be broken. Also, the image appears to be missing the navel. As you look at mostly at the back, but also in the front, you'll notice that from the back of the neck all the way down to the ankles, the body is filled with hundreds of scourges, and the exact numbers, where scholars kind of disagree on that, so I'm not going to give one specific number, but in the hundreds. Now, these scourge marks are consistent with the Roman scourging implement, which is called the flagrum, generally speaking wooden handle with 3 leather thongs, and then at the end you would have some tips which could be made of metal or bone. It's consistent to this specific implement. The crossing pattern also suggests that 2 people scourged the body, and because of the different angles, it's possible that these 2 people were of different height, one being taller.
So this is the Roman flagrum pictured here in the middle. The image on the left again is of his front, and the image on the right-hand side is of the rear. One of the things you'll note here that we'll get into later in the presentation is the bruising that's on his right shoulder. That is suspected to be he was carrying something heavy. A lot of people suspect a wooden beam or something to that effect. All over the body, if you guys can just confirm that you can in fact see the strafe or strafe marks, I believe would be the right term, for the lashes that were left onto his body. If you guys can in fact see that, confirm, that'd be great.
Yep.
And then,
Yep, I can see it,
thank you. And then the far right hand side is the full cloth from the very top to bottom, and full width. So this is how it presents in its original form. So it would have been placed, laid along the bottom, his body laid on top, and then the other piece covering him. Or it's not the other piece, but the other half covering him. This is a statue that they were able to replicate and pull from the cloth itself. It shows all the impact points of the flagrum. It shows the crucifixion points. It shows his hands. It shows the crucifixion points on his hands and his wrists specifically. Obviously, trauma to the face, as discussed earlier. And again, the impact. So you'll note that all of these strikes have that three-pronged or that three-stride nature to them. The thing that I'm struggling with right now is the idea of the Romans actually tearing flesh. And that's something that's been depicted quite often in different presentations of the scourging at the pillar. I'm still torn with that because of the idea the Romans didn't like to get dirty. And I'm not entirely sure that they would, necessarily make a mess of the man. I wonder, lead balls don't break the skin. Apparently, impacts with lead balls can be the equivalent underneath the skin of like third-degree burns. So I'm thinking that maybe they didn't, in fact, break the blood sac. They kept all the blood contained by just beating him with these lead balls. Because these, to me, would suggest like there's an impact and then a drawback, like a pullback, and then there's the withdrawal when they pull back the flagrum on the backstroke, if you will. Again, noting the penetration point at the wrist, not in fact in the hand. If you did in fact try to hang the man from the middle of his wrist, the flesh would have given away. So taking an opportunity to talk about the head trauma, we're just going to review the trauma from top to bottom. On the head itself, you'll note at the front the bruised cheek, the broken nose, missing parts of his beard at the very front are missing. The very front right piece of his beard is missing. There's a large blood flow, the three from the puncture wound in the forehead, blood flow from the crown of thorns, and on the back of the head, there's blood flow from the crown of thorns as well. Now, what's interesting is when you look at the way linen interacts with the human body, like what it actually will touch versus not touch, so on and so forth. You're able to identify what the actual contact regions are of linen, and again, the way it behaves when it comes in touch with the human body. What's interesting is the essence of like his eyes, the essence of the beard, the essence of like his facial structure, the bones that are within it, everything that's there, were all captured on this cloth. And even the
Sorry
areas.
for a second.
Go ahead.
Did you say that we could interrupt if we had questions?
Please. Yep.
Okay. You mentioned blood flow, right?
Correct.
Can blood flow after a body is deceased?
That's one of the things we're going to be getting into as we going through more.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to bring that up. Okay, cool.
No, I appreciate
I'm enjoying this, by the way. This is good.
Appreciate you, SC. Thanks, man. So the way that the cloth would contact the body, and again, things are shown on the cloth that didn't have contact with the cloth, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, unexplainable. So the damage to the head, again, note at the front, you'll see the blood that actually, made its way out of the body, and it's all bright. And we have an explanation for that as well. We'll be getting into that further. But you'll note, like the actual spots where the skull was punctured, that's where the blood would have been flowing out of. Again, this is on the back. This is on the front. This is actually, in fact, the crown or the skull of thorns that he wore, the hat of thorns, the helmet of thorns, whatever you want to call it. But that's actually what it would have looked like the species of thorn, the thorn bush that they would have woven based out of what was available in Jerusalem. And then the back scan of the body showing that he had a ponytail, or that a ponytail was in place. The back of the shoulder shows the abrasion. I'm not going to say if it's to the cross or what it's from, but there's, as we said earlier, abrasions from something heavy that he was carrying, potentially a beam. Speaking of which, excuse me. So again, a further close-up view of the back shows this bruising. So you'll notice the 3 strafes that are kind of all over his back from the scourging that took place. But the bruising on the back is interesting. So if you think about how people carry things on their backs, heavy things maybe over the right shoulder. If you're a right dominant person, you've got the maybe like a 6x6 post as an example that you'll see pictured on your right hand side, and you'll be holding it with your right hand, walking along and kind of, sorry for the noise, counterbalancing yourself with your left hand as you go. This is in fact the cross depiction on the right hand side is what I suspect the actual setup would have been. Now the what I've taken in with another crucifixion piece that I was looking at prior is how the cross would have been, fashioned, modeled, put together, and how it would have actually been functional. There's a lot of talk about Christ being hoisted into place, or sorry, the man, sorry, I say that respectfully, the man being hoisted into place with ropes and things of that nature, being 30 feet in the air, and this grandiose explanation of how this man was crucified. Quite simply stated, I think it was just a post and beam construction. You've got a post that gets sunk into the ground probably 6 to 12 inches, so it doesn't tip over. There is evidence of something called a pillow, which is the thing that they insert the plug that goes into the hole when the cross is not, or the post is not in place. So the post gets taken out, and this thing called the pillow goes into the hole, so that the hole doesn't get filled with debris and trash and things of that nature. So again, the post is sunk into place. There's a thing called a sedile. I'm not even sure. I think that's just like the place where the feet would go. And then you've got the stipe, which is the post. And again, the height, 6 to 8 feet. The crossbeam, which would be the thing that he would have had to carry, approximately 5 to 6 feet in width, called the patibulum.
Can I ask something?
Please.
Wouldn't it just be smarter to like nail him to the cross while it's on the ground, and then put the post near the hole, and then get a horse and then put it at the tip, and then just hoist him up while he's already attached to it? I mean, they wouldn't hoist him up there and then put it up. They would put him up when he's on the ground, lay down, nail him in, and then hoist it up.
I really appreciate you bringing that up as a point. So,
okay, cool.
Let's think about this for a quick sec. You've got the post already in place. You've got the man that's carried the cross beam. The man gets the cross beam gets laid down. The man gets affixed to the cross beam itself. So they hammer his wrists in. He's affixed to the cross beam, and then the 2 soldiers, one on either side, literally lift it. So if you imagine like a shoulder press, if you will, from in front of you, they lift him up and anchor him into place on top of the post itself. That's how I see it going. But I do, I see what you're saying as well in terms of being able to lift, use it like almost like a cantilever and lift him into place. Or sorry, not a cantilever, but a lever type to lift him into place as well. So the spear wound. We've all heard about how the Roman soldier took the spear and thrust it into his side between the 5th and 6th rib. There's on the cloth itself, there's evidence of the post-mortem blood flow, or evidence of a post-mortem blood flow. On the dorsal image, which is the rear, there's on the small of the back, additional blood showing as well. Now, further to that, what's stated, I'm not going to refer to scripture at this point in time. I'll save that for later. But further on the wound itself, with ultraviolet scanning, there's additional serum that shows up, serum staining. that shows through with, again, ultraviolet fluorescent scanning. This is the water. When they state blood and water flowed out. If somebody's alive and they're punctured, blood will flow out. If somebody is punctured after they die, you will observe this water that flows out, which is also plasma, known as plasma. Viewer discretion advised. I think this may be a little too late to say, but viewer discretion advised. This is the nailing points of the wrist, cross section of the hand, an internal view of the damage that actually gets done when this nailing actually happens. So the nail itself is approximately 5 to 7 inches in length, and there's 2 main arteries that run through that spot on the wrist. If you can take your wrist now, if you want, feel the very back of it. There's 2 bones, almost like a V, that you'll find. That is the spot where they go through the middle part. So you've got the urinary. I think it's I almost say urinary artery. That's not right. The ulnar artery, and the median nerve. Apparently, I took in some additional information about those two nerves and arteries. Those were exposed during torture. World War II, apparently the Germans tested this, and apparently men would rather die over having these nerves messed with. Apparently, they're so sensitive. So all the nerves in your hand run through these 2 spots. As we know, our fingers are super sensitive, and if you can imagine those 2 nerves being messed with, the kind of shock that you could potentially go through. And the image on the right-hand side here, again, it's the right hand, and you'll see the blood coming out of the hand. Now, with respects to the feet, you'll see the nailing itself and how it went through, how they would have oriented the feet with the left foot over the right, and then they would have gone straight through the middle. And the evidence, again, showing up on the cloth with a whole lot of blood on the right foot. Yeah, kind of crazy. Oh, and the length of the depicted here of the man himself, 1.8 meters. So the forensics that they found on the cloth, and this is kind of ties into what SE was asking about earlier. The blood itself shows heavy content, or the heavy, not heavy content. Yeah, actually, shows high levels of something called bilirubin, which causes the blood to be super bright. And that's what happens when somebody is tortured. There's this additional levels of bilirubin that's delivered, and it makes the blood appear to be very, very bright. The blood itself is AB, shows as male, XY chromosomes, with iron, proteins, all the things that you would typically find in human blood. So the other items of note, earlier we were talking about cubits. The length of the cloth itself measured 8 cubits in length, and the width 2 cubits. That translates to 14'5" and 3'7". Again, one of the things that they noted was the what was it now? Calcite, I believe they said it was calcite that was found in the bottom of the cloth, or the edges of the cloth, which were close to his feet, which apparently points to Jerusalem.
What do they mean when they say radiation hypotheses? What sort of radiation could have happened? How is this even within the realm of the scientific discourse? I'm going to share the idea with you. Whether you think it's completely nonsense or whether you think there could be something to it, it's up to you. The proposed idea is that of a burst of radiation, which would have affected the neutrons involved in the image encoding event. Keep in mind that both electrostatic and gravitational fields are excluded because of the tests. Well, if you look at the image, one of the things that I haven't mentioned so far is the skeletal features. If you look at the hand and some parts of the face, it's as if you're seeing both the flesh and the skeleton from the inside at the same time. What you're seeing are the metacarpal bones extending all the way to the left wrist. We don't know why this is the case, but it's as if the image has recorded both the inside and the outside of the hand. Researchers have proposed the idea that a burst of radiation produced from within the body carried and communicated radiation. But I do have to again stress that this would be absolutely outside our understanding of the laws of physics. Also because you see, photons are emitted in every direction, but this image formation event, whatever it was, does not seem to show that, because there is no side image, and there is no image of the top of the head, which means that this burst of radiation would have to have been completely vertical to even make sense. Now, of course, some of the Christian researchers have pushed forward this idea that that could be Jesus' resurrection, in the sense that, and to back this idea up, they use the Gospel's account of Jesus emanating light. But I won't dig into this because this isn't a religious video. So if you're interested, just check out Giulio Fanti's research if that's something.
So, the mystery man. Who is this mystery man? Interestingly, throughout the entire procedure of him being arrested and him being carried to be beaten, eventually crucified, and he showed absolutely no resistance throughout this entire process. That's been recounted in scripture in any case. No defensive struggle, no attempt to fight back, defend himself, no fight or flight response, interestingly. So where is the Shroud of Turin mentioned in scripture? And here's where I'll start to dip into the idea of scripture and who actually takes credit or takes credence for this mystery man. These are all the different places that it's mentioned in scripture. Wrapped in linen, that he bought linen, took him down and wrapped him in the linen. There's many references about the shroud itself and scripture.
Those are the samples from the Turin shroud. Wow. Here, clots collected from the shroud.
Clots, meaning blood.
Blood-like particles.
So the shroud absolutely has blood on it. At minimum, it has blood.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
Tests of the shroud have shown that the blood clots came from wounds. The testing also shows that the man had blood type AB, a rare blood type found only in 3% of the population, but is more common in people of the Middle East.
Is there the possibility that somebody could have painted a picture on the shroud?
No
with blood?
way. Many scientists have demonstrated that no one could paint that. Yeah. It's not
Can I talk about the indentation in his back from carrying it?
Actual blood, and for Dr. Gianni to say there's no way someone could have.
Exactly.
I'm just like, from someone who's like a laborer, like I've carried many 2x4s over my back. Actually, the better analogy would be, over time, if he was carrying it like for a long time, that there would be you'd notice it. But if he was just carrying it from like, down the road up there, I don't think you'd notice it, because over time, that's when time and weight, that's when things start actually altering your bone structure. Like people, like nowadays, people are using phones and they use it with one hand, and there's a little divot in your thumb now. Like people that really use their phone a lot, and it's noticeable from people that don't use their phones a lot, because it's just, they've been doing that act so many times that it's there now. There's an indentation. The only way that he'd be able to have that indentation is if he was, I might have not have heard what you guys were talking about. I'm just talking shit right now, but it seems like it'd be more time.
So let me just I'll address your question and we can move on with the rest of it. You have to think that his skin was already pulverized with the lead balls. He had already received the beating from the scourging of the pillar, and that was the area that was beaten his back. So then he's got this 6x6 that's going to be placed on an already tender area, and he's going to have to hoof this thing for, I don't know what the distance was, but it wasn't close. So I think there's, through even just rubbing on an abrasion after, even bruised skin after a certain amount of time, like there would be some trauma to that surface for sure. At least a subcutaneous layer on the skin layer itself. Hope that makes sense.
To add to that, it was a pretty heavy beam because somebody offered to help him carry it, and he also
Simon
did
Peter.
slip and he also slipped and fell while carrying the beam, and that's when his shoulder apparently dislocated.
And he did like come back to life 3 days later and could do whatever he wanted. Like he could lift a mountain or he could like read your mind. So I mean, he had to have some like superpowers before, you know.
All right,
I don't know.
we'll just squash you at this point in time and carry on with the presentation. But the colorful comments, we'll more than welcome them in a couple of minutes when we're done with this. Appreciate you. Thanks. Even gave you a voice crack on that.
Taken blood and painted on there. That literally struck me in my heart. That moment right there took my belief line one significant degree higher, that there's actual physical evidence. So Gianni, the Bible says clearly Jesus was wrapped in a cloth. So we know that the Bible says that. So I need to know.
I'm sorry. Did you ask me something? I was getting dressed. I'm taking my girl out to dinner for. God damn, it's been a long time.
Somebody mute him up, please. Thanks.
On the basis of the data we got, the shroud is not a medieval fake. The shroud is 2,000 years old.
2,000 years old, they say. Which 2023 minus 2,000 brings us to
characteristics of image formation. Real quickly,
AD.
I haven't talked yet about how the image was formed. I'm going to give you a couple of things real quickly. Well, the image is a three-dimensional hologram. It's been duplicated very tenuously, if you will. The color around a fiber, just like the shroud, has been duplicated by scientists in Italy. What did it take? It took laser beams at 1/40 billionth of a second in duration at 2 to 5 billion watts of power. That created the same coloration on a fiber as the shroud image. That kind of power. Particle radiation at the subatomic level. Particle radiation increases the level of carbon content. So if this thing was irradiated with light at the resurrection, it would have added to the carbon content, making a dating younger than it actually is. Particle radiation enriches the brightness of the red color. Many have said the blood is too bright. It can't be real. It should be black or dark. But when you're tortured, the body breaks down in the blood a chemical that's called bilirubin that creates a bright red color in the blood. The reason it's bright red on the shroud is because the man was tortured. Light source came from the body itself. It's not reflected light. The blood projected outward and lifted cleanly away from the body. The blood intersected with the falling cloth. It's very possible that the body was levitating. Very possible. With the cloth pulled taut, top and bottom, the cloth would have fell through and up into the radiant zone of the body. It wouldn't have fallen into it very much. Only the top couple fibrils were radiated and created the image. The blood was on the cloth before the image was formed because they've cleaned the blood and have not seen any image. The blood was there first before the image. Now, if it was a painting, if it was an artist, they would draw the image and then put the blood in last, wouldn't they? The blood was on there first. Bruh. No body decomposition. Collimated radiation, perpendicular to the body, straight up and straight down. The body suspended between the upper and lower cloth. It might have been levitating. The same color on the entire cloth. On the back side of the shroud, you had 180 pounds plastered to it. And on the top side of the shroud body, you only had the cloth resting on the top. Yet the color is the same, with 180 pounds plastered on it and the top. Body vanished beneath the falling cloth, and there's a cloth-to-distance body correlation. Whatever created the image acted through space over time. Not a lot of space, not a lot of time. It is suggested the image was formed when a high-energy particle struck the fiber and released radiation within the fiber at a speed greater than the local speed of light. That's Kevin Moran. I knew him. He was an optical engineer with Kodak. We can conclude now that the shroud image is that of a real human form of a scourged and crucified man. It is not the product of an artist. Bloodstains are composed of hemoglobin, also give a positive test for serum albumin. The image is an ongoing mystery, and until further chemical studies are made, perhaps by this group of scientists or perhaps by sometimes scientists in the future, the problem
remains unsolved. More on the blood.
First of all, in this analysis, I took the blood into a laboratory in Israel. I asked one of the people I work with in antiquities, where is a good laboratory that does reliable work? And they said, such and such, such and such. I took it. I just said, please examine this blood and tell me what you can tell me about it. All right? They said, well, look, we're going to reconstitute it. We're going to put it in normal saline and keep it at body temperature for 72 hours with gentle swirling. All right, that's their business. That's great. I said, now I want to be there when you check it out. They said, fine. So I was back. They checked it out. I said, now, they said it's human blood. We can tell that. They did whatever tests they need to do. And then I said, take some of the white blood cells and put them in a growth medium. And keep them at body temperature for 48 hours. And they said, well, that'll do no good because it's dead blood. I said, would you please do that for me? And they said, okay, we'll do it. So anyway, I said, I want to be there when you take it out and examine it. So I was back there. They took it out, examined it under a microscope, and the one technician called the other one over there, and then they called the boss over there, and they were talking Hebrew a mile a minute there for a little bit, and they looked at me and they said, Mr. Wyatt, this human blood only has 24 chromosomes in it. Everybody else has 46. You see 23 from your mother, 23 from your father, 22 autosomes from your mother, 22 autosomes from your father. You get an X from your mother, you may get an X or a Y from your father, all right? This blood had 23 chromosomes from the mother's side, one Y chromosome only. You see, the child could not have developed if they hadn't had the autosomes from the mother. So all of his physical characteristics were determined by his mother's side of the family, her autosomes. His maleness was determined by this one Y that came from the source, not a human male. Then they said, this blood is alive. And then they said, whose blood is this? I said, it's the blood of your Messiah.
There's the AI creation of using the cloth itself to replicate or recreate the face of Jesus. Thought it was pretty cool. Share it. We're almost there, friends. My concluding slide is next. I think you'll love it.
Isn't that like literally the guy from The Chosen?
Dude, I don't know. They started putting it together, and I'm like, how biased is this?
This is the guy from the series The Chosen.
Dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, literally.
Right? I'm like, what is that? Okay.
Damn.
Bonus slide, and we're all done after this. Why is the Earth flat? Modern science cannot explain the shroud and how it came to be after examination. Scripture takes credence for the mystery man in the cloth. Scripture also takes credence for the firmament created on the second day, the enclosure itself. And you'll see pictures from the Falcon 9 rocket launch. I don't know how many years it was, but you can find it on YouTube. And just what happens with the rocket interacting with the ceiling.
There's obviously rocket fumes being lit up by the sunlight that is not visible at night, but it's somehow flying or reflecting the gases in space. Yeah. Nothing.
Thank you so very much for being here, guys. Appreciate you. Thanks for listening. This concludes another presentation with yours truly, Killian. Nah, that's me. Questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you, brother. That was beautiful.
Thanks, man.
I want to thank Gio for being so kind and allowing this presentation to even take place. And I appreciate SE and all those that that are skeptics that actually stayed and watched the whole thing. Like, that means a lot to me, even if we don't agree. And yeah, that's all.
Yeah, dude. Well, and that was well stated.
Well, maybe you won't like this part of what I have to say then.
That's all good, dude.
No, for real. I have a comment on this.
Yeah, please. Speak your mind, bro.
Okay, two things. The blood. But before we get to the blood, I want to make a comment on this guy that was just talking now. To me, he sounded like a con man. I got the vibe of a con man when this guy was talking. A preaching con man.
Dude, he was crying, man. You can't pretend that, dude.
Oh, Ron
that
Wyatt.
was an act, bro. That was a fucking act, bro.
Dude,
I bet my life on it. That guy was fucking acting.
Ron Wyatt has an interesting journey. I discovered a lot of stuff through what he's been showing, and one of the things that he found or kept looking at was Noah's Ark in Ararat, Turkey. He has found a lot of stuff. He's followed the clues of Scripture and discovered a lot of things, and that was one of the things that I took on. And SE, my dude, listen, I wouldn't have included it. As you can tell from the presentation itself, I went hard. I even got NASA involved in it. And from what he was presenting within his confines of his findings, it's legit as well. And that was one of the questions you had. Like, so the blood was first, right? They put the drape on, or not the drape, the cloth on first, which absorbed the blood that was present. And then his essence was captured on the cloth at some point in time within those 72 hours after he was laid to rest.
Okay, so how long was he on the cross before they took him down?
I think they would have taken him down right away. I would imagine they took him down right away as soon as they knew he was dead.
Okay, so there could have been some blood flow, I guess. Now, what strikes me is the image itself. How can such a pristine image, and even the guy said it looks like you can see the bones and stuff. How could that? What is it, in 3 days before he rose?
Yeah.
So, like, how do you account for that? Like,
I have no idea, dude. And that's exactly it, right?
He explained it. The light radiated, right? He said it was like some sort of what do you say? What kind of radiation was it? Because it was an X-ray printed on the cloth, and that light radiated from his body in all directions outward, front and back.
Yeah, but we're supposed to now we're going to go into the religious realm, into the miracle.
No. Listen, no. The reason, and this is like, it's almost, and I believe, I say this respectfully, if I'm wrong, I'm very sorry, but it's almost like a hostile witness, right? Scripture gets to take the mystery man because science can't explain it. And when Scripture has the mystery man, Scripture says this is what happened and how it was able to be. He was hit with such power, such force, like literally, as I said, zapped. I couldn't even think of any other way to describe it other than zapped. That, like, and I'm thinking again, you guys back in the day when they first started messing around with cameras and they had the flashes where the photographer had to go under the sheet. He would press the flash button and you would see a poof. That's what I'm thinking happened from a scriptural standpoint, that the body, as he said, one of the guys in the presentation said the body may have been levitating, and that flash literally captured his essence as he was being resurrected.
Well, they can tell the body was levitating. It's not even like a hypothesis. It had to have been levitating because the way that the image was imprinted on the cloth, it shows a body that's not being affected by the platform,
gravity, quote unquote,
right? So it's when it was imprinted, he was levitating, which I believe that was exactly at the resurrection point when that image was burnt onto the cloth, captured.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are claiming a supernatural event took place.
And so are they. Yeah. The people who investigated it for 18 months, I think they said, right, are also saying that it's unexplained, SE. Like, you can't even appeal to anybody beyond them because they're literally the authority on it, and they're saying, we don't know.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you're agreeing that this image was not done by a regular thing, like skin contact, oils on the skin. We're in agreement that both the religious parties and the professionals are saying that it's unexplained. It's some sort of radiation, correct?
The sheer force demonstrated from science's standpoint describes it as some form of radiation. Yes. Sheer magnitude, force, yes.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. So this is a supernatural event then. There's no other way to explain it.
That's what the NASA research group said.
Okay. So we either have a miracle on our hands, or somebody was able to pull a hoax using an X-ray machine or something. One of those two things happened.
And the funny thing is, one of the talking points they had was a negative was created before a negative actually existed. Like a photo negative was created of a man before an actual photo negative actually existed.
How is
Yeah.
that possible?
I don't know. Modern day science doesn't know either. Right? And this, sorry, go ahead, Tora.
Could they recreate something like that, to Essie's point?
Didn't they say they did, that the scientists in Italy, and it took them, I don't know, it was a really high voltage of like ultraviolet something to do something like it. Wasn't that in the presentation?
Yeah. Pardon me, sorry. Yeah, that was one of the things that was outlined. The creation or recreating it, what was required. Yes, well done. Thank you, Exo. Oh no, Lion. That's my bad.
Well, I wanted to just jump in and say thank you for the presentation. I thought it was well done. I actually had the opportunity to see a touring replica of the shroud up in Alberta, Canada, probably about, I don't know, 8 years ago. It was pretty neat to look at. It's obviously not as interesting as the real thing, but I did get to see that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of anomalies, inexplicables when it comes to the shroud. And one thing you didn't touch on, I noticed, and was the carbon dating debacle that occurred with the corner of the piece that they took, right, dating it back to the 1300s and yada yada. I know that's been more recently debunked. In other words, the debunking has been debunked, but didn't know if you want to get into that at all or what your thoughts were.
Dude, and there was two things I didn't touch on purpose. Yeah, 100% the debacle, the cotton content found in the sample that they took from the piece that was replaced from the fire. And I didn't touch on I think it's the sicarium or the scarium, the face cloth. Because I actually, when I saw the picture, and I say this, guys, respectfully from my heart, like I'm being 100% transparent when I say this. When I saw the picture of the Lord with literally, I say this respectfully again, a bag over his head, I'm like, I don't need to talk about this part because there's enough just in the cloth, the solo piece on its own, just for us to sit back and observe it. But my friend, thank you so very much for outlining the debacle as well, because people look into it and they'll be like, oh, he's wrong. And they'll just quickly wave away this entire presentation without realizing the debacle. But if you want to talk about it, please go ahead for it.
Sorry, were
So
you talking
you guys
about
think that guy was legit? That guy that talked? You don't think those were crocodile tears? You guys were like convinced of that?
So it's not a matter of being convinced on, and I say it respectfully, convinced on what he presented from that one piece. It's all of his work, including him finding the blood. And the funniest part is the blood that he found was in a completely, let's just say, a non-visible spot that was related to the crucifixion. But it could only have been found by following the story of the crucifixion. And that part is, I would have to do it. I will eventually do something because I have tons of presentations, slideshow presentations on like Noah's Ark and his findings and stuff. But that one piece I had to share because of the observation of the chromosome count. That can't be explained. And that one piece I needed to get out for you guys for consumption's sake.
Come on, guys. Only 24 chromosomes. We're supposed to believe that. He found all this stuff, blood that's alive after 2,000 years. I mean, come on. This guy, he shouts like he's a charlatan. Like, I've never seen him before, right? I could be wrong, but my spidey senses tell me this guy is a charlatan, bro.
Okay, that was one part of the presentation, Essie. One part. Right?
Yeah. Like, I'm not downing on your presentation. Okay. It was good, yeah, but I'm just saying this guy, I don't know, man. I got the EBGBs from.
Okay.
Huh.
His name's Ron Wyatt. You can look him up.
Yeah, man.
He's dead now.
Yeah, and funny enough, he lived 33 to 99. He was 66 years old. I'm like, wow, 369 again. Go figure. Born in 1933, died in 1999, 66 years old. So good.
They mentioned that particle radiation increases level of carbon content.
Yeah.
So it could throw off the carbon dating. Not only that, but the shroud was also experienced, because it's 2,000 years old. So the area where it was being stored, it experienced volcanic eruptions, and any contamination by volcanic ash would also throw off the carbon dating reading, and the fire that it was in could potentially also throw off the carbon dating reading. So any carbon dating at all is not reliable for 3 reasons. The light that was radiated, the volcanic ash, and the fire. Most people resort to the carbon dating to debunk the shroud. That's the only thing that they have against the shroud. There's no other as far as I know, that can debunk the shroud.
Well, from what I saw now, and I didn't know this before, I think the biggest obstacle to this belief is the radiation needed to make the image. You either got a miracle there, or you got some fancy technology at work. One of the two. Now,
Well,
I know
when
which
was it
one is more possible.
when
Sorry,
was it
go on.
discovered?
I'm not sure.
I didn't like honestly, and so I have to tell you guys, it's called the Shroud of Turin because it's in Turin, Italy. Before it resting in Turin, Italy, it was just known as the Shroud of Jesus. But in terms of the actual dating and the tracing of it, I took in a lot of information, and unfortunately, I didn't bring it for consideration. I apologize for that aspect of it, guys.
Do you know when it was discovered? About?
I'd have to look it up.
There's no real standard date
Well,
for its discovery. As far
my
as I
point
know,
was,
it was passed down, from generation to generation to different families. It was passed around different museums. It has a long history of owners. But I would say that the first time it was photographed, the first time that people discovered a negative image on the shroud it's according to Google, 1898, by a photographer when Polaroids first came out.
Yeah. So my point is that this thing was discovered long before we had technology that could have superimposed that. If that's what you're insinuating, Essie.
Good point.
That's kind of what I was trying to get at too. I guess that makes a huge point. Is when was it discovered?
Don't they say like the 1300s? I think they said that they discovered it in like the 1300s.
And through dating, they were able to figure out that somewhere between 0 and I think 50 AD, something to that effect, and it was 2,000 years old. The funny thing is, again,
I think they said so. They found it in like 1300s, like 1350, I think, and then like within a couple centuries, it got moved to its current location. I think.
I'm pretty sure there's records that go way back.
And what kind of a device would we have needed to make that take place? Like if we were to artificially recreate it, like was it lasers that you mentioned, Killian?
Yeah, Lion just hooked us up at 54 after the hour, the prior hour. Characteristics of image formation. So they were able to recreate it using 2 to 5 billion watts of power. I think that was what they replicated it with in that their lab.
in 140 billionth of a
Of
second.
a second. Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't they mention the usage of lasers within the application to recreate it?
Yes.
And when were lasers created? Not like the
Like
pseudo
like
laser
the
from Dennis
70s.
Gabbard, but
Like
right.
the 70s.
So we got a huge gap there. All right, there's a huge missing gap as to when this, if it could have been just replicated and
To add to that, you can
So it's
you can
1960.
sort of replicate it and counterfeit the shroud, right? By making like a replica that looks similar, but you can't replicate like the bones, bro. Like it was like a legit X-ray on the shroud. You can't replicate the bones, bro.
And
you might
if you,
yeah.
oh, sorry, Lion, go ahead.
Go
dude.
ahead.
Sorry, sir.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thanks. And the crazy thing is, and you almost have to like take this in step by step. So I'm gonna just walk us through this for a minute. We all know when we have a cut on our hands, you put like a paper towel or cloth on it, it quickly absorbs, right? It goes right into the cloth. The cloth absorbs it. So if you imagine this man it's post-mortem. So it's been identified that when the soldier went to him on the cross, they were, to ensure he was already dead, they pierced him. So scientifically, if he was alive, or physiologically, sorry, if he was alive, blood would have come out, but he was already dead. So you had the observation of blood and then the water, the plasma coming out, which they have on the cloth. So they take him down, they drape him in this cloth, and all the blood and serum is absorbed by the cloth. Then 3 days later, as for scripture, his essence is imprinted on that cloth. And what's crazy is his essence matches the cloth, or it matches the blood marks. So you have a separation of 72 hours, roughly, where the blood was marked on the cloth, and then his essence was marked on the cloth, down to his skeletal system. Crazy.
You mean skeletal? You said
Skeletal, sorry. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
I screw that up all the damn time, damn it.
It's all good.
So I don't even know all about this. So they took the cloth and then they actually did an X-ray of it.
What do you mean, the research they've done on the cloth, or
Like, how did they notice the actual imprint with like the specific skeletal structure?
it just shows on the Shroud of Turin? Have you seen it? What's it?
Like I think I've seen it before, but I couldn't in any way describe it to you.
All right.
No, I think it was the photograph where that first presented with it. It kind of showed as a photo negative, whatever, back in 1898, whenever they first photographed. That's when they started to notice.
Bro. Oh, Witsit, I've got the ultimate. Can you look at the chat right now, dude?
Witsit missed the presentation.
All right,
but
I need you. Hold on, no. Just give me.
Go
I need 2 seconds on this because I'm about to show Witsit this. I don't think he's ever seen this before. Witsit, check out the GIF I just posted. If you can click on it so it animates, that's the Shroud of Turin. The scan of what we believe to be our Lord and Savior. I say that respectfully, post crucifixion when he was laid in the tomb. So this would have been the image captured when he was resurrected, like hit with the energy burst and caused his essence to be imprinted on the cloth, as you see in front of you right now on that scanning image you look in front of you. Crucifixion spots, the scourging points, the blood flow from the crown of thorns, like everything.
Can you show or post the image of the three-dimensional superimposition of the
really cool.
Yeah, because that one is the one for me that
the statue though, the statue creation,
the 3D hologram.
3D hologram.
That
Okay,
they got from the scan,
the
from
statue.
the data on the cloth.
So someone want to explain this gift to me more? So like, what are these 4 spots?
No, not that one, bro. The 3D hologram.
The 3D hologram.
You're looking in the center.
Yeah, like
the
one was
center's where the
green.
image is.
One was green and the other was like, I don't know, black and white, like a negative looking image.
Basically, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I know where you're going. There was the face.
I see the guy with his arms crossed in the center. What's the 4 spots?
So those are actually that's damage that was done to the cloth, and those are repair marks. So they back in the day they repaired it. So they sewed new linen onto it. that's different from the original linen. Those spots that you see, it looks kind of abstract. That's what those are, the repair marks.
So I just thought of something, guys. If this was in the late 1800s, they did have X-rays then. Just saying.
Well, the late 1800s is what he's saying is when they had the first photograph of it, but it was discovered. Yeah, but it was discovered, long before that. So, like
They've never
hundreds of
been
years
able
prior.
to replicate this, even if you shoot a linen cloth with X-rays or gamma rays, and nobody's been able to replicate it anyways, even with modern technology.
Yeah, but hold on. This is what I'm saying. If this was discovered in the 1300s, and this, when photography came out, the image was discovered, I'm saying there was a possibility for this to be forged in the late 1800s. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we're not. I don't even think we're looking at that image that was taken in the 1800s. Like all of this is like based on the 70s when they actually had, what was it, 5 days, full days, and 24-hour around the clock to
look at it.
To look at it. So this
was
everything
that's
everything
even
you're
worse
seeing
now.
here. Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't help the argument, but nevertheless, the fact of the matter is the item itself was discovered at such and such time. It can't be replicated or duplicated. Even
Those are
with
just
modern
insinuations. Hold on now. See, the plot is thickening here.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, first we established it was discovered in the 1300s, right? But then we say, okay, then we say that the technology required to witness to view it was when photography came out. But that was around the time when X-rays came out. So, see what I'm saying? So now what I'm saying is there was a possibility that it was forged, because you say in the 70s is when they really checked this stuff out. So, they could have done a number on it then.
Wait, when X-rays first came out, they could impose images on linen with X-rays?
Why not?
No,
I thought they
because we
said
just told you.
they
It
had
took laser
lasers.
beams, lasers at like massive amounts of power, dude.
Well,
5
who
billion
said that?
watts.
Are you saying that's the only way that image could have been made is with lasers?
That's what they claim. The people who were in the documentary who had that time to analyze it, they claim that it could only be made this one way, and it was lasers and radiation and that type of stuff. It wasn't X-rays, and it took a massive amount of power to duplicate something like that. That's so saying X-rays, that doesn't do anything because
It's irrelevant. X-rays.
It's
Also the photo taken in the 1800s is irrelevant too, because that wasn't even the question I was asking when it was discovered, which is most relevant. But
it's like a supernova going off, right, and blasting you with light, and then your shadow getting imprinted on the sidewalk.
I don't know. That's a lot of stretching, man. I don't know, guys. Like, how could you be sure it's with lasers, and how can you be sure, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are they so sure that it was done by lasers?
well, the replication is what they're
they
saying.
aren't sure how
Yeah.
it's done at all. It's still a mystery to them. They're saying that these people in Italy replicated something like that using these lasers and all this stuff, and it's come the closest, that thing, which took lasers and gajillion power source to make it, like, just now. So
Okay, the ability. Yeah, I get it.
yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. So it's like, hey, like how would they have done that then if they're just being able to do that now with this to make anything even as close to that?
Right. And what I'm saying is they could have done it in the 70s, right?
No, they couldn't have.
I have a
'Cause
question.
there wasn't even lasers then, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Well, they had lasers. They had.
What we're telling you,
I have a
real
general
quick.
question. Can you see it without the X-rays? Can you see that image?
Barely.
It's a negative image.
Yeah,
So
I can see it.
basically, yeah, it's a negative image, and then they did something to get like the 3-dimensional depth on the image that Killian posted at. Oh damn, we got
So
all kinds of stuff going on here.
when they found this shroud, did they know that it was what they put on Jesus or whatever, or
Yeah,
was it
dude,
just
it
a
was
random? So they knew
so.
what it was,
Oh,
and they
sorry.
could see the image on it, but they couldn't verify it till later. So they did know what it was, right, in the 1300s or not?
No, bro. This is a relic. This is an ancient relic. Everybody knew this was Christ's burial cloth, dude. Going back to the 1st century, it was passed down through generations. Right, high, powerful families had this cloth. It wasn't
Or was
discovered
the
in
image
the
visible? He's
1300s.
asking. Was the image visible to the naked eye?
Yes, but it was very faint. You can see it. They have images without the
So
negative. You
what's
can
the
see it.
issue? So what's the issue with the X-rays then? Who cares if it was X-rayed or not? If we can grab it without X-rays and look at it, and these guys, these Knights Templars or whatever in the 1300s had them in their house.
The
We're
whole
looking
point.
at
The whole point.
Jesus. What's the whole argument about the X-ray?
The whole point is that even with today's technology, we cannot duplicate it, and that's how certain. That's what provides the certainty that this is a one-off item, a one-of-a-kind thing that has a legitimate signature on it. Whether or not it's Jesus, you can debate that. But the cloth is real. The blood stains upon it are real. The images you see from the blood stains upon the cloth are real. The real question comes in as to the blood that's on it and what that blood shows in analysis.
Is that when I'm looking at this? Am I correct in that there's more blood because of this crown of thorns or whatever at the top of his head, like, or am I incorrect? Am I just seeing things? Because I'm looking at the image right now, and it looks like.
Well, he did a whole
Isn't that-
presentation on it.
Yeah, dude. Like, so he didn't. Don't think. Have you? Don't think of a crown. It was like a helmet of thorns that he wore. That they pushed. So they fashioned this thing, and then they took it like a skull cap. I'll post a picture in the chat in a second, and they pressed it into his skull. Now you have to remember, like your head is the top of your central nervous system, and it doesn't do well when it has a bunch of spiky things shoved into it, and then he started bleeding because he was punctured. But yeah, those are all the blood spots.
There's evidence in Galatians that this cloth was used as a witnessing tool by the apostles. Now, not that we need physical evidence, right? But apparently it was used as a witnessing tool.
I would like to say something really quick. I hear a lot about the 3 days and 3 nights. You know, as it is said in the scripture, he will spend 3 days, 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Now, as to what that means, a lot of people think they can go to each gospel account and get 3 days and 3 nights of Messiah being in the tomb. But that's going to be a hard task. The resurrection was on the first day of the week, so it wasn't Monday. And, you know, there's a lot of scripture to go through, but I would say the heart of the earth was often referred to, or the navel of the earth was Jerusalem itself. And if you go back in the account and you find out when he walked into Jerusalem in his triumphal entry and how many days he spent, there's a little bit there. But I would say you're not going to really be able to get 3 days and 3 nights in full of him being.
It seems seems a little off topic, but didn't it say that he went to Hades to obtain the keys, to retrieve the keys?
Yeah, that's the grave. Hades is the grave, the underworld. That's not Jerusalem. Yo, I gotta say real fast. I just watched the video that I guess Snacks posted on how to replicate the turret. dude, it's hilariously not in any way replicating it. It literally shows it side by side at the end, and it doesn't match at all. It also doesn't address like the 10 to 15 other aspects of it that are. That's wild to me. Like, why are we posting that video? Why would they need to fake it though? Couldn't they just crucify and like say there really wasn't a Jesus, but they wanted to fake a Shroud of Turin? Couldn't they just crucify another guy? Why would they be using dyes when they could just use real human blood and just crucify someone else. So, like, I would agree with Dice though. There makes no sense why this would be some sort of art project fake, because they crucify people all the time. What they could put another turn on someone else. So I guess the question is that actually Jesus? Not is that
Right,
actually
and that
the guy who got
real quick.
crucified?
Let me
Got
just add
crucified
this.
all the time.
I wish.
that's
I
why I
wish
say
that.
it's the
Hold
blood
on.
that's relevant.
I wish that Snacks was here for the presentation. I really do, Snacks. I wish that you were here, bro. Because if you watch the presentation, you'd realize how foolish that video truly is.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just watched it. I'm like, this is awful, bro. And like, that made me think it's so much more legit that the Smithsonian is trying to debunk it, and it's that bad.
Yeah, but Smithsonian is like, come on.
Yeah, but the Smithsonian's going to give
come
you
on.
the best mainstream debunk they got, and it's terrible. So I will say it's also not just it's not as simple, obviously, from what I do know, as just crucifying someone else, right? Because the whole idea is, how did it imprint in the first place? Like, how was it imprinted? Like, how does a
That's
normal
the
man
question.
that dies imprint it?
And SC, I was trying to, address your issue of time. And when I heard the other gentleman say, 72 hours, I know where that teaching comes from, and the 3 days, 3 nights in the heart of the earth. But you have to look at those prophecies and look at every word that's being said, and not just take something from hearsay or something you remember from scripture and just apply it and think that's the way it is. So as addressing the time issue and the resurrection and when you would have this radiation, which I'm not saying I believe in this thing or not, but I'm just saying it is an issue, right? And time was brought up, so I just wanted to share that. And if anyone wants to go into each of those gospel accounts and try to get 3 days, 3 nights of him being in the tomb or being in the grave, just find that for me and let me know.
I would love to go through with that, North, like just me and you, because that's like getting into the weeds, bro. But just to let you know, the original translations of the Bible, like when you go to I think it's the Geneva Bible and the William Tyndale Bible, it actually says that he resurrected on Shabbat. The Coverdale Bible, basically all the Bibles before the King James mention him resurrecting on Shabbat. And then the Greek, when you translate the Greek, it's a little bit ambiguous because it says on Shabbat. That's literally what it says. The first hour. Not the first week. No, not the first day of the week. That's added. That's not actually in there in the Greek.
So the story of the actual shroud, from my understanding, goes: linens were purchased 2 days before he was put to death on the cross. After they took him down off of the cross, they wrapped him in the shroud itself, and then they laid him in the tomb. That was on, well, I'm not even going to start naming days because we're getting into semantics at this point. But when he was resurrected, he woke up and left the linens on the floor of the tomb. Then the rock that was rolled in place and pinned with an iron rod, there's evidence of that, the skull of Golgotha in Jerusalem, of this hole in the rock where the iron rod was placed to keep the rock in place. The rock itself, think of literally a round wheel, but a solid piece of rock rolling away, and then that's where the tomb was. So the rock rolls away, he comes walking out, and that's the resurrection. And the cloths, the linens, were left. I believe he folded them or rolled them up and left them in the corner of the tomb itself. That's where they were discovered. I think it was, I can't remember who went to the cave, or not to the cave, sorry, the tomb, first thing in the morning, 3 days later. But they went in and they saw the linens on the floor, and then they came out, and I think they asked the gardener, where have you put my Lord, or taken my Lord? Oops.
I think a good resource too is shroud.com. They have a lot of good scientific papers and articles, as well as just a variety of research documentation that's been collated over the decades. So I think it's a good resource if you have more questions about
For
specifically.
me,
Great research, dude. Good shout out.
for me, I think it's the blood that really says it all. Like Noah said, anybody could have been, on that stained on that cloth, but what really like drives the point home is the analysis through, the blood that was retrieved from it, and the unbiased sources that tested it. I think it was like one of them was the University of Jerusalem itself, is obviously a Jewish university. So
I would just like,
You believe the blood was still alive, like they claimed?
so that was a question I had that I didn't get to ask, in the sense of what do they mean when they say still alive? Like, what is that? Like, what are they actually saying?
It can be reconstituted, brought back to life, so to speak. So when we deal with old blood, it usually turns brown, and then sometimes even black. But this blood maintained this like bright red consistency all throughout because of the high levels of bilirubin that's within the blood itself, which when someone's being tortured and things of that nature, that's what the body releases. So hence that bright red color.
So having that characteristic and that chemical released within it is what allowed it to be considered reconstitutable blood. Or, I mean, like, is that fact like analogous with the point that it's quote unquote living blood?
And that's a really good question. Really good question. I have no idea.
Hey guys,
So
when
we
you're
got
speaking,
3 things that are almost impossible. We have.
bro.
Sorry.
Real quick. I think I started speaking right before you, or almost exactly at the same
Oh,
time.
I
But
didn't hear you.
I'll be,
Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
yeah. Please go next, and I'll be real quick. Just speaking of this man called Joseph, the good counselor, right? It was the day of preparation specifically. And what is the day of preparation? It's the day before the Sabbath, right? So it specifically says in the account of Luke, and you can go through all accounts. But Joseph took him down, and it was the day of preparation. And the women which had came into Galilee followed him to the sepulchre, right, where his body was laid. And they returned and prepared spices and ointments and rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment. Upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came to the sepulchre, bringing the spices, and they found not the Messiah in the sepulchre. So if someone says, he was resurrected on the Sabbath, well, it was the day of preparation when he was laid in the tomb. Sabbath was the next day. And he was resurrected, you say, 3 days, 3 nights? So please, someone, if, you want to go through what the day of preparation is, the Sabbath day, and the first day of the week, or the first day of the Sabbath, we could go over those things, but each account's going to, it's going to say what it says.
Cool. Appreciate that, Murph. From a standpoint of like the evidence on the table at this point in time, can science take any kind of credit for what's happening?
I think SE
science
wanted
is
to.
taking credit for this. That's
Another
their claim.
another thing I would think about is this. Now, give me a second.
Before
you
go,
had
bro.
something to say, dude. I'm so sorry. I forgot you were supposed to go after North. I'm sorry.
It's not a problem. You can go next, bro. I was going to say we got a couple of phenomena here, right? We got a couple of things that can't be, right? We have an image imprint that could only have been done with a lot of technology, so they tell us.
So,
blood that's 2,000 years old, which they claim came back to life, but was able to be reconstituted, whatever it's called. Then we have half of the chromosomes that are usually in a normal person. So we got 3 glaring problems here.
Yeah.
Well, I
Let's
mean,
break them
you
down
can
one
look
by
at it.
one. Good.
You can look at it like a problem, but I mean, it to me, that's the proof of it all, right? Like you look at it like an issue, where I look at it like as definitive evidence, and secondly, being that it's reconstitutable, does that mean that we can like make a clone if science could do such a thing?
I would say SC's skepticism is justifiable and even healthy regarding this. So someone's going to say that they took some blood and that they saw it only had 23 chromosomes and it was quote unquote still alive, meaning that when it was introduced to a solution, it actually began to like show signs of blood from taken from someone that's alive. So like my problem with that a while back was like, so apparently there's no more blood and it can never be tested again, and the only source of information regarding that is the one guy who swears that he did it. So that there's no more blood from it that can be tested, that can be videoed, and we can see it all, or like there's no accessibility to the actual results or the tests or anything like that. Because if someone's just skeptical of it, that's completely reasonable to be skeptical of that, right?
Technology to go back and test it. What are you talking
So what about the verse that says that you shouldn't make an idol for yourself, or any likeness of what is in heaven above, on earth beneath, or in the water under the earth? Like I don't know, every like all these things that are also in mainstream. I think this I have nothing against the Shroud of Turin thing and itself, but I'm very skeptical when it comes to the mainstream pushing it to be like a truth, so to say. Oh, look, we have this evidence for the crucifixion and whatnot. It kind of makes me like, I don't know. It just feels weird to think about. It creates this idolizing effect of where people, instead of having like this the faith in what they cannot see, they have faith in these things that they claim they are, I don't know, his shroud or whatnot. Do they make kind of sense to anyone? I don't know.
Yeah, I would argue though that
real
the
fast, if I can get
mainstream.
clarity as to does anyone know the answer to the blood question? Like, has the test ever been done again? Is there no more accessible blood? Is there no documentation of the test? Is it just that guy's word?
These are the
No,
questions.
so I think
I'm telling you, they don't have the technology to go back, so they can't do it again.
I think that guy's stuff has all been like put away and allegedly it's supposed to be released all at once. When the time is right and crap, like all that stuff.
So no one else has access to this and can get the blood. There's not any more blood we can test or anything.
I think it's all
Yeah, so-
there, but they're
Hold
not
on, hold on.
releasing it yet.
The blood that Ron White got wasn't from the cloth. It was from the excavation site in Golgotha, which is incredible. It's really difficult to get the authorities to let you even work. I don't even know how Ryan White got permission to go dig under Golgotha, to be honest.
That's a question. See?
It wasn't from the cloth? You're kidding me.
It was from the crucifixion site.
That's like something you should have mentioned, no? That should have been mentioned?
Yeah, I do remember. I remember that now. So they're not all the same thing, but because like I will say, I remember watching that and there's a video and it made me emotional almost because it's really is kind of wild. But so his answer for how he got down there was like he actually tells the story. Like I looked at this so many years ago and like just for like one night. But from what I remember, he tells the story about how like he's like God clearly made it to where I got to go there and just like led me in that direction, and then I was able to just like slide right through. So that's his argument, right? Like his argument is that God basically pointed him in that direction.
Is that the guy in the video that Witsit's talking about?
Yeah, Ron White. I just want to respond to the play real quick.
Did you see the video, Witsit?
Yeah, he's seen that.
I didn't see the presentation.
Oh,
I probably
guy, I tell no lie, he looks like a charlatan. Like a preacher, like in the old days, like they would tar and feather him out of town, like one of these dudes. That's the impression I got.
I don't know. I will say this, dude. I don't necessarily agree with Clay's take here. Like, why is it in the mainstream propped up as evidence for crucifixion? It's not. It's specifically not. It's ridiculed, and people try to play it like some like primitive. So it's actually just beaten down on the mainstream here.
Well, what was that connection? What was the connection with NASA and JPL? What was that?
Wasn't
that?
there like a History Channel documentary part in his presentation?
So NASA was one of the groups that were sent over in the 70s to check it out. There was a series of groups that were sent over. I took a screenshot, shared it in the chat above.
It's supposed to
I'd
build
have
the
to.
rover. The rover at JPL, the NASA fucking Mars rover was supposedly built at JPL, which I just debunked that in my last video. So stupid. They're so stupid, dude.
What?
I want to respond to Clay real quick. Real
Wait,
quick.
NASA went to go do this Turing thing?
1 second, bro. 1 second. Before you guys move on,
Yeah,
I just want to respond to
it
Clay.
said JPL was involved. Yep, NASA and JPL.
Yeah, it was one of the groups out of many groups that studied the cloth. There's people that studied it for 30 years. It wasn't just like a 2-3 day thing. Like people studied the cloth for 30 years.
Well,
But
How is
anyways,
how is that not ridiculous that NASA, it's
Well, it
supposed to be
is.
a space and aeronautics like
I think
organization
that's
paid
the
for by
point
the
that Clay's
taxpayer?
making.
That's ridiculous that NASA's the one who
Yeah.
studied it. That's
I think
ridiculous.
that's
There's no reason.
I think that's the point that Clay's making is that we got all these like controversial agencies that aren't like really beholden to Jesus as like this third party bias, like the University of Jerusalem studying the blood. You got NASA involved, like
I mean,
it
History
just
Channel. Come on, History.
History Channel, like it's just yeah, it's like what are they like? Are they looking for some sort of like a ultimate falsifiability to just like try and detour a bunch of potential Christians or already Christians once they show that like, oh yeah, well we thought this and that, but it turns out it's it's not Jesus after all.
The other question I would ask myself is why would there ever be the need for to give us this? That's the thing. I mean, the faith he requires or he wants is in the things that are unseen. Why would he give such obvious,
Well, it does
evidence?
say in the Bible that towards the end of Revelation that like things are going to start being revealed that
so yeah,
weren't
that's what I wanted to
once
respond.
revealed.
That's what I was going to respond to directly.
Oh,
So
okay.
in Galatians 3:1, right, you have Paul writing to the Galatians. He's saying, "O foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you?" Right? Who has bewitched you that you should not obey the truth before whose eyes Jesus Christ has been evidently set forth, crucified among you. Now, there are many in here that say, like many translations, some say portrayed, have been crucified. When did the Galatians ever see Jesus crucified? They didn't, right? Apparently, they witnessed Jesus Christ portrayed, which when you look at the Greek word portrayed, it means like literally like a portrait of Jesus Christ crucified. Well, how could they have how could they have seen that, right? It's through the cloth. And there's other testimonies by early church fathers that testify that this cloth was used as a witnessing tool. Not that you need it, but it helps. Does it not help? The empirical evidence of the cloth, especially modern times.
Definitely, man. But I personally think no matter, even if the Messiah himself would stand in front of some people and do the things that he did again, that's what I always say, and go through the whole process again. Sorry if I say it this way, but still people would stand there and say, you are just a liar. You cannot be the Messiah. You cannot be the son of the Most High. Never ever.
That's what they did.
Yeah,
That's
it's what they literally did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like even
the guy studying the prophecies about the dude literally said, "No, you're not him. The prophecies aren't about you."
yeah,
And they literally
that's
were.
why I'm saying it's actually just vanity when it comes to providing this evidence to non-believers because it will not change their mind. That's just my opinion. Like either the simple thing is coming down to, I personally think, is this: either you're searching for truth, or you're just comfortable with what you find out, and when it gets out of your comfort zone, you just don't want to really accept it. So you rather just you just choose and pick instead of like literally going through all of it, if that makes sense.
Can we all admit that we can't really claim the blood thing so definitively if it just relies on testimony of one person who said he saw it?
Yes, I would admit that.
Because that was the hiccup for me. I'm like, wait, then like let's just test the blood again and video it or something.
But Witsit, would you admit that no matter what evidence no matter how physical the evidence is, even him standing in front of the people, there would be
Of course.
still still the people would deny him. Like literally, if he would come in the clouds, it would be self-evident that it is the Messiah. There would be still people just saying, "Nah, man, nah, that's I don't know, that's just some alien invasion," or "Nah, that's just refraction." Nah, it's just it is what it is, I don't
Well,
know
you
how
know
to
what?
explain.
I think the people doubting him in the clouds will be dying. So won't really
What?
matter at that.
What? Sorry, I didn't understand you.
You know when he comes in the cloud, a sword comes out of his mouth and kills everyone.
Well, yeah, but before that, there's going to be clear signs, but people will probably think it's an alien invasion. That's what they have been programmed to think. When they see the chariots and the angels coming, they will look closely to what they have been seen in Hollywood movies, with UFOs and whatnot. I personally think most of the lights in the sky that rush around, they are just, probably some entities, either from heaven above or within this realm. Who knows? I'm not all knowing. Neither I'm probably right with this, but yeah, I think what is yet to come is going to be hard to digest, and truth is not for everyone. Neither have I chosen to, be enlightened about all these things. Especially knowing the Messiah was not my decision. Actually, the other way around. And
So
still
the
up to
shroud,
this. Yeah,
I
go
thought
on.
you were
Sorry.
done.
Yeah, I'm done, man. Go on.
I was just saying the blood, right? That's a big thing. Now we're supposed to go by one guy, which frankly, if I was like scoping him out and like, if you were to give me a task, like if you would hire this guy or trust this guy, or would you let this guy like care for your dog? I would say no. Just out of like
SE,
first
stop
time I
harping
seen him. Yeah.
on Wyatt. But what about the other blood from the actual guy in the lab coat that was talking to the two other dudes, right? They also talked about the blood and the AB makeup, etc.
Yeah, those guys look legit. They look like real. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest go to shroud.com and look at the actual research. I'm not a fan of this Ron White guy, and I've done quite a bit of research in the shroud, and I've never heard about this blood reconstituting into living and from the crucifixion site and stuff like that. And so I understand the skepticism for sure. So I would just say try to take a look at some of the research. They have the scientific research papers and articles posted there, so might be worth looking into.
You know what annoys me a bit, and it's hard to deprogram it out of my mind in general, is the way I have been precisely indoctrinated and programmed to think about how the Messiah is, characterically or even visually, which he isn't, but it's very annoying that they have given you the script of Jesus, so to say. You think about this extremely white looking man with long hair, and he's just this wonderful magician, and all these weird programs I have been fed through the years, through Hollywood movies, and it's just so annoying, literally. Like I really want to don't have this in my mind at all.
Well, think of
All
it. Everything is given to you. All that you have in your mind concerning this individual has been given to you. Keep
It's
that
so
in mind.
personal. It's so personal of a topic, like so personal.
Yeah, it
I don't
is.
see where it could ever end
It
good.
really is, and it kind of. I don't mean to interrupt you, Brian. It's super personal, and it's probably not anything I should fucking have an opinion on. I'll just say it like that. I kind of didn't care before. I you know what? I just feel like, well,
Like you don't need it. You have the faith. That's you don't need a shroud of Turin. You don't require it to have your
That's
faith. And
true.
so for me, like I'm like it's not like well maybe I'm fucking wrong, right? But like maybe I'm like maybe there's a technique to replicate it. Maybe there's a way to do it, you know. And if I have that in my mind, then I don't want y'all to be tricked fucked by some thing. You know what I mean? I guess that's where my heart is here. I'm not trying to tear down anybody's belief systems or anything like that.
Exactly, dude. That's where I come from
I'm
right
trying
there.
to come from the right place. And you know, even though I posted a crap video, and Witsit, you're fine to call me out on that. It's not achieving like a replication of the same thing. It's fine.
There's a lot I don't agree with from people, man. But dude, I'm not gonna be that piece of shit to fucking say I know for sure that they're wrong because that's
Right.
their faith, man. It's such a personal topic, man. It usually doesn't end well. That's why I try to avoid it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying it's not
Words.
out of trying to talk you out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Hugo. I was just saying those are wise words from Brian. But go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to get into it where I'm going to cause people to have feelings on it, you know. And because I really don't. I don't. It's not really my business, to be honest with you.
I just want to
Yeah, and the only
clarify, like, I don't even have a strong opinion about any of those things or anything that guys ever claimed, whether that be the ark, the blood, the shroud, anything. I just thought the video was really dumb. Like, I think it's like really reaching. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say it's important to know that this wasn't like a study done by a bunch of religious zealots necessarily, right? That this was taken from unbiased atheists were involved in the study, scientists, right? However you want to classify it, they really had a broad spectrum of researchers that were researching it. Some Christian, some non-Christian, some Jewish, some atheist, whatever. And so they all have. Again, I know I keep on this shroud.com, but go look at the research. It's pretty interesting. Wherever you stand, it's just interesting from
I think
a
it's
humanity standpoint, you know?
yeah. You don't think that shit's part of like the Zachariah Sitch and shit? Like just like some like like because that's my thing. I think of like anytime they start coming with that, like I always feel like I don't know, man. I can't. My spidey senses won't let me accept this Cloud of Turin except as a fucking joke, man. I can't look at it any other
Shroud, not
way.
cloud. Yeah.
Shroud,
I'm
yeah.
with you, bro. The spidey
I just feel
senses
like
are tingling.
well, like I just have like I don't know. I just think it's a weird thing to put your hat on. You know what I mean? Like it's just like, weren't there? It's like NASA scientists confirmed it, right? Like I just think like there's no real necessity to it. I like what Snack said. It's like faith goes like beyond these kinds of things, and I don't think it's necessary. And I think it's I think of it like a psyop, man. It's kind of like the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think the Dead Sea Scrolls are a fucking psyop. Like, just like I don't know. It just doesn't. It
I like
just
the Dead Sea Scrolls, but
well, I mean, hey, I like them too. I love
yeah,
the idea. You know what I mean? Like, I love the
love
idea.
it.
I
Yeah.
just think it's just full. It fits right in with Dan Brown and fucking all the other Rosicrucian stories. I just don't know, man.
So I said, you don't buy the story that a lone shepherd boy was walking by, grazing his goats, and one of his goats got lost, and he threw a rock in a cave, and he heard a funny noise. You don't buy that story?
Which one's that now? Is that the that's the fucking
Dead Sea Scrolls,
yeah,
bro.
Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah. Like, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like I can't for personally, like, and I've got a lot of friends that I respect that really fucking dig it. I just call, you know what I mean? I don't think it's legit. I don't know why. I don't know what. I feel like it's Barnum and Bailey all over again. It's the World Fair. I don't know. It just feels like there's some part of that. It's a hustle, man. Like you said, SE in a way. You know what I mean? It's like
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know. I sense a hustle, and once I sense that, it's like I got to start making fun of everything.
Well, thank God there's some of us that can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And no
and I just
disrespect to anybody,
well,
right?
I
No
just think
disrespect.
yeah,
I mean
I
it.
just think watching in this. I just think it's a rough topic for flat Earth in my sense. It's like when Pete Shea used to come through with like nobody died on 9/11, and I'd be like, hey, you know what? We're just trying to get flat Earth to look a little bit serious for a second, Can we just not say that nobody died on 9/11 right now? You know what I mean? And I find it like a weird hat to hang on with the whole Shroud of Turin thing.
Yeah, like those people didn't fall out of the building, right? Yeah, we didn't see that.
Right, like, I can't, you know what I mean? For me, it's like, why are you going to bring that angst and that debate on top of flat Earth, like, and then like paint flat Earth in that picture? Because like right now, it's like it's that whole thing of like, Cathexis called it fucking years ago, man. He said the problem ain't going to be the ballers. The problem's going to be, and I don't mean this, and I say that, I don't know, man. Like my brother said it, and I don't mean to, whatever, but he's like, the problem's going to be these religious nut jobs that just accept the religious side of things just as much as the ballers accept their religious side of things.
So, were you here for the presentation?
I saw some of it, but like,
but did you actually see the group that actually like vetted it and checked it out, investigated for 18 months, like the actual people? Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Did you actually see that part of the presentation, the beginning of it?
No, I don't think I saw.
All right, cool. Thanks for participating.
Yeah. Were they NASA scientists?
Hey, Killian, I mean you no disrespect in my analysis, right? It's like purely to do with the subject, like nothing personal.
SE, no. I say that comment was for me, so I'm going to take the opportunity to speak to you and SE at this point, just to say you're not going to go on the heels of my presentation and throw in the term religious nut job, because of the fact that a group went over there comprised of a series of different organizations, right? One group to investigate the cloth, which they did for 18 months. Right now, you're not going to be like, my spidey sense is telling me something different's going on. See, it doesn't work like that, because modern science is now saying that they can't explain it. Right. So taking on the aspect for a quick second and observing, how can the essence of
you're
a
just
man,
going to fill the void
blood,
of
and
the
all these
unexplained?
things
You're just going to
appear
fill the
on
void of
Come
what's
on.
not been explained,
linen,
right?
right? Just as like
Let him finish.
an imprint. That's the weird part. And respectfully, you can say, I don't know, but actually saying that a religious nut job, I don't appreciate that comment. But again, thanks for playing
if
and
the
being
shoe
here for
fits,
the
bro,
entire presentation so that you can class me as a religious nut job.
bro,
Thanks.
if the shoe fits, bro, I'm not fucking the
No,
one
that's
calling you a nut job,
disingenuous,
bro.
dude.
Well, I'm just saying, dude, we're talking whatever, man. We're talking like men. I'm just saying, like, I wasn't directing it at you, man. What my point is that like when we're quick to, like trade dogmas for like whether it be the globe for the religion or whether it be the whatever, I'm just saying like this is the muddy water, man. And like when we start to bring in like the Shroud of Turin and we're going to divide people on whether or not their faith is fucking acceptable because someone accepts the Shroud of Turin versus someone who mocks it, then I think we've lost our footing, dude. Because like,
Hey, let me
if you're
say
gonna,
something to Killian too, Isa, if you're done. When you're done.
yeah, no, go for it. I mean, because I really, I don't know you, brother. Like, and apparently you don't know me. I'm crass and a bit of a dick as it is. Like, forgive me for that up front. You know what I mean? And I was not directing this to you, sir. What I was saying, a buddy of mine called it years ago, and I wouldn't bring it up if I felt I was in the presence of religious nut jobs because I wouldn't feel that I could speak freely in front of religious nut jobs. So that immediately should take you out of that equation, my brother, because I'm not trying to, like, I have mad respect for Witsit, mad respect for a lot of you people that are, you know what I mean? Like, are come up, I don't mean no disrespect. My point is that I am a harsh critic. I'm a bit of a dick. You know what I mean? I hope you throw a little salt on what I say and like, a little seasoning, you know what I mean? Or whatever it needs. However, I just think to lay our hat on this one is a tough one to bring under the flat earth fold. Go on, Essie. Forgive me, I'm talking too long.
It's cool, bro. It's cool. What I'd like to say is your point about the spidey senses. The point is well taken, and that was maybe shouldn't have been involved in a serious conversation. So yeah, that was just me, and I have this like I get these EBGBs when I see certain people. Maybe I should have kept it to myself that part, but to the other points, I was specific, I was scientific, right? I gave you 3 points of contention, right? The the imprint. It couldn't have been done by traditional painter. We came to the conclusion it was done by some sort of radiation, right? Then I commented on the chromosome thing, and also on the blood being alive. So, yeah, and you did do a good presentation, bro, and yeah, good on you.
I appreciate
I will
it.
say
Again,
it,
like I hold on just to say, like, things like in my real life, things have to make sense. Like, I work in the building construction industry, right? So, like, putting things together like big Lego in a way. So when I look at something like this and I start putting it together, especially with a format and a flow that starts from dismissing the naysayers by presenting the investigative or the investigation that was done, the sussing that was done by this organization back in the 70s, and then going into the detail of what and how things transpired and raising the questions that exist within what we're observing. That is where I'm speaking to. That is where I'm attempting to splinter the mind, insert the splinter, and let it just fester and see what comes of it, because that is what we've been removed of. The ability just to observe things and start asking questions from a respectful place. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely,
So,
bro. But you got to be able to accept scrutiny, right? Because the conclusion is it has to be a miracle. The conclusion that you're drawing is this is a miracle. So
yeah,
you
well,
have to be open to
and we can
scrutiny,
really
bro.
explain
Right? I mean, at the same time,
for the
yeah.
room, for the edification of the room here. It's because this is wisdom in general, right? If like going into something, you think like there's just no way, and therefore you go your entire investigation with that mindset. So even to the extent that you really don't investigate, I mean, I'm just gonna be frank, like, right, like your take at the end of it all is really kind of irrelevant. It's like when a baller hears about flat Earth and they're so tough, they got the internet juice, they talking reckless. They would never do that in real life, but they're talking reckless. How stupid flat Earth, talking point, talking point, talking point. Vague dismissal. You start hitting them with facts. They just check out. They never specifically respond to the facts. And then at the end of it all, they just repeat step one again. Well, I mean, I just ignore those people, because I'm like, well, you're not helping us figure this out because you're not
Yo, what's
responding
it?
with substance.
Have you ever seen the movie F is for Fake?
No.
Orson Welles. It's like from the
Mm-mm.
60s or something like that. I highly recommend just looking into that, man. Watch the trailer of it.
And isn't all of this analysis of this shroud dependent on other people claiming things about it? Like no one in here can be able to test it or has touched it, or so. What about that?
Exactly.
Yeah, see, those are the good points. The good points are the good questions to me are like that independent verification of the claims, like with the blood and even with the shroud. It's like independent verification and stuff like that. But the takes that like, oh, you can replicate it easily this way or this way, or this just can't be real. There's someone that put a dude on a cloth or something. That's the part that's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like I have the same
You can
questions. I
replicate
want
it
to
easily.
see the blood. I want to see the blood tested again. I want to see it recorded. It should be documented. Makes no sense that something that insane and effectively biologically, unique would not be replicated or documented or shown to the world. Like, oh, we're hiding it to release the people. He's dead. Like, hiding it for what? Like, it's reasonably super suspect of that. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I don't bring up the blood thing, because I'm like, I haven't seen evidence of it. So I think that's the question is like, okay, here are the claims about this shroud and this blood, etc. These don't make any sense. If these are actually facts, can we all agree like there must be something that we don't understand that happened? Now the question is like, are these actually facts and how can we verify them independently? That should be like the productive route, right?
But I said it from the beginning. It's either a miracle or it's a forgery. It's one of the two. If the claims of what they say are true, have chromosomes, blood that's alive after 2,000 years, and an image that could only be done by high quality lasers or high energy. I mean, yeah, those are the
Hey, yo,
things.
I want to know this opinion. do people think that, like, if someone doesn't believe in this, that you're rejecting the Messiah? Because that's the real question.
No, I don't think anyone believes that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone believes that.
You know what I
Well,
mean? Because
I've openly stated skepticism about all of this every time it comes up, so especially the blood. And I am I'm firm in my current belief, and it's actually because of like personal experience and stuff. So I don't think that I need this. I don't think that in reality, for it to be a genuine relationship, in my opinion, you're going to actually have to personally pursue it yourself and then have confirmation spiritually and personally. There's no way that it can just be like blasted on TV and now everyone knows, okay, pack it up, let's go home. That's not how it works. It's just that same reason why would God let the Bible be messed with? Because you're not supposed to be able to just open a book and immediately get all the answers. That's not how it works. You're supposed to like genuinely want to find the truth and be humble and sincere with pure intentions, and then you'll find it. So I don't think anything like this is necessary for belief regarding the Messiah. I think it's interesting. I find it very interesting. The corroborative evidence is interesting. It should only serve as an avenue to pique someone's curiosity to begin to maybe look into it, right, and pursue it. That's my long-winded answer.
That's a good point. The problem is here that we can't. So we have to go by one person's account, and we can't replicate it. We can't test it. So. Yeah.
One person's account. Yeah. What one person account are you referring to?
Well, let me rephrase that. A few scientists' account, the people that we saw in the video that Killian did.
Gotcha.
You can still have access to this shroud, right? Is it like locked up somewhere?
Say what, sir?
Is it still accessible?
Yeah, it is. What's it?
Is it like on this?
No, it's locked up. It's in Turin, and they bring it out. I don't know, every 5 or 7 years. They bring it out on display, and I know there's teams of researchers that are petitioning right now to get another sample. Of course, they want to be very careful about allowing a sample, right? Especially after the debacle last time, where some shady things happened about the carbon dating and things like that. So. Anyways, they're petitioning to try to research it again further, and hopefully, like you said, they'll be able to test more blood or do whatever they need to with newer technology, right? So
yeah, I think we got to look at both angles, like without bias. So, say that this is legit. You have to look at it from that, like, is it fake? Is it legit? You have to be honest about both. If it was legit, and they were doing all these tests, and they brought all these other people in, atheists, everyone, like hypothetically, if that really happened, and there are parts of it that can't really be explained, like the depth of the imprint and the amount of energy required in such a small fraction of a second to do it, and people really can't figure it out. In that scenario, that is potentially a piece of cloth that has to do with a guy who died and resurrected, right? Just hypothetically, I mean, that is very insane. People are obviously going to be very protective over such a thing. They're not just going to toss it to people, be like, bring it back next week. So, I mean, it is also somewhat understandable that it isn't readily accessible from the other side. Of course, conveniently, that would be a good way to hide things as well. So, that's my take. I don't know how definitive we can be. To me, if the stories of independent researchers looking into it, and the idea or the information is true, meaning like the depth of it and the amount of radiation, if that's true, that's like incredible, and I don't think it can really be explained other than some effectively supernatural occurrence for sure. But the question is, like, how do you go about verifying that? In my opinion, even if it really was the cloth that the Messiah laid on, you'll never be able to do that, because I don't think that's how the Creator operates. He doesn't operate in such a way where you have no choice but to accept it. You have to actually try to find the truth. So.
No, I think that's a fair point. I think, no matter which side of the argument you come down on, I think sometimes, at least if you're a believer in God, he does work in mysterious ways. And, maybe the shroud exists not to necessarily be something that's definitively proven, right? or utilized as the big sign in the sky for everyone to know, right? But maybe it does draw some people who are open-minded, who may be atheist or agnostic at the time, and do the research and look into it, and that brings them maybe one step closer and opens up some other doors for them, or not. Who knows? Maybe it's all bullshit. Who knows?
Exactly.
But yeah.
Well said, bro. That's what I think, because, like, for example, I looked into the historicity of Yeshua. So I was agnostic. I mean, I believed in like a creative force, but I was, we're all God. And I started trying to disprove that Yeshua really existed, as it is said. And I went like in depth, like disconnected from the world and researched in depth. And I'm like, okay, this dude definitely existed. And in addition, I got to be honest that it's super suspect that so many people lie about it and lie about the evidence that corroborates his existence to such a mind-blowing extent that it's more verified than any other historical event or figure ever all around the world, right? For me, that did not prove that Yeshua was the Messiah, or that he defied death and resurrected, or that he was the son of God. It did not prove any of that to me. All it made me do was be like, wow, I need to like take a step back and maybe be a bit more humble about looking at this and more open-minded. It was what I needed to be intellectually satisfied so that I could go spiritually pursue our relationship. So this piece of evidence might be that for other people, right? So
Yeah, growing up, I grew up in the Catholic Church, so I heard, went to church at Easter and so on and so forth, and hearing obviously the stories of Jesus and things that he did, gospel and God and Holy Family and everything. Discovering the cloth and the potentiality for this being like the thing that caught his presence here on Earth. Again, it's the potentiality, entertaining the aspect of this could be it. This could happen. I'm a very physical person. I enjoy finding out that if Noah's Ark is real, seeing it, understanding it, how it could work, and things of that nature. So when it comes to this cloth, I, by no stretch of the imagination, am trying to project this onto anybody to say that you need to accept this as your truth. It is strictly just something, again, as I said earlier, to create questions, to open and think of the possibilities. Like, what if, in fact, this really did go down? What an amazing event. As SE said, a miracle. But it can't build anybody else's belief until they actually understand it and can rationalize the event itself. How do you rationalize a miracle?
yeah, I admittedly am pretty ignorant on the subject as well. Like, I feel like I'm being very unbiased about it. The Smithsonian cover-up video is highly suspect, and from the little I've understood, they tried to replicate it, and then they had to have 2 to 5 billion watts of energy in 1/40 billionth of a second to try to get that depth of an imprint. That is interesting because the idea of him being in a resurrected form could potentially, cause such an energetic event. So it's very intriguing. I think any honest-minded person would have to admit, like, okay, well, let's either come up with some logical explanation. And it seems like really the best one anyone can come up with is that it's all faked. But now then the question turns into, okay, how did we fake it? If it could be fake, how is it faked? Unless the argument is, well, actually, there's nothing there that even got faked. Like, all of it is just when they tell you the depth and they tell you what they found, they made all that up and they hid it so you can't verify it. These are kind of the only options we're left with to try to go against it, right? I mean, either we come up with a way to replicate and fake it, or we would have to take the position that all of it is fabricated and there is nothing with that small of a depth of an imprint, right?
Yeah, and thinking about what you're saying, to replicate it, one of the things that comes about is how does an image of the back of a person get captured that has a weight to the So they're anticipating that the body was about 180 pounds. And I mean, I would think that if I was, this cloth was able to capture the back of a body, there would be some form of distortion, like a pressing almost onto the cloth because, again, of the weight of the body. And then that distortion would show through when you compare that to the front image. But there's no distortion between the front and the back. They both show equal depth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's very crazy because it I mean, what did they use to replicate that strong of a laser, bro? I mean, if this was faked, I mean, because like that's one way you could do it. Obviously, is light. So
Yeah, because you're going on to say,
yeah,
like, in order to capture the essence of the body at that depth, the body would have had to have been floating, which adds to the aspect of like this unexplainable energy source hitting the body, causing it to levitate, and then as it's zapped, so to speak. And I'll just give the supernatural explanation. It literally captures the essence of the body on the surrounding cloth or on the surrounding, whatever the body happens to be in the way of. It captures its essence on that, and then the body awakes, gets up, takes off the remainder of the shroud itself, and I don't know what he put on, but exits the cave. Naked
I mean,
Marauder.
it's more fascinating that the way that they were able to replicate it is using lasers, 2 to 5 billion watts and 1/40 billionth of a second. I mean, I would really want to just hand wave dismiss this. You would think to be intellectually satisfied, you'd want something much more primitive than that. I mean, if you're having to get to like an immense amount of energy in a very short amount of time that can only be replicated with the best technology we have in the 21st century in 1/40 billionth of a second, that doesn't really aid argument against the shroud. It seems to do the opposite, right? You would want, because the people claiming the shroud is evidence of something is saying there was a supernatural energetic event. So you have to, I mean, that's why the Smithsonian makes sense, that approach where it's like, no, we'll use this primitive dye and color and tap it and put it in an
Yeah, but
oven.
what's to say that's the only way that this is how this image can occur?
Well,
What's
that's
to
just a
say
field of
that?
possibility, right?
No, real quick. What's to say that some other random guy gets killed and crucified? Just a random Roman fuck somewhere. What's to say this is not what it would look like 2,000 years later? What's to say that this is a special cloth that God touched, or as it could just literally be anyone else who got crucified?
Good question.
Because that doesn't physically make sense. So who's to say it wouldn't look like that? Physics. A guy couldn't just be laying dead on a cloth either for like a few days and being removed, as the accounts say, or you can say he was just on it this whole time and then someone took him off of it. That the body weight isn't going to cause that depth. It's in a mind-blowingly small depth. So, and like, who's to say what else could cause it is an appeal to possibility. I mean, I don't know. I mean, apparently they tried a bunch of things, and one they could come up with is this. I don't think that's
it's not an appeal to possibility. It's just I'm pointing out the
it
fact
is.
that you're appealing to the fact that a bunch of scientists said this is impossible to happen, but who's to say that they're the ones fucking telling the truth?
I
And
didn't appeal to them or anyone.
Yeah, you did, because you're saying that this imprint can only be caused by such and such laser light, but like, how does anyone know that? How was
But
that
dude,
special?
it captured his skeleton, right? The bones in his hand. It even captured that on the image too. How do you explain that?
Well, they said too in the presentation that Killian shared.
You're saying he radiated a divine light that burnt the cloth in such a way that no other human being could. That's the claim.
Yeah, basically, guy. Because I mean, how are you going to possibly show? Like, the only thing that can show bones, from my understanding, is an MRI, which is a magnetic resonance imaging machine, or an X-ray. Those are the two types of tech that are required in order to show your bones. And in this cloth, bones are shown. So there had to be some kind of radioactive event that causes bones to be shown on the cloth. From my thought, anyways.
Right. So that's kind of how argument or debate works. It's like you have to establish a possibility outside of what's already been established, or it's called an appeal to possibility. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can't just say, well, who's to say something else couldn't cause it? Well, you can say that in any debate then, right? You could say that in any debate. Like, oh, well, we clearly just now shot microwaves with a 1 millimeter divergence, 250 miles. It should have been blocked. But who's to say something else couldn't have made it go around the globe? Who's to say? I mean, yeah, appeal to possibility, but like,
So we
I guess
basically have to go with what these scientists tell us. These scientists say this is only possible with some radioactive source, so we have to go and believe what they're saying now.
no. Completely remove any individuals based on anything I know about in terms of physics. You can't show someone's bones without a certain spectrum of light. Like, I mean, unless someone knows of another way to see bones, but I don't even think that makes sense, right? I mean, it's a certain spectrum of light
Wait, so
allows you
you're
to see
saying there's a
physics.
light that I'm assuming the shroud was put on top of the guy, right? He's lying down on his back. The shroud goes over the front of him, right?
Well, he's
You're
on
saying
top
the light.
and it wraps around. So he's laying on it and it wraps to the front.
What? Okay.
It's as if
So
to say
right,
once he
right,
became resurrected, there was like a
It's a
moment
big
of
cloth.
time.
But the light source. So the light isn't underneath him, but it's somehow coming from underneath his bones, getting blocked by the bones, and then the imprint
Yeah.
of where the bones, the axis
Crazy.
of where the bones are.
Yeah,
So the light is
so
coming from
that's
underneath his bones. His flesh
no.
underneath his bone produces the light, but then wouldn't the flesh on top of his bones also produce light and fill
Are
in the
you now
gap
just
where his bones
questioning the
were?
resurrection because we're told that he took a
No, I'm
resurrected
not.
form?
I'm questioning the fucking piece of paper, the piece of cloth that
Okay,
you guys are presenting, and I'm there's some holes in it, and it's not if I'm
no,
questioning it
no.
or not. I don't know, is there something wrong with that?
Okay, no, wait, hold
No.
on. We're not saying there's hole. You're not saying there's holes in the air. Bear with us on this, okay? So imagine you've got a body and it's wrapped from the toes up to the head, right? And then it's the other half of the sheet is draped again on top. So he's covered from the back and the top. Now
Right, but
the
you said
way
there's
that
bones in there, like a bone like
right, no,
how
yeah,
there's a if
what
there's
I'm
an
saying
X-ray, right?
what I'm saying is the light source itself literally appears to come from within the body and go outwards. So the scan shows up on the cloth. So it's like light source, body, cloth. That's the layer. Does that make sense?
It's like he became resurrected. No, what they're saying, the idea that once he took his resurrected form, it radiated out from inside of him in a split second, faster than you can even imagine. Boom, he's in his resurrected form, and that energy came from the inside and went up and down to both sides of the cloth, giving you the imprint from the inside out.
And the
Which is
interesting point in the
crazy to think about.
That's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy when you put it that way.
and the interesting point in the presentation that Killian showed was that you have to think he's alleged to be 180 pounds, right? So his body is applying pressure on the downward side, but the cloth on top of him is laying just resting. But yet the I don't know what you would call the density of the image or the color of the image is the same both on the bottom and the top, right?
Exactly.
So that kind of
Which is crazy, as if he levitated, turning into energy in a split second,
Exactly.
and it made the image when he wasn't pressing down on the cloth.
It was
And
like
that's
the
the thing,
body.
it's literally like the instant that the image was taken that the body was in the air. Like it's like it got hit by energy, levitated, and it took the shot all in a split second.
That's what it seems like.
Very crazy. That's why it is reasonable to ask. It's reasonable to ask for some type of replication, right? Like, it's reasonable to be like, wait, can we find some type of way to create an even distribution of this image in both the top and the bottom, showing the bones? Like, that's a reasonable line of inquiry, because it's like, well, I mean, we have an answer. We believe in the scriptures. Some people don't. That's cool. Like, can we figure out another way it would happen? Because the scriptures provide a very specific way that would answer all the questions of physics to cause it to happen. So is there like another method that uses physics that could, I mean, that's kind of where we're at.
I have a question. Why don't we see bones in his face, or do we? We see the bones in his hands, right? Shouldn't be able to see like his teeth and through the mustache and.
That, I mean, that's a question that and I say this respectfully, right? If this in fact is a miracle, then that's a question that has to go to the creator. Like, how come you only showed this layer of density but not that layer of density? And here's the craziest part: is to your point, SE, is that you see the bones in his hand, and you also see. So that would suggest one layer, right? Your skeleton layer. Then you also see the injuries on the subcutaneous layer. The subcutaneous layer is the skin layer. You see all the bruising from him carrying the wood beam on his back. You see the striations left from the whipping, the scourging from the Romans, from the scourging at the pillar. Right. So how are you capturing, again, another question, how are you capturing the skeleton layer, the skin layer, and the hair even on his face, all in the same image? Because that's three different parts of the body, three different layers in the body.
That's another thing I thought of. Yeah, the hair. Yeah, but the not being able to see the skeleton, the teeth, and that what was that, selective radiation?
It's literally selective. It's literally like what needed to be shown was shown. It's like you only need to see this much to identify things. If you know what you're looking for, I'm only giving you this much, in a way.
All right, so we're going religious now. We're going faith. Okay, cool.
I don't know if we're, again, SE, because we have to, every time we get to this junction in the road, we have to establish if we're going to, as you say, go that route, go down the religious route. I don't like stating religion, because again, you say religion, wars start. I'm just talking about what's stated in scripture. And it's called, like, they talk about the linens that were found in the tomb after the resurrection. That's all I'm saying. Like, scripture takes credence for this cloth, and they're saying this belongs to my son who I sent to basically break the matrix, as I like to say. But
yeah, but bro, I feel like you're not accepting pushback, because you made a presentation, right? And we're scrutinizing it.
No, SE, as I say, not as I say. I am 100% receiving it. I apologize if I'm coming across as standoffish. That's not my intent at all. As I say, like, how I see it is my truth, and I'm not trying to beat anybody over the head with my truth. I'm just standing firm in the way that I see it. That's all.
Right. You got to understand. I'm looking at it from a non-religious point of view, right? I'm looking at it from a logical point of view, let's say. And I see, okay, now I see that you're saying, okay, it has to be like, think of it as X-rays from the inside out. Sorry, I go, okay, then it's a miracle. Fine, we'll go with that. But now we have only the hands that show this. We don't, and the other parts of the body, we see hair, and we don't see like the skeleton. So it's like I'm looking at it at, wait a minute here, what's going on here? We have selective X-raying, or whatever you want to call it.
Can I ask a question very quickly? Because I admit, oh, sorry, okay, well,
No,
I know
dude,
you're in
I'm
the middle. So.
playing. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I just did not. I actually was real interested in. I missed the presentation because I had to go do something else, but I heard you guys talking about it, and that's why I wasn't like I don't even know who's on what side of this. I mean, from what I ascertained, you're of the mind. Woods told me you're of the mind that these markings come from like some radioactive thing that happened when he left his body, or left the shroud. You know, he resurrected basically. That's your claim. But are the other people, are they claiming that this isn't real evidence of his body? Because I mean,
Well, it
I
could be
think,
a forgery.
let's say that you leave that part out of it about the resurrection.
Yeah, it could be a
I'm pretty
forgery.
sure
I think is what
that
some of the other people said.
all this the X-ray imaging that they did for this, if let's say it was on his real body and he was bleeding, I think it would leave those imprints. And I don't know if that's the disagreement or not. Like SE, are you disagreeing that that's Jesus's body and that is fake, or are you disagreeing about the resurrection part?
No, I'm showing the inconsistencies in the.
Is that clear?
What?
Kosho, can you hear us? Kosho? I don't think he can hear us.
Yeah. Kosho.
Shit, my bad. I can't hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, I got egg on my face, dude, because I couldn't hear. I hate it when that happens, dude. Couldn't hear anybody, so I don't know what anybody said. So please
No,
respond.
SE, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. What was I saying?
Well, he was saying, do you think
we
that
were
it's
talking about
Yeah,
the some of the inconsistencies of what's shown of the X-rays, right? Think of reverse X-rays. This is what they say had to happen for this image to be done the way it is, back and forth. And then I noticed that the X-ray part only showed the hands, and the face didn't show like teeth and stuff. It showed skin and mustache and beard, and yeah.
I also okay, so that's what I'm asking then. Are you disagreeing with the part that these are authentic in general, or you just argument about the radioactivity that would have happened from the resurrection? I'm trying to find out where you disagree with it.
Well, it's beyond that because we've established sort of, but there's no way to know that. We're saying if it happened this way, if there was radiation from the inside out, I call that a miracle, right? Or a forgery. But we're saying if that happened, such and such a thing, right? And I'm saying if it happened, like even the way they say it happened, it couldn't have happened that way because it'll be like selective radiation exposure, like one part of the body showed bones and the other part didn't. That's unlike any technology we have that I know of.
I don't. Can I say? I'll say this then. Okay, go ahead. Go. Sorry, blind.
No, I was just going to say, I think the best explanation is that it's pretty inexplicable. You know what I mean? And this is coming from someone who, from a faith background, right? And I've researched the shroud, and I think it's supernatural. But it's not like Jesus, the divine person, the human person, however you want to phrase that, was a human X-ray machine. So we can't necessarily put into this energy release what we would expect from an X-ray machine per se, right? It's if anything, if you believe kind of the divine supernatural event, it would be just that. This release of energy wouldn't necessarily need to follow any X-ray laws, so to speak, right? It would be a supernatural, above nature, above physics
That's what I was
event,
saying
right?
earlier.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying earlier. Why does it have to? You just said this doesn't have to be some X-rays going through the body and imprinting it, and that's what I said earlier. And what I said was apparently a fallacy. So I'm still confused. Like, how are we saying this has to be this type of X-ray light?
No, I see. I see what you mean
I
now.
don't get it.
I know you and Witsit were talking about that earlier, the appeal to possibility or whatever, but I kind of agree with what you're saying now. In other words, I don't think we know.
It's not an appeal to possibility. It's just the fact.
I know. I'm saying that's what Witsit said.
Your scientists' words for it when I don't even believe what they're saying in the first place.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I was just rephrasing what Witsit had said. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I agree with you in that, and I agree with SE. We don't know, right? And look, I think further testing would be great, but even if we have further testing, right? What are we going to do? Test the natural sciences about the supernatural? That's a category error, right? And so at the end of the day, and this goes back to the point Witsit and I were agreeing upon, which is, dude, God can work in mysterious ways if you lean that way, right? And maybe this opens some people's eyes and makes them think twice and brings them to a different place in their life. Who knows, right? Maybe it is, like as he says, some 13th century or 1970s X-ray forgery. I don't know, right? That would require more testing if we can prove that, right? As modern scientists, if you will. But ultimately, I think the best explanation is it's inexplicable. And if it were explicable, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it, right? The fact that it's inexplicable is what makes it so interesting as a concept. And that's why I appreciate Killian doing the presentation in the first place. So.
One thing I wanted to say, I was going to say this earlier, but I didn't quite get the chance to jump in. But I'm not saying this is or isn't fake, but from the perspective of it being fake, I think the argument to say that how could this be replicated, like, or meaning if it hasn't been replicated, then that means that it can't be fake. I don't know if anyone said that directly, but I was just going to say that I don't necessarily agree with that logic, because somebody could fake it in a way that hasn't been replicated, meaning they faked it in whatever way, and people have not figured out a way to replicate the fakery. That doesn't mean that it isn't a fake. Sort of like with the ISS, what they're doing, like, do we have to replicate exactly what they're doing in the ISS just to, to know that it's fake?
Exactly. That's
So,
exactly my point.
Good
That's
point.
exactly my point.
Okay, but
How do we, just because we can't replicate, we say it's a fake because we can't replicate it with X-rays. And my point was, why does it have to be X-rays? And you two, Geo and the other guy who was talking, I don't know if he left or whatever, the blind spot OG. I think it was you. You guys just made my point for me. That was my point.
Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you in the first place. I think it's an interesting point. It was you and Witsit that were having that debate, so to speak, or that disagreement. So, yeah.
oh, but check this out. There's no reason to even, now that I know that that's where the argument is, there's no need for even go there, because let's use both arguments. One, that this is just, let's say he was bleeding like.
you cut out, Kocho.
Come on, Kocho. You do better.
Sorry, man. It's my mic cable, dude. I got bad mic cable. But anyway, right. So let's say that this is this is not a supernatural event, and this was his blood covering his body and the shroud covering his bloody body, and and that whole thing. All right, and the shroud was recovered at some point later. Um, if you were then to later, like today, take an X-ray of that shroud, you actually would be able to identify a lot of what's being shown, and you would expect to see the hands and not the teeth, and things like that. And even in the case, let's say in the case that there was something supernatural and he resurrected, and there was some sort of imprint that created on the shroud, that would make sense that this would identify that as well, as long as that imprint matched, like I said, like sort of what was coating his body, because the shroud looks like that. What was imprinted on it was whatever was coating his body, like the blood on his face and head and his arms and that kind of thing. So that makes sense. And basically, all the X-ray is doing is identifying things that, like differences in the material that you wouldn't be able to see with a normal camera, but would maybe be embedded in the material. Yeah, so that, I mean, the X-ray thing makes sense in either case. I guess, yeah. That's why I didn't understand what was the disagreement was, because it doesn't. There doesn't have to be a supernatural um, explanation for it. Like could be a regular explanation for it, or it could be a supernatural explanation. But
It's
either
called
way,
mundane.
both would be
You're
possible.
looking for the word mundane, a mundane explanation.
Man, anybody, real quick, change the subject. I'm not trying to change the subject, but real quick, I sent a link to Dyslow and Witsit. I know it was spur of the moment, but he was talking shit about saying shits at 60 and all that, and straw man. And so I joined Quantum Erasers and defended you the best of my ability, man. You probably could have did better, but dude, you probably, will be proud. I was trying to just join the gap at the very end, as being as cordial as possible. It's hard with them guys. But I was just like, dude, y'all were fucking tight in the day, man. Y'all, I'm trying to get it through, and it's real tough. But I'm trying to get progress to show. Y'all got different conventions, and when he was mentioning the dishonesty, I was like, dude, nah. I got him to stop saying that, I think. But anybody want to check it out, man? I defended it pretty well, I thought, man. As not a 100% ether advocate, I fucking can defend it well without straw manning it like they do. And it's a pretty good stream, though. If anybody wants to watch it, it was earlier.
You said you posted it?
I tried sending a link so it wouldn't be just me, you know what I'm saying? And I tried to send a link in the middle of the damn show, so I didn't really expect you or what's it to catch it that quick, but it was worth a try,
But I feel like he did a pretty good job in defending against the damn fucked up straw man, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty quick and right to the point too, man. That's one of the good things about this one. He played a small presentation. It was horse shit, and I couldn't shut up about it. I was behaved as I could possibly be. Y'all know me, as behaved as I could possibly be without getting kicked out. I got muted about every time I talked, but they did keep unmuting me, which is more than I could say for Nathan's show lately. But hopefully we could turn that around too, man, and get some cohesion going in this fucking community. We'll see. This channel's the epitome of it all, man. Like, dude, we all disagree on so much, but we still have cordial, respectful conversations. I mean, this is the dude. I ain't trying to kiss Gio's ass, but dude, I mean, him and his mods and all that, you know, they've got something going here, man. It should be a role model for what is needed, man. It's not that difficult, man. If we all just respect each other's opinions, whether we agree with them or not, you know.
Yeah, Brian, if I may steal the mic for a quick sec, just to say on the heels of that, number one, thank you to Gio, Jeremy, the crew here for always opening up for presentations and stuff. Greatly appreciate for that. And again, the ability just to engage with you guys and show you guys the stuff and learn what you guys are thinking and things of that nature. Because again, Gio says it, right? The truth is the truth. It's just a matter of, how we view it, the perspective on it. But yeah, it's please don't ever take my responses, criticisms, or not criticisms, sorry, my responses to your criticisms as, personal attacks. I'm not here for that. I appreciate everybody and what they have to say. So thank you. Have an amazing evening. My ass is going to bed. Peace.
Take care, buddy.
Good night, brother.
I thought he handled those criticisms pretty well. I didn't think he went overboard.
He absolutely did. I take it back when I was saying that these can never end well. You know, I instantly bit my tongue, bro. It was, because a lot of people take shit personal, man, and that's why to me it's a super special topic. You know, it's a super personal topic. But he proved me wrong so quick, dude. It's like amazing, amazing. That's why I didn't even comment. I just listened the rest of the way.
That's why I hated to give my input, not full entire context of where everybody was with the argument. But man, that's just my position. Is that there's nothing impossible about that being actual Jesus, the shroud that covered Jesus, or supernatural. I mean,
Well, and while we're dishing out some kudos, Essie, are you still there?
I'm still here, bro.
Yeah, I think, and this is a guess, so this might be incorrect. So feel free to correct me. But I imagine that this discussion, right, be it a Christian discussion, is probably appeals to the majority of people here. And I think you did a great job of playing the devil's advocate, right, being critical without being what I would say the typical militant combatant in the space of that topic. So kudos to you as well. You're just being honest, or trying to be honest, right, about the evidence that's presented to you. So I can imagine the position you're coming from, right? And yeah, I thought it was really cordial and well done too.
Well, thanks, bro. I try not to offend, because I know there's a lot of religious people. So I try my best. Sometimes we really you're saying that, but you should have heard some other combos we had. But yeah, thanks.
I've heard
anyway,
a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, can you, real quick, Essie, just to make sure I'm clear. So, can you repeat that? Are you your contention is just about the whole thing with the radioactivity at the time of his resurrection, creating that? Are you disagreeing that could actually be the thing that covered Jesus' body?
I, I don't know who's to say. Whichever body it was, right? If it's what they're saying, first of all, I haven't seen it, right? So I don't know. From what I've seen, it doesn't look to me like it's any fancy laser engravings or anything, right? But if it's what they say it is after scrutiny and scientific investigation, what have you, and they say that it took energy from the inside out, well, what do you think, Osho? I mean, how could that happen? Do you know of anything natural that could have done that?
It's got to be particles like photonic, like packets of energy type of particle shit, dude.
Osho, does that answer your question? It's like I answered it with a question, but if it's what they say it is and I haven't seen it, then it's either a miracle or they forged it. One of those two things.
Right. No, it's not one of those two things. It's a false dichotomy. Like I said, the third option would be that it is completely the shroud that covered Jesus, or possibly somebody else's. But let's assume that it's covered Jesus, um, and it would be a completely natural uh, imprinting of. Because actually, that's if you were a detective, that's actually what it looks like. To be honest with you, if you were trying to, you say it shows the hands and not the teeth. It doesn't show the bones in the hands. It does show the hands though, and the outline of them, or the outline of the fingers and the wrists and that kind of stuff. But like I said, he's covered in his own blood and wrapped in a shroud. The blood is going to stain on the shroud, and 2,000 years, it, it's just going to be ingrained. It's going to be stained in that fabric. And if you want to see something interesting, you should see they actually do imaging for cloth, like for all sorts of reasons, because it can tell them the inner makeup of it and a whole bunch of stuff they can do with that. And one thing you can certainly do with it is you can see this sort of imprints or ingrained, um, blood or whatever it would be, or anything at all that ingrained itself into it. You can see that with X-ray imaging, and you get a really interesting image. And like I said, I would be it would be interesting to see if somebody would do that and retest that and see if they could cover somebody with paint or blood, wrap them in a shroud.
Yeah, I think you cut off there.
I just think it'd be cool if somebody did that, because I think you'd see the same thing that we're seeing, an imprint of that person's body. And like I said, I don't think it's a coincidence that it's imprinted where you would think the blood was. So
I think you're missing the point here, Osho. You're saying that it could be recreated, right? These guys are saying that it's been tested and it cannot be recreated by an artist or by any known means. Now, like I said, there's no way for me to prove that, right? We're going by what they're saying, and if what they're saying is true, which I mean, I find it highly like suspect, right? But what they're saying is true. It's an X-ray from the inside out. Do you understand that part, Kosho?
no, it's not what they're saying though. I mean, that's what Killing was
It
saying.
is what
I
they're
don't know. I
saying,
didn't see.
though.
Well, no, I didn't see his presentation, so I don't know who's claiming what. But what this method does is it can look at what's on the inside through doing X-rays. Like it can actually, like depending on what the makeup is, like what's ingrained in it, they can look at the like inner workings of, um, uh, that substance. Depending on, like I said, what it is. Different things are going to
Show
show
me
up
an example of an
different
imprint of.
brightnesses.
Can
Sure.
you show an example of what you're talking about?
Yes.
We can compare it easily to the shroud. Like, I'm with you. I even said it myself, Kosho. It doesn't look to me like some sort of fancy laser engraving like they're saying, right? But then again, I haven't looked at it real close. I don't know what it looks like. Did everybody go silent, or did my mic die?
You didn't hear that entire conversation we just had, Odysee? Oh, we were talking about football. We were talking.
Nice try. Thanks. Kosho bailed on us.
Oh, that's why it's quiet. Kosho left.
You asked Kosho for something, evidence, and he bails. Oh, there he is.
No, I'm pulling it up, man. I'm telling you, I got to change out my cord for my mic because it's doing the thing it does where it's like I can't tell when it stops working and you can't hear me, and then sometimes it stops letting me hear you for some reason. But so one of the terms to look for is like radiography of textiles. But I'll post some so you don't have to look it up. But it's actually a method. You know, instead of looking inside people, they use it to actually study the inner makings of like certain fabrics and stuff.
How? With what? How do they get the image?
That's it. So
Oh, for crying out loud! Here it goes again.
Can we start a GoFundMe for Kosho to buy him a microphone? I mean,
was
I'll
thinking
pitch in
the
at
same
least
thing.
33 cents.
give me 4 minutes, SC, and you won't have it again. I'm just gonna reset my computer. In the meantime, though, yeah. So it's not just a simple X-ray. Oh shit! Are you talking, Noah?
No, sorry. Am I even on? Oh, sorry. No, I just started my car up. I'm not saying anything. Can Kosho not hear anyone?
No, I couldn't. I couldn't. Yeah, before I left,
He's
I'm sorry.
struggling.
I'm just gonna
He's
stop. I'm gonna
struggling.
stop talking until I reset my computer. Okay.
If it isn't Jeremy, it's Kosho. Jesus, man.
Don't call me Jesus.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's right, Jeremy. He's probably got one of those. But it's kind of like the kettle, calling the pot black, right? On this one.
Embarrassing. I thought you heard me say it. I'm saying if you give me 4 minutes, I promise you, I'll have your evidence. I'm gonna reset my computer.
Okay, that would be interesting to see, yeah. Because then that'll blow the miracle thing out of the water. Because if this happened, and if they, when did they first say they saw it in the 1300s? But you'd think if it was a relic, they would have spotted the image from day one, no?
Well, that's the story. Apparently, they did have the image from day one. But my question is, who discovered it in the 1300s? Where was it? Like, what? I guess we missed too much of the presentation. I was working.
I don't think you went into that. Who?
Because I'm
And
just
when?
thinking, like, they had this whole crusade thing where they had, like, people from France, Germany, and England go all the way to the Middle East to go recover relics and shit in the Holy Land. Wouldn't this be one of the things they took back? Like, wouldn't they be like, yeah, like the Queen's apron. Jesus used to have it. Like, now the Queen has it.
Yeah, yeah. They say they were digging in, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and all those areas. They say they were digging. The Knights Templar, that
That's
is. Yeah.
that's where he supposedly was crucified. So that
Yep.
kind of makes sense, right?
In that
But that
church, yeah, there's a spot there. Yeah.
yeah, but where was this shroud in Turin? Where is Turin at? Is that in Turkey? Like, what?
Well, that's in Italy. That's in Italy.
Wait, so they did have it. So the popes in Italy, the Italians had it the whole time.
No, apparently it was transferred there. See, he didn't do a thing on. He said he had some presentation on that part, but he didn't bring that part. He said sorry, maybe another time. He didn't go through the lineage where it came from, the time period, and all that. Who had it? But that's the stuff we really need to know as well. Yeah, good point.
Because I'm just thinking, like, I mean, even in the Evil Ages, could they just crucified someone then and put a drape on him and then say, "Yep, it's Jesus"? Like, it's the governments were not like they are today back then, right? With medieval government, the king could just kill whoever he wants. Ancient Roman Empire, the Roman Caesar could just kill whoever he wants. So I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to get a cloth of someone who got crucified when they just could crucify whoever they wanted whenever they wanted. All they needed was a cloth. I mean, that's not hard to get if you're an emperor.
Right, but this one you got to understand, right? It has the thorns. The thorns are in the right place. The spear, where they claim the biblical claims are, all the wounds are in the right places, the whippings, and that's what they're claiming, right? So you got to look at it from their point of view. They're saying all the biblical accounts of the Jesus story are like basically written on his body type deal. But like you said, yeah, it could have been any guy that just happened to die, happened to have the same thorn. I'm sure they did that with other people, right? The same spikes, and maybe just by sheer luck, they to test to see if he was dead. They spiked him in the right. I mean, that could happen. I don't know, man. Who knows?
Plus, dude, which pieces of cloth do we have from 2,000 years ago still, like, preserved? I'm sure we do, right? I mean, they have this cloth. There should be other cloths. Like, does it show similar? I guess shit gets degraded over time, right? Does it
Does look
show
like in pretty damn good shape, as thin as it is.
exactly?
Yeah, look,
No, I'm
to
not
me, it's
saying it
highly
didn't.
suspect. It's highly suspect. I'll tell you the truth, right? But who knows?
Yeah, to me, I'm honestly 50-50 with it, but I'm of the opinion that if they were gonna fake it, they weren't gonna use color dyes and X-rays. They were just gonna use another guy that they crucified easily. I mean, is that not the best way to replicate something or fake something? Is to just do what actually happened? Like,
Yeah, but you're missing the point, the crux of the argument here. The crux of the argument is that it's been through examination, scientific examination, which, like I said, there's no way for us to verify, right? But this is what we're arguing against. It's been verified and it's been shown that it needed high intensity energy. Now, personally, I don't see it, but that's the story, right? So that's what we're arguing against. Now, I know you're saying that it could be replicated. Kosho's saying the same thing, right? But I'm telling you what the argument is. And I'm with you and Kosho on this. To be fair, I'll be honest with you. But we have to be fair to what the argument is. And the argument is it was done through X-rays from the inside out. Now, how can we even test that?
well, that's another thing is to claim that something only can happen if there was an X-ray that was, like, I guess, emitted from the internal part of his body outwards. Like, how did you even test that? You know what I mean? Like, how did you determine that? I'm rather
Well, that
confused.
they had to say, bro, they had to say that because there's an imprint from the back and from the front, all around a 360 imprint. So really, that's the only thing that they can say. Think about it.
So is this cloth singed then from that, I guess, event? It's essentially lightly singed on the surface, and
I don't know.
whatever it
Singe is
was
the word. Stained would be more accurate. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen the close up, so I'm only going by an itty bitty picture from
Yeah,
what I see.
but like I'm saying, what's to say there wasn't a fucking campfire near this cloth, and they put the cloth near a campfire,
Yeah.
and then the guy's fucking blood was mixed in the cloth, and somehow like I don't understand how they've already vetted it down to the fact that it had to be X-rays coming from the inside his body out. Like I don't really understand how they got there. Is I guess my main uh point or
Well,
whatever.
look, I'll try to explain to you, right? If the body was wrapped in a cloth, right, and if there's an imprint all around it, while part of it is lying down, right? There's no fire there next to it, right? How it would have to come from the inside in, from the inside out. I mean, sorry. You get what I'm saying? I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's the only way that it could happen is if the body radiated energy outward to go all
But,
around 360.
but yeah, that's what I'm saying though. What's to say the oil from the skin on his body didn't get on the rag that was wrapped around him, and then they threw the rag in a corner for 500 years or something, and then this rag was near a campfire, and then the oil from the body started to like went through some react. Like I'm not understanding. I get the argument, but I'm not understanding what it's based off of. Like to say, oh, this can only be caused by an X-ray is essentially the same thing that they say about the sun. Oh, this can only be caused by a hydrogen particle, therefore the sun has to be a ball of hydrogen. It's the same argument. It's the exact
I'm
same
with you,
argument.
bro. I'm with you. Yeah, yeah. I'm not arguing against you. I'm just trying to tell you what their argument is. That's it. To me, it's like highly, highly unplausible for that to have happened. It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be a miracle.
I'm not really knocking it. I'm just, where did they come to that conclusion from? Like, were they shooting X-rays at other cloths or something? And then, like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, like, where's the steps you took to come to that conclusion? I guess I feel like I'm missing the steps in between.
Well, these are scientists that came up with this conclusion. So, I mean, they brought it in for tests. Well, look, the guy for the blood, for example, he was saying, look, he was telling them, can you please test the blood? And they're telling him, look, there's nothing to test here. It's dead. And he goes to them, well, look, can you just please do it for me? Leave it for 24 hours or whatever. Like he was scolding the scientists to do it, type of thing. And to me, it sounded like a far-fetched story, man. I'll be honest with you. And then the scientists relented. Okay, we'll do it. And then the results were they found half the chromosomes and the blood was still alive. I mean, come on.
Why was the part before that far-fetched stuff about the guy asking? Because I mean, that makes sense. Like the scientists being like, oh, there's nothing to test, and the guy urging him to do it. That makes sense. Right?
The what?
The guy urging him to test it. You know, obviously because it's his blood supposedly, and
Well,
that makes sense.
If there was some sort of blood that was alive after 2,000 years and it only had one set of chromosomes instead of everyone who has a pair, if it just had one, that blood alone, no shroud, no turn, no nothing, throw the shroud in the fucking garbage and get rid of it, because all you would need is that blood, because then you would have blood that survived 2,000 years of, it's just eternal blood that never goes bad. and has half chromosomes can only happen from a mother with no father, right? So I mean, wouldn't if this claim about this blood is true, wouldn't there be more people trying to look into this blood and like screw the Turin blood that's fucking around for 2,000 years that no one else on Earth has? That would be good evidence, not some fucking piece of cloth. I don't know.
It does sound pretty far fetched that it's blood survived, that a cell surviving that long. But even still, it's a claim worth checking out. But I wouldn't throw away the shroud though for sure. Maybe that's because it's really, it would be like an imprint of a likeness of
No, but I'm saying
Jesus.
if that test was real and those scientist guys really did find what they found out with that blood, you wouldn't even need the shroud. The blood in and of itself would be such a ridiculous evidence that nobody could deny it. If I said this is Jesus' blood, you said, okay, prove it. And then I showed that it was 2,000 years old, still alive, and only had one set of chromosomes, you'd be like, God damn, it's true. This is Jesus' blood. You wouldn't need a shroud. The blood would stand like that. That whole claim about the blood is just, I'm not saying it's true or not. That seems a little more far-fetched than the piece of cloth. But
Bro, imagine
is
if the
true.
Vatican had this blood, they would show it, and they would show proof of Jesus. Just imagine the ramifications of this, right? Of course, they don't
I
have
don't think
this.
that'd be proof.
What? Well, it would be proof of a supernatural thing, right? That would be proof of a miracle, right? If they
That would
actually
be a
had
miracle.
blood,
Yeah.
yeah,
The blood in and of itself would be the miracle.
yeah.
With or without a Turin cloth or whatever, just that blood would be proof enough. Yeah, they would have 1 billion new Catholics overnight. All the people
It would
who,
be it would be entirely unlikely. So yeah, I can see why it would seem miracle. But I mean, we're not talking about the blood survivor. We're talking about a cell, half of a cell, not even a whole cell, part of a cell in the blood. They're able to extract the DNA, the half of the chromosome, as you said. But weren't they able to do this with a dinosaur? Didn't they do that with a dinosaur, like in the 90s? Was there a claim that that lady, she was able to take soft tissue from the bone and then extracted some piece of the cell in some kind of way? And
honestly,
that
that's
seems
even
unlikely
more
as well. But
absurd. That's even more absurd.
yeah, it does seem that way. But I mean, I have to look at the claim to really see if it was like it seems miraculous or something. It could just be extremely unlikely. But that part of the side, the imprint of his body.
2,000-year-old blood
Yeah,
coming to
that's
life.
and
It's
then
not
having
live.
a different genetic code, that could only happen through a virgin birth.
Having
I mean,
only half
the
the
blood would be
chromosomes.
the blood would be enough. It would be bada bing, bada boom, bro. They would have these. They would fucking put the blood out, send it to every university, and it would be a done deal over debate. There's no. I mean, where is this blood? Bring it out. What? That whole claim seems a little far fetched to me. That whole part of it.
It does, but also I wouldn't assume that like I don't know. I mean, unless you guys already know, but I don't think the claim was like the blood survived or multiple cells survived or even a whole cell survived. They basically were able to extract part of a cell that survived. So it's like it could be the case that the part of the cell they were able to extract, like they don't even have a full DNA strand part of it. So the fact that they only have a half of a chromosome, I don't know if that would be proof that Jesus himself.
Also, DNA is not kept in chromosomes too. It only does that during like mitosis or whatever it is. And the rest of the time, it's all tangled up, which is also like I guess
Yeah,
another problem, right? Because they would have to be a cell that's in the process of mitosis that then died for then you to look at the like that whole. It's sounding kind of far fetched, that part of the story.
yeah, I wouldn't bother arguing about that part. But I'm just saying for the I don't know. You guys keep talking about. I guess you guys are talking about differently than I'm thinking about because like there's some sort of thing from the imprinting from the inside or something. I don't see why it's necessary when simply the blood could just be the thing that imprinted onto the fabric.
Like, do we have any other bloody cloths from 2,000 years ago?
I'm still waiting on Kosho.
Here's some cloths not from the 2,000 years ago, but this is the method similar to what they were doing. I have to say, like I said, in the case I'm describing, Jesus obviously like he identifying blood particulates, the difference between that and what else is inside the fabric. Whereas these are obviously identifying different materials that make up these different fabrics. So it's not, don't expect it to look like that, but that's why I said you should test somebody like putting blood all over something, a person like a mannequin, and wrapping them in a shroud and like letting them sit there for I don't know, a couple of weeks or something. And take that
You
shroud
showed me
and
X-rays, Kosho. You said you had
so what?
that.
No, I
You
didn't say
said
I
you
had
had
that.
the shroud. What are you showing me X-rays for?
This is what I was
You,
talking. This is what I said. I was showing you.
no, you
Did
said
you
you
get it
had
from?
a. Didn't you say you had like the shroud kind of a thing, a wrap, a natural thing? Isn't that what you said?
No, I said that's a natural thing that would occur. They use this method is used to identify like the different particulates inside of the fabric. Even though these fabrics have different materials all around them, and you're sort of identifying that, this is also used to like the inner makeup of a specific material. So I have to find an example of that too. But that's my point: is that this method is used to do exactly what they were doing with that shroud. So
And
if there
how
were
would they do
particulates
this
that match,
in AD, whatever it was? How would they do this?
yeah, they wouldn't have.
Okay, that's what we're talking about here.
Mhm. Yeah, but if they would have had the shroud back then, they would have still had a shroud that had blood, imprinted on it. So they could have seen that. This probably wouldn't have been as clear as when you took the X-ray images.
I think we're
Like,
having
doesn't
a
he have?
communication problem here, Kosho.
Doesn't he have? I saw the picture of the shroud, and that's not X-ray. You can still see the imprints. They're not as defined.
Did you see the bones in the hands?
Yeah, I see what you're calling bones, but I don't think that those are bones. I think those are just the blood. Like I said, imagine the state that he was in, or anybody who's crucified was in. They have blood all over the body, especially if he had a crown on his head. His face was covered in blood. His head's covered in blood. His arms are covered in blood. The imprints on the shroud are exactly that: his face, his head, his forearms, his hands. I think that it's being assumed that those are bones because they're taking X-rays. But what I think what you're really identifying is the different materials in that fabric at that this location.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what to say. I mean, this just pictures of X-rays, and we have to show that it could be done without any exotic things that they're claiming, because their claim is that it's been done. And I'm with you on this. To me, it doesn't look like no exotic lasers they were saying, but that's what they're saying. That's what the expert said. So we have no way of testing it, right? So I don't know, man. Me, I think this is
When you
like,
say
yeah.
when you're saying lasers, are you talking about lasers that were done in the imaging, or lasers that were for some reason used back when in Jesus' time, or like what are you
Yeah,
talking
that's
about?
why it's hard
Because
for you to comment here because you didn't see the video, bro. He went through a whole bunch of
so
stuff. They say that it's been done with lasers, high intensity lasers. Yeah.
no, that makes sense. That's how this is done. That's what I'm saying. Even though I'm telling you that this is like X-ray imaging, it's not the same sort of X-ray you do. As a matter of fact, you would take composite images, especially like a 3D, to get a 3D view of it. You know what I mean? You would look at different angles, and
Your
it's
mic
not.
is
It's
bad,
not
bro.
just a
You
simple.
sound like you're a mile away.
I apologize. Yeah, I saw something about this a while back. And the images making and they were producing were really awesome. And they were just doing it on fabrics, and they were able to identify like I said, particulates that weren't in the makeup of the fabric, but that weren't purposely planted in the fabric, but they were somehow they got into the fabric, right? Interesting stuff.
I just thought of a freaking way they could have forged it.
I mean, they could.
But I'm waiting to see your things, Kosho.
Well, that's a little bit forward, if you sure, but they could have forged it the way I described. Just wrapping a body in blood, putting the shroud around it, and then just using that shroud and saying it was Jesus, right? That would be a way they could fake it, but I'm not claiming that's going to happen.
I guess you're waiting to talk to Killian tomorrow. That's his thing.
I don't really want to even argue with him about it. I'm actually only making this argument to help. It seemed like a lot of people were skeptical of what was being claimed, so I just wanted to sort of help us. I wouldn't argue with him about this. Hey, SC, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I just found a paper. The paper's called "Large Area Imaging of Forensic Evidence with MA-XRF," and so it says the study introduces the use of macroscopic X-ray fluorescence, which is what that letter stands for. And it says for the detection, classification, and imaging of forensic traces over large object areas such as entire pieces of clothing and wall paneling. MA-XRF was sufficiently sensitive and selective to detect human biological traces like blood, semen, saliva, sweat, and urine on fabric on the basis of the iron, elements of signatures. With MA-XRF, a new chemical contrast is introduced for human stain detection, and this can provide a valuable alternative when the evidence item is challenging for conventional techniques. So, That tells you that the methods that they're using, they're not regular X-rays, they are using X-rays. So I know, but I looked at the thing that NASA did, and it was also had a weird, you know, symbols and numbers. I don't know what it stood for, but it was also an X-ray technique. But they can identify that material on a fabric, blood, human fluid, whatever.
Do you have any pictures?
Paper.
I want to see what it looks like. If they did it, they did it. And you can kiss the shot of Turin goodbye.
Why?
Because then it's not a one-off. It's not a one-off piece.
No, I wouldn't say that though. I would indeed say that if it's a fake, it's very skilled, put together fake, one that didn't spare any details. Didn't there wasn't any holes in their method because it does indeed look like exactly what it's supposed what I was describing. If it's like Jesus, and he was bleeding all over his face and head, and his arms and hands, that's exactly what would be outlined on the fabric, right? So it seems plausible to me. I suppose it could affect it, but when was this the shroud first discovered? But I doubt that when it was first discovered, they would know about this, imaging process in the future.
You kind of broke up there on the last part. I didn't quite get what you said.
I said I doubt they knew that they would have this sort of imaging technique in the future when this was first discovered.
Well, they say this is a relic. They say they had this from the time of Jesus's death, and it's been passed on. Now, I haven't seen any proof of that, but that's what they say. And they also say that that image was there from the beginning. So, you see the situation?
Yeah, that image is fine. The image being, when you said the image, you mean the image imprinted on the fabric that you can see with your naked eye. That's what you're talking about, right?
Like, I don't know, bro. Like since when did this become my argument? This is Killian's argument.
Yeah, but I think
I really don't know much about it.
I think I broke up again. I don't think you heard my question, but when you say that the image was there the whole time, you're talking about if you were looking at the fabric, the image imprinted on the fabric was there. You could see that with your naked eye, right? That's what you're saying.
That's what they say. Yeah, I asked them that question. As a matter of fact, yeah.
Yeah, that would be the case. Of course, you'd be able to see because it's blood stains. It's just not going to be as defining as, like I said, doing an X-ray. But if that's exactly what
It's
it
not
is,
from blood stains, Kosho. You're not listening. There are blood stains on it, but the image is not from blood stains. Capiche?
I'm sorry, Essie. Are you saying that because the images don't match blood stains, or are you saying that because some other reason? Why are you saying that it's not the blood stain?
Because they distinguish blood stains from the image.
Right. Well, the blood stains would be what you can see visually, and the image would be what the X-rays took. But the X-rays are going to get more than what you can see visually because there's going to be, like I said, there's going to be material or particles or whatever that are ingrained in the material that you can't possibly see. The purpose of this.
Well, according to them, it's not that. Like I said, this is not my thing. I'm going from what I heard from the presentation, and apparently the blood is very distinguishable because it's very, very red, and the reason why that is because of torture. So the blood is very distinguishable from the image that you think is blood, Kosho.
And so NASA, for example, because NASA was one of the people who studied this, and other like prominent people, like not jobs, like actual people took what was supposedly the shroud that you could see the blood on, and took these X-ray images and produced the X-ray images that were posted. Right? If that's the case, then
I'm not sure
there's no
about that.
question.
Not sure who did what.
I guess we're at a dead end with this because neither of us are, you know.
What? You drifted off there, Kosha.
Yeah, you should have watched the presentation, bro. And it should be you should be able to go back and watch it. Because you're missing a lot of details, which of course I can't remember all of them. And fix your damn mic.
Yeah, just
Is this better at
you know,
all? Or noticeably?
yeah, I could hear it was silent just for a minute there. So I'll just say quick for anyone who is interested in this. This has been debated for years, but if someone dies Friday afternoon around 3 o'clock, around the ninth hour of the day, right, and they're laid in the tomb that day, Friday evening, and they're not found in the tomb very, very early the first day of the week or Sunday morning. Is that 3 days and 3 nights?
No.
It's not, right? So I do understand that, the thing that's said about Jonah, as Jonah was in the belly of the fish for, 3 days and 3 nights, so shall be the Son of Man in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, I also know that it is written that he will rise on the third day, but it's not very specific about what happens on the first and second day. So I would just say that people are kind of, coming to a conclusion without being able to go to any one of the accounts and get 3 days and 3 nights in the tomb.
Amen to that, sir. I say amen to that.
Yeah, I don't think he even spoke about the time. So what are you saying? It wasn't 3 days? What's the correct version?
I'm just saying it's been debated for many years among believers whether it was 3 days and 3 full nights in the grave, because the scripture does say that just as Jonah, the story of Jonah being in the belly of the fish, and you got to ask yourself, was Jonah dead or alive, right? So it is just as it is written that Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights. So shall be the Son of Man in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, what is the heart of the earth? Does it have other meanings rather than Sheol? Heart is also considered like the navel, and many people will tell you that Jerusalem is the navel of the earth. Amongst many people will tell you that. But what I would say is if you're going to any of the accounts, whether it be Matthew, Mark, Luke, whatever, None of those accounts are going to give you 3 days and 3 nights in the tomb, because they specifically say it was the day of preparation, right? And it was the 9th hour of the day when he died. And he was taken down by this guy that you just heard of, Joseph the counselor, and he was wrapped in linen. He was laid in the tomb. Women came to see where he was laid in the tomb, and then they went and observed the Sabbath, which is the 7th day, right? So you die afternoon, Friday. Saturday, these women go observe the Sabbath. Then they bring the spices very, very early in the morning, Sunday. And he's not in the tomb. He's not even there. So the 3 days and 3 nights thing, I think people are, taking a little bit of liberty with what is said about Jonah being in the belly of the fish, or the belly of the earth, for 3 days and 3 nights.
It seems like a thing, an easy thing that they could have gotten right. I mean, come on.
Well, there's a lot of things people get wrong. I mean, some people, quote things like, "There be some standing here that will see the Son of Man coming." And what it actually says, and you could look in the Greek, it says, "There be some standing here that will see the Son of Man coming into his kingdom." Not coming with his kingdom, but coming into his kingdom. And then there are other verses that say other things, but just speaking to that one specifically, there's so many things in these words that are taken out of context, and that's why when people reference the 3 days and 3 nights, I try to bring it up. Or if you reference something that you can't prove by scripture and all the accounts, it's something to look at, and it should be interesting.
Yeah, well, this shroud thing is it's a piece of actual stuff, right? It's actual something. So, I mean, this is the religious community's like a relic. Like, if this could be tested, I mean, if you can get blood and show the chromosome, I mean, you guys got a big thing here on your hands. I mean,
Not me. I mean, I'm going back to Catholicism with the relics, man, with the bones of the apostles. I mean, give me a break. So,
yeah.
if the Creator tells you not to make an image, right, and not to put one before you, I mean, you think He's going to give it to you? I don't know. I'm not saying it's real or it's not real. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say either way, but I would say it wouldn't make any sense.
No, to me it doesn't make sense, because if what the scientists say is true, now don't get me wrong, if this some sort of X-ray technology that emanated from within to outside, I mean, it's either it's got to be a miracle, because it couldn't happen at that time. Period. Right? Unless there's some technology we didn't know about. Now, granted, we didn't know about the Antikythera mechanism, so maybe there was technology back then. But as far as we know, I mean, to me, it's got to be supernatural if it happened that way. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think knowledge and this technology we speak of is way older than you think. And yeah, even people when they quote Tesla and things, I mean, I think it's much older than that, man.
Like I said, I'm with you. Like, I can foresee a way that they could have forged this in the 1800s, especially with Tesla. And I can tell you what technology. It's called the Radigan ray. He invented X-rays before X-rays. So this technology was there in the 1800s, could have been used to forge this, if that's what technology was used, right? But now they're saying this was from the 1st century, right? From Jesus, and that thing was imprinted in the shroud. So I don't know, man. I think there's no way really to know this.
Yeah, the only way to know would be if he comes back and tells you, right? And shows you.
Yeah, or there can be some sort of way to test the shroud and find that it's been imprinted
Nothing.
by how, but
Nothing would satisfy. I mean, it's
I hear
as
you.
Clay said it earlier. Even if a man would rise from the people wouldn't believe him, and that's what is written. That's what is actually written in the scripture. You know, even if a man were to rise from the dead, they wouldn't believe.
I don't know who they are, but I would if I saw somebody's head being blown off, and we bury him, and then you see him around. What I'd believe it. I'm sure you would too. You seen somebody nailed to the cross and then stabbed in the ribs? Put a mirror to him. He's dead.
Yeah, and then die yourself
walking
defending
around.
that man. Yeah, then die yourself defending that man. Gruesome deaths, being sawn in half, boiled in oil. I mean, all kind of things, man. So yeah, they must have truly believed.
Hey, do you mind if I ask a question about the relics? I don't want to change the subject if y'all are wanting to stay on this, but I was curious if the relics began with the Orthodox Church or the Catholic Church. If you know that history, I'm not sure if you do.
I would just say that my knowledge of it is it goes back even before Martin Luther. So I mean, it's quite a bit of time, man. And you got to think people would always be keeping things like that. So I could see if someone would keep a relic. But when we look at the type of people who do keep them, no matter when they started keeping them or who started keeping them, it's when you see what they do and what they promise with these relics, it's kind of weird, man. And what you are obligated to do to even get to the relics and everything.
Yeah,
When they're under glass cases and such.
one of my good buddies, and he's actually my business partner too, is Orthodox. And when him and I start talking scripture, he really talks the saints. He doesn't talk. I've noticed he'll quote scripture, but he always brings it to what the saints say. And and he'll talk about like the icons. Instead of calling them idols, they call them icons. And I didn't know until recently that the Orthodox Church predates the Catholic Church, and that the Catholic Church actually got a lot of their stuff from the Orthodox Church. So I've just been trying to kind of figure these things out.
Well, I'll get answer that one for you. The Byzantine Church. Yeah, it's not really hard. If you know a little bit about it, about history, the Byzantine Church, which is known as the Eastern Roman Empire, that's what made the Christianity official. So I would say it's the and they were Orthodox. So I would say the Orthodox is the ones that started the relics.
Yeah, and then probably a lot of the traditions that people think are Catholic are Orthodox.
Yeah, that's been wiped out. How many people here know the Byzantine Empire? It lasted for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. A lot of people haven't even heard of it. And yes, they were Christians.
I mean, the Byzantine Empire? That's what it is.
Byzantine Empire, yeah.
I call it the Byzantine Empire. But yeah, what is this? Yeah, but it wasn't it funny? Regis was in here the other day, and we were talking about the commandments, right? And he had described in Catholic, he said he grew up Catholic, and he said that which one is it about the idols? Is that the third one or the fourth one? Second one? Either way, I think it's the second one. He said that in theirs it doesn't say that. It doesn't say not to and use any idols or whatever. It doesn't say anything like that. It says something totally different. Like leaves that out of it basically. That makes perfect sense because they idol worship like everybody in the story, like pictures of Jesus and Mary Magdalene and Jesus' mom and all that stuff.
Yeah, the part that I've found so strange about the Orthodox Church so far, I mean, there's some stuff that seems great, but they'll pray to saints, and I was under the impression that you really shouldn't pray to anybody but the Father and the Son. But they pray to their saints, and they say that their saints are in heaven, hearing prayers and answering prayers and that kind of stuff. It seems to contradict a lot of what's in the Bible, but yeah, obviously it seems like it did predate Catholicism, and I'd always attributed a lot of that stuff to Catholicism, like praying to Mary, and then they don't actually refer to their icons, which to me it seems like they're idols, but they say no, they're icons, and it just seems like, okay, you guys changed a word, so you're not
No,
idol
they're
worship.
definitely not idols. They definitely don't look at them as idols. They're saints. They look at them as saints, holy people.
Okay, how does that work in terms of praying to the saints? How is it different than an idol?
Oh, it's not different than idols. They have statues of Mother Mary, and they have statues of all sorts of stuff, and that would be representing an idol. They have pictures of you know this and that, and I know in like places like Mexico, South America, they have to like walk on their knees and pray to a statue, right? And that's an idol. So
No, but that's a holy person. It's not an idol. It's not an idol. You're not bowing to a bull, right?
an
To
idol would
them,
just be
it's
like
a saint. It's a holy person. It's a person that's been sanctified. Like, what's that woman's name? The saint there that just recently died. The famous lady
Mother
there,
Teresa.
the old nun,
Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa. Yeah, like that. Would you consider her an idol?
Yeah. No, the idol would be the statue representation of Jesus or of a saint or of Mary or anybody. That statue would be the idol.
Good question, Blaze. Yeah, I don't believe it at all, but yeah, the church declares them saints. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, I agree. Even the process for sainthood is pretty bizarre, and there's no scriptural basis for it that I've seen. I mean, I've read from Genesis through the Apocrypha, and I'm almost at the end of the Apocrypha into the New Testament, and I've not seen anything yet that talks about a process for becoming a saint. So yeah, it's just interesting to me, and I try to have I try not to have these discussions with my friend because it starts problems, and I'm not really interested in causing problems between me and a friend of mine over differences and that sort of stuff. If people want to ask me questions and ask me what I think, I'm happy to talk about it. But when it comes to someone feeling attacked or insulted, that's just not my thing. So I just leave it there. And then if I get in a group like this, I'll ask a few questions because there's nobody's ego or identity is attached to what I'm asking.
It's like saying, who decides who's pope?
Yeah, a good question. I don't know.
The vicar of God, the vicar of Christ, second in command. Like, come on, man.
It's kind of obvious, like the Catholic Church and they kind of just co-opted that whole movement, and they're pretty critical. So they obviously just make stuff up.
It's like the Dalai Lama, right? We're supposed to believe the Lama passes from person to person. It's going to go into a kid. Oh, there's the next Dalai Lama. Oh, yeah. Like, what the hell, man? How do people get fooled like that? It blows my mind.
Yeah, I went on the journey of thinking maybe I want to get into Buddhism. And I started studying it, and I remember getting to the point where I'm like, okay, wait a minute, this dude abandoned his wife and his newborn baby, and this is the guy I should be following. For whatever reason, that part always stuck with me, and it just bothered me. And I was like, okay, that's not for me. I got to keep searching here. But
Wasn't
it's
it
an
more like a
interesting
pilgrimage?
story. What's that?
Wasn't it more like a sort of like a pilgrimage, like his journey? Because wasn't he like seeking a spiritual, uh, I think he saw like a homeless guy and was like, whoa, what the hell, people live a totally different life. And he was kind of going on like seeking you know, seeking like it's a new perspective on life. Basically, he did some stupid shit in the meantime before he found enlightenment. But yeah, I guess it depends on how you see it. Like if he abandoned his family, or if he just went like on a pilgrimage.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it that way, but it definitely discusses how his wife. I mean, he was married. His wife had a baby, and he just left one day and left him behind. And then they ended up getting attacked and killed later. His whole family did. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's however people want to take it. It was just something with me where I felt like, yeah, that I don't like that at all. And maybe it's just because, I that's just a personal preference of mine. Like I have 2 kids, I wouldn't leave them behind to go on a pilgrimage and never come back.
Yeah, I thought he came back too. I must be remembering it wrong.
No, he never came back. His whole family got murdered years later. Like his mom and dad and his kid and his wife and all of them. They got killed because he was royalty and then the royal family was attacked.
See, I knew he was a prince. Yeah, I guess I was just thinking of his family was like protected or something. But yeah,
You are right. He did. He had allegedly he was prevented from seeing any kind of suffering, and then he
right.
was
Yeah, so
out
life.
one day, and he saw suffering for the first time, and he didn't even know it existed. He saw aging for the first time, all that kind of stuff.
You ever seen Batman Begins? You know, Christian Bale.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said.
So you ever seen Batman Begins? The movie Batman Begins. Christian Bale's in it. His first
Yes.
Batman.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah,
It's been a
remember?
long time, but yeah.
Yeah, I always think of that part where he takes off his jacket and he gives it to that homeless guy, and then he just goes off and he leaves his life behind, his like rich life, and then he becomes like a bandit basically for some reason. I always think of it like that. It's like, but yeah, it's much different if he has a wife and kids. So
So was this Shroud of Turin? So I guess was there a Shroud of Turin discussion or something tonight, and was it recorded? Because I don't know much about the Shroud of Turin thing at all, so I'm kind of interested in hearing what was said if there's a recording of it.
if you go back to what time zone are you in?
Central.
Central. Okay, yeah. If you go back to 6 p.m. Central, there's a live feed for this channel on YouTube. You'd have to find. I think it's the time on the live stream will be in like UTC, but yeah, he started his presentation at 6 p.m. Central. I'll post the stream. Hold on.
It was pretty in depth, and shout out to him. He did a freaking good presentation.
So what is the Shroud of Turin? Was what it was the cloth that Christ was wrapped in or something in his tomb? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay, and they found it, and they think what they're looking for is DNA or something in it.
No, it's much more than that. Blood samples and imprints, and you got to see it. Like, can't really do it justice. He really goes into detail.
Interesting.
Mic check, can you hear me? BBQ? BB King, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, well, I posted the stream, and there's a clock on the right side of it, right? It's in UTC time. So if you go back and you find when it reads that time that I posted in the chat, 11:04:42, that's about exactly.
It's hard to hear you. I don't know if you
Sorry,
moved
yeah,
or what
my
happened.
mic, yeah, I'm just going to talk loudly. So in this, the thing I posted, the time that I posted down there, if you go to that time, 11:04:42, it'll say it. I mean, that's when he starts. It'll say that time in the clock on the right side of the video. So just
Where did
go to when
you
it says that time.
Where did you post it?
Oh, we're in live stream one text.
Live stream
So
one text. All right, hang on one second. Let me see if I can.
yeah, PC, you see the live stream
Oh,
that we're in
I
right
see it.
now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, live stream one text. I see it. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I gotta watch it myself. So.
Oh, okay. The Byzantine imp. I just saw what you posted, Essie. All right, yeah. I actually had heard of that, but I didn't know all those details about it. I just heard the name.
That's where Christianity comes from. That King Constantine is responsible for us having Christianity in the Western world.
All right, and he was from the Byzantine Empire?
Yeah,
No,
he made it
he was.
official. He made it official, which was considered Byzantine, Roman. It's like mixed together. You can think of it in that sense. But it eventually became the Eastern Roman Empire.
All right, so that would make then Eastern Orthodox. So that would make sense why it's called Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah.
What he did was he moved the capital of Rome to Istanbul, modern day Istanbul. Back then it was what do they call it?
Constantinople. Yeah.
Constantinople. That's right. But yeah, but it's Istanbul is what it is. And yeah, so he moved Rome there. So what ended up happening is Rome basically schismed. You know, so even though he moved Rome there, they still Rome was obviously what Rome was. The Holy Roman Empire on the west.
Yeah, when the Western Roman Empire fell, the eastern part continued for a long, long time. It fell in 1420, something like that.
Yeah, but the Western one went even longer. They fell World War One.
Yeah, there's a big convoluted history about that. Like, just the Byzantine Empire is like just amazing. Like, read up on that. Like 1,000 years history.
Yeah, I mean, I am really amazed by the structures they built, and that is something I think about a lot. Those cathedrals and how they were, what they were doing back then. It's
Yeah, you heard of the church,
Pretty awesome to know.
Hagia Sophia in Constantinople to present-day Istanbul? That
Is that the
huge
one with all
church
the?
with the big dome there?
Is that the one with all the crazy towers too, like the pointy towers all over it or whatever?
Yeah, well, the Muslims added those, minus
Oh,
those.
okay.
Yeah, they were so amazed, so jealous of it, they had to build one. They built a grand mosque next to it. Like they couldn't
Oh.
stand just having. Yeah, so you'll see two of them. One of them was built by the Muslims.
So what was the other one called? I'm gonna Google it real quick.
Hagia Sophia. Agia and Sophia. Sophie.
All right.
Was the first time a dome was put on a square structure, I think. It's massive.
Oh wow. Yeah, it changed. It says it was Eastern Orthodox, then it was Latin Catholic, then it was Eastern Orthodox, and now it's a mosque. It was a mosque and then a museum, and now a mosque again. It's interesting how it kind of changed
Yeah, big
hands.
insult. That's an insult to Christianity. But yeah, yeah.
Some would say Catholicism is an insult to Christianity, but I think that's just
No,
that.
the
It's just a history.
conversion of the church to a mosque. That's a big insult.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm in Second Maccabees right now in the Apocrypha, and they're talking about how the temples were overthrown, and they started doing sacrifices in the temple, like basically just did everything they could to desanctify the temples. It seems to have been like a common occurrence back then. When you took over a place, you would go into their temples and break their customs and traditions within those temples.
If you want to read up on history of East clashing with West, Muslims clashing with Christians, that's what you want to read. Barbarity, slaughter, slavery. Yeah, it's all there.
You know, we always talk about this, SE, what is a Christian? How do you define that? And if you do define it as one who follows or is like the Christ or the Messiah, if that's what you're labeling the person or they're labeling themselves, are either one of you being genuine in what that actually looks like? Because again, there are many believers or people who would call themselves Christians that would say the Crusades are wrong, Constantine's wrong, all of these things are wrong, these atrocities you speak of, and they're against the Christ or the Messiah, right? Would I be right in
Yeah, but
saying that?
these are things that were done against us, is what I'm saying. The Muslims attacked that place. Well, let me back up just a little bit of history, fast. It was the Crusaders that attacked first. So Christian on Christian, and they
Well,
weakened.
when you say Christian, can you please be very specific about what a Christian is and if they are counterfeit Christians, if they're claiming something that they're not? Could you please just do that? That way we
Sure,
can call out the liars, right? We can call out the liars and we can show people for what they are. You know, they're known by their fruits. They're known by what they do, by what they produce. So if that's the case, let's all be genuine. Let's all speak honestly and just, have a reasoning mind and understand that they're not like this Christ everyone speaks of, right?
Agreed, and I should be more specific. That's a wide brush. So the Catholic Christians at the time, which were the Romans. Well, no, hold on.
Yeah, they weren't the Romans.
They weren't the Romans. No, they were. They were what happened after the Roman Empire fell, and actually, they're the Germanic tribes, like the kings and queens now, are Germans. The ones that we think are English are actually Germans.
Mm.
So the Western Empire, what we know now, was based on Germany. They were Germanic. So those Catholics, sorry?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would express it that way. I wouldn't necessarily say it's incorrect because there's a way you could.
There's no way around it. You fell to the Germanic tribes.
Well, no, but
Western
the
Rome,
Roman
Western Rome, yeah.
the Roman Empire was basically Europe, with kings all over the place, and they were basically subject to the Pope, right? The Pope's because they're religiously ordained or whatever. So the Pope is giving them direct orders, but it's different kings all over Europe. I mean, even as far as UK and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about, right? The Roman Empire. Yeah.
That's why I said I wouldn't necessarily say it's wrong either, because you can call that whole area, those Germanic people.
You're breaking up, bro.
So go ahead, you continue. Sorry.
Couldn't really hear you.
What was the point? What was the point?
The Kosho was trying to make a point, but he broke up there.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Go on. I'm going with it. I would just call them like the kingdoms of Europe, but go ahead.
I thought you were making the point, SE. Maybe I'm confused. I heard you were making a point, and then Kosho began to correct you, and then stopped. Is that?
I think I don't know. Was I talking about the Western Roman Empire fell to Germanic tribes? That part?
Yeah, you were saying who it was, because you started by saying that it was the Romans went there to fight in the Crusades, but then you're like, oh well, not the Romans, actually, Germanic tribes or whatever, but it really was European kingdoms. But
yeah, what became I guess what we now know as Europe, right? Western Europe.
Are you talking about the Crusades?
That part fell. Yeah, that part fell to Germanic tribes, and then whatever, right? And then they got to a point where the Crusades were happening. Now, those people, the Knights Templar, right? I believe they were French at the time. Was it a French king? It's late now, and my history brain isn't working good. But anyway, those people, the Christians, those are the Christians that I'm referring to. So not to offend anybody. During that time, during the Knights Templar, those Christians attacked the other Christians, which were the Byzantine Christians, the one I was talking to you about before, which were Greek-speaking people. Those are the Christians that got attacked, and then the Muslims attacked and took over that area where the church is, where Constantinople is now. Yeah, it's a big story, man. It's like, I know it's confusing because nobody ever talks about this stuff. We only think about Rome, and then but that part of history is completely wiped out for some reason. It's only 1,000 years.
One thing that's coming to mind for me or a couple things I guess that are interesting is, from what I heard, Constantine
Like he didn't want people basically practicing what now is referred to as like sort of referred
Paganism.
to as Judaism, but a lot of
No.
people would
Paganism.
do what now?
Paganism. Back then, they were practicing paganism.
Well, I know,
I think he
but what
really
I'm
means
saying is
Judaism,
like
though.
the Hebrews were practicing what I would just refer to as like following Hebrew scripture. And now, if you were to do that, people would try to label you as they would say, "Oh, you're practicing Judaism," even though, in my opinion, Judaism is a separate religion from following the scriptures within the Bible, which is really actually separate from what I'm finding, and I think maybe a lot of people feel this way from Christianity, because what Christianity seems to say is once Christ died, you no longer have to do these things. He died for you, and you don't have to follow these laws and statutes anymore.
Is North here? Is North here? North, are you in the building? He must not be here because he would have jumped on you for saying that.
Well, that's cool. I'd love to hear his thoughts on it. But you know, like just in my discussions with my Orthodox friend, he was saying once Christ died, like as Gentiles, we don't have to do this stuff. But if you read the scripture, nowhere in there does it say you don't need to follow the laws or the statutes that were given that now is considered to be Judaism. But what I was getting at with Constantine is, from what I understand, he was pagan, and then he started to see that this group of people that became labeled as Christian, they were willing to die for it. They wouldn't give it up, even though they
Exactly.
were being
Yeah, he
murdered. So
couldn't.
he
He
sort
couldn't
of did
defeat
the
it.
like, yeah,
Can't
hang on
beat
one
him,
second.
join him.
Yeah, exactly. If we can't beat them, join them, but let's move them away from their customs. So no more going to the temple for these people. And he sort of almost kind of joined up with the Pharisaical Jews of like, hey, we'll separate these people from you. So you take Judaism and you do your thing with it, and we'll work with you. And we're going to move these people to our holy day. So we'll have them begin worshiping on Sunday. There's no more Saturday worship for these people. No more seventh day worship, that kind of stuff. And then he replaced like the scriptural holy days, if you were to be following Israel, with pagan holy days. I'd love to hear what North has to say about this.
No, you got it mixed up, bro. You got it mixed up. Sorry.
Hold on a sec. Just a second, guys. What would I jump on him about? I didn't hear him earlier.
Not following the Old Testament or something like that.
No, I was saying that what I've noticed about modern.
You don't have to follow the law. He was saying you don't have to follow the laws of the Old Testament or something like that, and that it's all you don't have to follow that shit anymore, and it's just the new teachings or whatever. And I'm pretty sure you disagree with that. If
No,
I'm
what
wrong,
I
if
was
it's not your opinion, North.
What I was saying.
North, and I misquoted you.
I don't think he said that.
No, I didn't say that. I said that that's what modern Christianity teaches. So Christianity almost seems like it's its own religion now. It took what would have been following the laws of Israel, and it said, okay, we're going to take the Messiah, but we're going to leave the laws of Israel behind. And we're going to say that there are things that you shouldn't do, but because there's a Messiah now, you're really allowed to do them, and you're under his grace, and you don't have to follow. It's a very interesting thing when you talk to Christians, because they'll talk to you about sin. And I'm just using Christians as like, this was an evolution of following the laws of Israel. When you start to talk to them about sin, they'll say you shouldn't sin and that there is sin, but then they'll also turn around and say there's grace. So if you do sin, it doesn't matter, which is not what's taught in the scripture. It's just an interesting evolution of these things, and I don't really agree with it either. I have my own thoughts on that, which I think if you're following Israel, then you're following the laws that were given in the beginning because they're eternal. But that's just my opinion. I mean, I didn't come up with that. I've learned it and I believe it.
Hey, let me say something. I think you have something mixed up, or I think maybe I'm mixed up. When you're talking about the Byzantine Empire, do you think they were Jewish religion? They had that kind of religion?
No.
You know that they were pagans, right?
I don't know the Byzantines were pagan. I don't know anything about the Byzantines.
Yes, they were pagans. They were like the Romans.
They were Christians, bro.
When the conversion, when he said that King Constantine converted,
right?
Right, he was a pagan, not Jewish.
That was before the Eastern whatever even existed, though. Right? The schism didn't happen until after Constantine. So they would have already been Christian. They would have already been Christian in the Byzantine, I guess, portion before the schism even occurred.
No, he was if I'm not mistaken, he was the first emperor to make Christianity official.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
But there was already a lot.
What were they before that?
What kind of Christianity are we talking about?
They were pagans, guys. They were pagans.
Yeah, that's the point. So what kind of, Christianity are we talking about? I mean, we're talking about, Christmas and all these holidays, right? I mean,
Orthodox. We're talking about Greek Orthodox as it is today. It's called the Old Calendar.
Well, originally you were talking about the Crusades, and North was saying, but are you sure those are Christians? And you were saying yes. And that's kind of what I was getting to, was that they weren't actually...
Guys, they had crosses on their shirts, man.
I know, but they...
That's my point, though. Christianity and following the laws of Israel aren't the same thing, even though they're labeled as the same thing. The behaviors aren't the same. And you're supposed to, as North was saying, and I'm not trying to speak for you, this was just my understanding, you're supposed to look at a person's actions and are they living the laws that are put forth by Yahweh for Israel? And if they're not, then there's something else. So that these groups going off to war and murdering people are not doing what they were supposed to do. Even though you can talk about the Old Testament and talk about war and people being killed. I totally get it. But I thought that's the point that North was trying to make. I could be wrong.
Even when you use the word Christian, the majority of people who use that word, I think they would all agree to define that word is, most of them would probably say people who believe in the Jesus, right? Some people would say someone who is like him and has his same behavior. Now, if you say either one of those things could be how you define a Christian, right? And you're going to use that word to describe other people, right? Does it ring true when you say it? Because think about what you're saying. You're telling me that it would be just like saying someone who works for NASA is telling me the truth, SE, about the stars and about all these other different things and about planets. So just think about that for a minute.
I feel you. Yeah. I know how you think. I know you don't think like them, but I can't every time I say the word Christian, what do you want me to say? And this is not the way my bro feels about it and my buddies here. Like,
if it's not a doctor,
don't call
it a
what kind
doctor.
of Christians they were, man. I told you the era, right? I'm not saying that that's what you believe.
If they're not an optometrist, don't call them an optometrist.
Yeah, but they're Christians. Whether you like it or not, they call themselves Christians.
One thing I would say is this. To define Christian and to say the word Christ, right? Within the word, it means Christ-like, or most people would say, just like I said, people who believe in him. Now, the scripture lends more to what is written by him and about people who were with him, is to believe on him, which means to follow him and have his same behavior. That's what that means. It's not just let me just finish. It's not just to have an idea of him and think that he is. That's not it. So when we use words that have meaning, right? We can't ascribe those words to things or people that they do not ascribe to. We can't do that. It's not honest. It's not intelligent.
So you own the word Christianity? Is
Wait,
that what you're trying
wait,
to
No, I
tell me?
don't.
wait,
I
wait.
know.
I said I
No,
was
no, no,
going
no.
after North. I said, and I'm fucking gonna build on this point of what this word means. The word was actually coined. The actual Bible talks about when the word was coined. The word was invented after these people, and it's either in the book of Acts or I think one of Paul's letters where he talks about how essentially these people didn't have a name before. They were just known as like the followers of Christ. And then people started calling them mini Christs or Christians. And the term actually started out as an insult. It was not a good thing. It was like what the pagans called these, essentially they thought they were a cult of Christ, like cult for Jesus. It was an insult. The word was an insult. It wasn't like, oh, I'm a proud Christian. It was the pagans teasing the other people saying, haha, stupid Christian, stupid mini Christ. So,
Yeah,
I
and that.
mean, this
Yeah,
whole battle over what the word, from the very inception of the word, it was an insult.
that's not my point. My point is most people who use the word today, like SC and others who use the word and say Christians go around killing people, is still just a false. Listen, even if it's derogatory, even if someone means it to be derogatory, and you are one following Christ and they call you that, and then they turn around and say they're going to murder people. When you're not going to murder people, that's a lie, right? So that's bearing false witness. So I would just say this. My point is the majority of people take that term and they use it, and they would define it as someone who believes in the Jesus, right? So if that's my point, and that's who you're speaking of, those people don't believe in or own him the way the text, and that's the standard. We don't go by what people say and hearsay. We go by the text, right? Because that's what they're supposed to go by. That's what they claim. A lot of them, but some of them don't. But we just got to be more knowledgeable about what we're saying and what we're conveying and what people think we are saying when we're saying it. Because it's ridiculous to say someone who is following the Messiah is going around slaughtering people that when he did not ask them to do so.
But maybe we should get away from Christianity, because Christianity is all about Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Where's the Most High in there? I mean, maybe we should take a look at why we call ourselves, or why people call themselves Christians, because I certainly did. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Because to me, Christianity hi, by the way, everybody. Christianity means it's like all about Messiah, all about Jesus, right? Because that person in a lot of the Christianity sects has him as God the Most High and the Son. And then, there's some kind of Holy Spirit. So maybe we should look at that. Christians did kill people. Catholic Church Christian? I mean, they killed a
Well,
lot of people.
someone, listen, so if Christian is derogatory in the sense that you're following a man, right? You little Christian people following this Jesus person, Messiah, Yeshua, right? So that can be derogatory. Okay, I'll give you that.
What would you call the missionaries?
Now, what I would,
North?
what would I call them? Missionaries?
Yeah, the
There's many
Christian
missionaries.
missionaries. What would you call them? Would you call them Christian?
I would say, there's many missionaries amongst many believers
I'll
in
be
different
specific.
sects of.
I'll be
I'm trying to be.
specific.
I'm trying to be very specific in answering you.
And I
And
will
perhaps,
too, because I know where you're going. I'll be very specific. The
okay,
Spanish missionaries that came with the conquistadors
no,
on
they're
this
not.
land in
No,
the name of Christ.
they're
Those,
not.
what would you call them?
Not following Christ. That's what I would call them. Not
So
following Christ.
the Pope blessed people, and a priest came here in the name of Jesus to bless the heathen, those who were not Christians.
They were using his name to do what they did.
Listen, if I have a counterfeit $100 bill and I go spend it at the store and the lady takes it, right? Is it $100 bill?
So they were
Is it
phony Christians.
is it a true note, SE? Is it a
That
true
Pope,
note?
that Pope was. Just answer me. Those priests that came here, that were preaching the Bible to the heathens.
Which ones?
Which ones? The Canadian ones and the ones in America. They took children away from parents. They put them in Christian schools, and they taught them Christianity. They civilized them. Were those Christians true Christians, or were they phony Christians?
Most of the people that you're speaking of that have done those atrocities that you want to bring up are not true followers of Christ. They are not true followers of Messiah, Jesus, Yeshua, Yehoshua, whatever you want to call them, right? The one that's written about and the one that, had so much impact on this earth, that they're not following him. And that's very evident if you know anything about him or his followers, right?
Okay, fair enough. So you're against all the churches here, the Catholic churches, the Protestant churches in Canada and in the States. Okay, fair enough.
No, that's not what he said.
I have a question.
Protestant churches are different than Catholic Church, obviously. But
Why?
I have a question. So someone said earlier that we should get away from the word Christian because it focuses on Christ and not the Most High. Is the claim here that Jesus the Christ is not the Most High God?
Yes.
He's not the Almighty.
Jesus Christ is not God, is what you're.
Oh, he is
No,
a
I
God.
would say this, and I would be happy to go, back and forth, and I'll let Blaze go first if she wants to, but I would just, if I could, I would just leave.
I'm on my way out, but I'm just trying to get this one thing clarified before I go because I'm actually about to leave like in the next 2 minutes. But is the
Okay.
claim that Jesus Christ is not God? Is that the claim, or you can go off of that, North?
The Son of the living God is a mighty God. He is not the El Shaddai Almighty God, but he is a mighty God. And, people were called gods, Psalms 82. But here's one thing I would lead with, and I want you to look at First Corinthians 8, 5 through 6. Though there be many who are called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as there be many who are called gods and lords many, there is unto us one God, the Father, and there is one Master, Yeshua, or the Jesus. And there's much more to it than that, but I would say that no, he is not the Almighty. He is not co-equal in the sense of knowledge and power eternally. No.
So God didn't come in the form of a man, as Jesus
Well,
Christ.
he is the image of the invisible God. And I've said many times, you can have a son and he can be the spitting image of you. He can walk like you, talk like you. He can say the things you send him to say and not say things of his own will, right? So he can do everything in your name, right? And say everything you sent him to say and have authority that you have given him. Not that he took, that you give him, right? So the authority he has, he was given. And we could go, back and forth and we could discuss it. If you want to have a dialogue, that's fine. But we could go into the scripture in detail.
Yeah, I would much appreciate a dialogue, but like I said, I have to go. But okay, yeah, because I've heard Witsit talk about this before, and I'm pretty sure you're the other guy. I don't know if this is like there's like main people or whatever, but I've been hearing this around, I guess, on Discord, and I actually did want to have a chat about it. But I actually have to go. Like I'm literally leaving my car right now. But next time we can get to it.
Yeah, who was I speaking to?
Noah.
Noah. Okay.
Be safe, Noah. Yeah, we'd love to have a conversation because I think that's what, being a Christian is it's all about Jesus. To me, that's what it is. And exactly what Noah said earlier is it wasn't a compliment. When you look at the etymology of the word, it's not, you know. Um and I imagine that's probably tough to hear.
Yeah, Essie, one thing I would say that's more modern, like, would you consider George W. Bush and Dick Cheney Christians?
Are you kidding me?
No,
No. Yeah.
but they say they are.
Yeah. No, I get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But you got to understand when somebody's talking historically, like I am, and I say the Knights Templar and they were Christians, that's a fact.
Well, they say they
Now,
were, though.
you could debate what kind of Christians they were, or but they were Christians.
Yeah. So you're
People
right.
can call themselves Christians, though, right? And not necessarily be Christians.
And and as I'm saying, like, and again, this is not my idea. Christianity could be considered its own religion, separate from following the laws of Israel that were passed down from Yahweh. So that's my whole point, because Christianity took on a new set of behaviors and they did away with behaviors that were taught to be eternal instructions and eternal behaviors for people who were followers of Yahweh and then Yeshua.
Amen.
So
Sounds like
Christian,
you are just reading your Bible for yourself.
right, which my Orthodox friend told me is sola scriptura, and I definitely should not do. But I was like, okay, I need to have someone interpret it for me that's from an institution. Got it.
Right.
But anyway, that's kind of the point. I think that's the point North is making. I see where he's going with it, but I just thought, well, the George Bush, Dick Cheney thing might be a good example, because that is history, and in another 150 years, everybody will talk about how they were Christians, and I don't know if as many people will talk about how there was a greater possibility that they were some Luciferian or satanic religion versus what people think Christianity is.
What do you, SC, what do you do with the text which says there'll be many who come in that day and they'll say, but we did these things in your name. I mean, we used your name, right? We believed on you. And he'll say, I never knew you. Not I used to know you, and then you did something. I never knew you. But why does he say that to those people who claim to be Christian? If they got a cross, a halo, a special robe, a big steeple, does that make them a Christian? Does that make them follow Christ? No. So you got to be very specific about who these people are. If they're not following to the text, hold them just like you would hold anyone else. If you're going to hold a Muslim to the text that they say they go by, hold them to it. If you're going to hold a Christian to the standard they say they go by, hold them to it. But you have to be knowledgeable about that to hold them to it, right? Because you can't just go around saying Christians do this and that. Because really what you're conveying to people and what they're getting from your message is that all people who believe in the word and believe in the Messiah, the Yeshua, that they're all evil and they're all wicked. And that's not true.
No, I never said that. We're talking about Christians in the what is it, that 1,000 years ago? You realize that the Pope used to bless the Templars before they went out to battle, right? Would you
You
consider
realize the
them
Pope
Christians?
is, but you always bring, sorry, Essie, but you always bring the Pope into talks of Christianity. Why do you think all people that call themselves Christians or all Christians who study scripture are somehow beholden to or follow the Pope?
No, but most people in this part of the world, that's their follower. I mean,
No, not at all. Most people
they're not
in
most
this part of the
Catholics.
world are not Catholic, to be honest with you.
Really?
No.
A lot of Catholics in America are people who are like, you know, or they're like almost maybe third or fourth generation American. Like they have families that came from, you know, places like Italy or maybe South America, Mexico, stuff like that. There's other Catholics, but that's where you see a lot of the majority of Catholics.
So
You
Protestant,
understand
plurality is
Irish.
saying
you,
is Protestant. Most of North America is Protestant. Really?
yeah,
What's a
you understand that
practicing?
like there's a big difference between Catholics and Protestants, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Napalm, did you know
Yeah.
that the Pope is declaring that the protest is over? He
What's the
did that a
difference?
couple years ago.
Well,
What's the
I'm
difference?
glad that the Pope, who was protested against, has declared that the protest is over.
Exactly. Do you get it?
Right.
Do you get
Hey,
it? It's the end time church. The
Right.
the the churches are not preaching truth. The preaching
what's,
and honestly, you know, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. But there's a lot of people that don't read the word, and I'm sorry, but Christianity is all about Messiah being the most high, and it's going against the scriptures, especially 1 and 2 of the commandments, just the 10 commandments. 1 and 2, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And then not you should not, you know, make anything above or below or in the water and all that stuff. What's in every church? You know, a glass, stained glass pictures of
There's so many idols. There's so
exactly.
many graven images.
hey
Yeah.
guys, what's the difference between a Christian and a non-Christian, and what's the difference between a practicing Catholic and a non-practicing Catholic?
I'm just pointing out that
Which
Christianity
ones are
is
real?
I'm just pointing
So
out Christianity is about the teacher, not the teachings of what he taught.
I'll
You
try to
know,
tackle that north. I'll
Yeah.
just say that like a Christian is somebody that believes and trusts that Jesus Christ or Yeshua is the Messiah, right? And that I don't even know how we would try to define Catholic within that realm. I don't even know if I don't even put Catholic as like a religion that even actually like understands or teaches the Bible to begin with. So I don't even know where to put that.
Yeah, so my point is this. You have people who call themselves followers of Christ, and then you have people who are actually followers of Christ. Then you have people who call themselves Catholics, and then you have those who are practicing Catholics. Now, if you're practicing Catholicism, that means you're a genuine Catholic, I would believe, right? So I'm going to hold you to what you say. If you say you're a Catholic, you must practice Catholicism. If you say that you're a follower of Messiah, you must practice this or follow him and do as he did. And if you're not, then you're not a true follower. I would say you claim it, but you don't practice it. I would be very specific.
Do you also agree that like we all fall short at some point?
That's a very good question. When everyone holds the text as a standard, right? And the text itself says that there's a certain amount of people who have no lie found in their mouth, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then you have other verses in that same book that say there were these two people. They followed the commandments and everything holy to the T. And they were blameless before the Father, right? Did they fall short? If he comes and sets the
Probably not.
example, and if he comes and sets the example and gives you power to do the same, is it possible you can't fall short?
No, I think it's definitely possible that you can't fall short.
Yeah, it's
But it's very
possible you can fall
It's
short.
very
Yeah,
difficult. Yeah, I would agree. It's very difficult.
but it's also
I
possible.
have fallen short, 100%.
Yeah, yeah, but not everyone has, and that's the point. But we should all think of others greater than ourselves. I mean, that's the whole point.
Sure.
So I would say that not everyone's the same, and not everyone's going to be doing the same thing when he returns either. And it's always been that way. And yeah, there's a lot to it. But yeah.
Hey, North, what Corinthians chapter did you quote regarding the idea of the Trinity and the argument against it? I couldn't remember what it was. I was trying to get it down.
1 Corinthians chapter 8, 5 through 6. And something that's very important to point out there also. Not only is the part where there are many gods and many lords, whether in heaven or on earth. Unto us there is one God the Father, of whom are all things. And there is one Master, Yeshua, through whom or by whom are all things. There's a difference between of whom and through whom, or of whom and by whom. There's a difference there. So not only is God the Father one God unto us, who is us, the true believers. Unto us there is one God, the Father, and there is one Master, Yeshua, right? So, and you could just relate it to people like he mastered all things. So why not follow the one who mastered all things? When you go up a cliff of a rock and you're going behind someone that's showing you where to put your hand and where to put your foot, I mean, it's quite helpful. So
Yeah. Yeah, the translation I have says by. It definitely is a little different, which I'm not surprised. What translation do you have where it refers to Jesus as God? Because mine says Lord. So there was but one God, the Father, of whom all things, and we in Him, and one Lord, by whom
Lord
all.
means master.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Abraham was called master, right?
we occasionally have, like, my Orthodox friend and I, these conversations come up, and we sort of go back and forth. And
here's one for you, right? So most people who are not familiar with Revelation, they'll go to the red ink and they'll let the red ink teach them their theology. So if you go to Revelation 1 verse 8, it'll say the Alpha, the Omega, the Almighty. Now that red ink was not there originally, right? Somebody placed that there. So if you go back in earlier in the chapter, it's from the one who sits on the throne, which has a title that the Son does not have. There's a title the Father has that the Son can never have, and vice versa. And the title is this: the Father has the title He which was, which is, and which is to come. The Son has the title He which was dead, and which is alive forevermore. And He has more other titles other than that basically say the same thing. So I could go into more detail, but I know, a lot of people don't want to hear it and maybe other people want to speak. But just remember that, the text is messed with, and Revelation 1:8 should not be in red ink.
gotcha. Sounds good. Thanks.
I think you guys all have pretty decent perspectives on this whole thing. I agree with most of what everybody was saying. Hey, BBQ, one thing that remember back in the beginning of this when you were talking about, I agree with what you said too, BBQ. You said Constantine, he had a motivation. The motivation described with him establishing the Christianity as their church. So I understand just almost exactly like you said, but with a slight difference. Because you said like he wanted a way to he wanted a way to separate these things from the sacrifices, because the pagans are also doing sacrifices too. But so at that time, like right before that time, there were maybe about 1 million Christians. And I think about that time they grew like triple or something. I think they up to 5 million, estimated 5 million Christians maybe, and there were about 7 million Jews because they had already. They captured all the Jews, brought them back to Rome, and made them slaves. And so you imagine at that point in time, the Jews and the Christians alone made up like 20% of the Roman population. Um, so, if basically if they wouldn't have established some sort of distinction between them and their customs, which the Jewish people didn't want to discard, and the pagans they had a problem with them as well, and then also they were persecuting Christians. So the way I understood it was that they basically took you know they took what they basically became the Catholic Church. It was like their sort of consolidation of all of that, and his goal was to consolidate all three of those things that they had that was a problem for them, basically under that power, basically, like make a Christian authority, between a Catholic authority that they would all adhere to. Of course, the Jews didn't adhere to that, but that was his goal, and also the fact that it was easier to rule with a singular god than with multi gods. They were more obedient, easier to control. So I think that he just co-opted the whole Christian movement, and actually the Catholic Church, I basically see as the entire church, the entire time, just a co-op of that movement. And I don't think they're Christian at all.
No. Yeah, and the Pharisaical Jews had a lot of reason, and they wanted to remove this group from them as well, because they didn't believe the Messiah was the Messiah, and maybe some of them did, but they hated him. I don't, obviously I wasn't there, I couldn't talk to all of them, but they this group that was I guess being called Christian, they had they were following the same holy days, the same a lot of the same laws that the Pharisaical Jews were, except the Pharisaical Jews were creating their own laws as well, and the Sadducees. They wanted to get this group separated from them as well. So I think it's very likely they were working with Rome or Constantine or whatever, the Byzantine Empire, to create this new religion as well, and to separate themselves from the Messiah.
Well, right, but yeah, but the Byzantine, like you said, the Byzantine Empire basically was a continuation of Rome.
Right.
Just in the eastern side. But yeah, because the pagans and the Jews, that they had in common that they were they were still persistently doing these sacrifices, and a lot of kind of stuff was bothering the authorities. So it was their way, and it kind of worked for the most part. Because obviously they established religion. And that was the only other thing I was going to say was, I know there's Christians because I would have disdain for the Catholic religion too. I wouldn't consider them Christians. They're just using that name, as a vehicle to have authority over certain people. However, there is one positive thing about all that, and it's possible that without that, the Christian, faith would have, followed and built up over time and become what it is today. But what the truth is, at least, is that in the reality we live in, it is the Catholic Church that carried, or at least, the Protestant Reformation came through and, went against the Catholic Church. But before that, the Catholic Church was carrying the view was Christian. And so it might not be as big as it is now today if it wasn't for the Catholic Church. So I mean, that's one shining positivity about it, but it's possible that that would be the case. It's hard to.
Yeah, that's true. I just don't. I mean, kind of getting back to what I was referring to before. What does that mean? I mean, because really it's like Christianity is its own religion. It's not the religion that, not even the religion. It isn't following the laws and the traditions of Yahweh. What, Christians celebrate Christmas. If you're
Right.
following Yahweh, that you're not celebrating Christmas. I mean, that to them is like their pinnacle holiday. There's Christmas and Easter. Neither one of those holidays were handed down by Yahweh. He gave his people their own days to follow. And that's exactly what that church did. Was you're no longer following these days. You're going to follow our days. But they put a package of this is in relation to the Messiah.
Well, I guess that kind of makes sense in the context of what we were describing about how they consolidate. The purpose was to consolidate some people to them or whatever, and basically gain authority over everybody under one sort of religion. Like they're just taking hold of the Christian religion and claiming themselves as Christian. But in order to do that, I guess it's always the case that if you're taking over multiple people, you don't want to throw away all the customs of one and only take the customs of the other. Otherwise, that one group's going to rebel. So, yeah, that does make sense that when doing that, they took the pagan traditions and attached the Christian, religion to it. Maybe it's like faux traditions.
Yeah. And on a spiritual level, you could make the argument that it began to weaken the people because the hedge of Yahweh is strongest. I think some people are gifted his favor and grace and his hedge that aren't even following Torah. Like the thief on the cross is a good example of that. But his hedge is most powerful with those who are following his ways. And when you can steer them off that path, then I can't speak on his behalf, but it seems as though you would potentially lose some of that strength in the spiritual, like the unseen realm, if you will. That's just my thought on that, by the way. I should probably even be careful saying something like that, but these are thoughts that have crossed my mind.
I don't even know if that was a direct intention, but it's definitely what happened. But yeah, definitely, they use it's just plain to see. If you're not a Catholic, it's plain to see because they did things like the atonement and confession and all this type of stuff where it's like, you just tell them all the bad things you did. You tell literally them the bad things you did, and it's just a way for them to keep control of everybody, And same thing with atonement. It's like, yeah, if you do any sins, just pay us money. Just pay us money, and you're good to go. It's like obvious. It's not. It's not.
That wasn't atonement. That was indulgences.
Oh, that was atonement.
Yeah, they're called indulgences. Yeah.
Which one was atonement then? I thought that was atonement.
I don't know. I mean, confession would be right, confessing your sins, whatever. But the indulgence is what, like Luther claimed, as part of his theses, right? That people were having to pay for indulgences.
I heard that confessions also used to be done publicly. So, like, the priest would just stand at the head of the congregation, and one by one, people would go up and confess out loud in front of the whole congregation, which I thought was interesting.
Well, thanks for the talk, guys. I enjoyed it. I really appreciate it. It's great to hear and do this.
Hey, just for you and for SE, there is a great movie. It's pretty accurate with the garb and languages and just the historical account of Martin Luther. There was a movie in 2003. Martin Luther was the name of it, and I mean it addresses the indulgences. It addresses a lot of things, and the 95 Thesis, of course, that he nailed on the door. But that was a great movie too. I'll post it in the chat. You guys can give it a watch.
Yeah, I see people have posted some other stuff too, like what Kingdom of. I don't really look at the chat when I'm talking, and I'm just seeing all this stuff in here. Salahuddin, is that?
Yeah. If you haven't seen Kingdom of Heaven, holy crap. I recommend it. Like it's epic. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, I'll check that out for sure. Yeah, post that one you were talking about, North. I'd love to check that out too, and I'll copy that link.
Yeah, man, thanks. I don't know how long I was calling that atonement. I thought that was the atonement of the Catholic Church. But I guess it wasn't indulgences. But I can't remember them. What they did something. They had uh, another thing that they were doing to people. I thought it was for atonement. But I
You
couldn't
might be
speak for
referring to
them.
like penance. Maybe you're referring to penance.
No. No, I don't. I could have just conflated it in my head a long time, and then
Yeah.
never was corrected.
Dude.
Hey, Kosho, your mic seems a little weird compared to how you usually sound. Usually you're real clear and everything. It's just like really crackly. I could hear you all, for a while. It just has a lot of pops and crackles.
Yeah, it's probably my wire. I'm gonna refrain from for a little bit until I get a better wire.
We're starting a GoFundMe for Kosho's mic.
Yeah, it's just tinny. It used to be real clear.
I got a decent mic, but it's just like I said, the wire. I'm connected to my laptop. I don't know if that's the issue, but I'm putting the garage right now anyhow, so I got a bunch of wires.
Hey, SC, one of the things that you always talk about, the Pope being the supposed vicar of Christ, right? In that movie, Martin Luther, if you like Kingdom of Heaven and the authenticity, you may like, Martin Luther and the authenticity also. But one of the things that's pointed out in that movie, as well as among many believers who know the scripture, is that when Peter was told, when Peter was asked, "Who do you say I am?" And he said, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." And he said, "Bless you are, Peter, for no one revealed this to you, but it was revealed from above," right? So when he said that, the next words were this, which is where the people get their Pope from. Messiah said to Peter, "Upon this I will build my church," right? And he's talking to Peter, and he says, "Upon this I will build my church." He's not talking to Peter, right? He's talking about what Peter answered, that he is who he was. He was the Christ, the Son of the living God. So that point is addressed because that's the scripture where they take out of context, and it's like what I said earlier. You have to be knowledgeable about what is said in order to, refute these people who claim to be something that they're not. So when he said to Peter that this was revealed from above and upon this I will build my church, when he's talking to Peter, he's not saying upon Peter I'm going to build my church, and Peter's the first pope, because that's what people believe, that Peter was actually the first pope.
Can you read that verse? What chapter verse is that?
I think it's Matthew 6. Might
Because
be
I've
6.
heard, like, Peter, you are rock, and upon this rock I build my church. So I'm curious what your translation says.
Yeah, I think it basically says the same thing. And so I believe it's Matthew 16. I'll try to turn to it. You could actually Google it or type it in if anyone's got can do it really quick, but I can try to find it really quick.
I've just heard it like where they qualify this. That's all I was getting at. Yeah.
It's in Matthew 16, like I said, and it's I'll start in verse 13. When Jesus came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, "Whom do men say that the Son of Man, that I, the Son of Man, am?" And they said, "Some say that thou art John the Baptist, and some Elias. Others say you're Jeremiah, or one of the prophets." And he said unto them, "But whom say ye that I am?" So who do you say I am? And Simon Peter answered and said, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." And Jesus answered and said unto him, "Blessed art thou, Simon Barjona, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say also unto thee, that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it." Now they
So
take that.
on Peter.
They think that rock is Peter, and that he's gonna build the church on Peter, and Peter is the first, ordained pope by the Messiah himself. So that's a lot of where that doctrine comes from. But when Martin Luther, he addresses it in the movie, as well as other people address it, that the Messiah is addressing the answer that Peter gave, not Peter. He's addressing Peter, but what he's telling him is what he's going to build his church on, which is very obvious, because everyone says the Messiah is the Son of the living God. He is the one.
Everyone didn't say that. Right? Peter said that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, it's understood and it's very evident that is what the church's foundation is, right? That the
Agreed.
Messiah is the Son of the living God. So that's what Messiah was saying. He was going to build that's the foundation he's building his church on. And yeah, he's not speaking to Peter as being the first pope, although he did say, "Feed my sheep," right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting verse for sure. So
This is one of those points that I think the Orthodox Church would say that Peter built their church, and then somehow Catholicism came in and whatever it did. But
those darn Catholics.
Timeline wise, that's what they would argue, because that my friend has made that argument to me many times, is that the Orthodox Church was founded by the apostles, which I haven't seen. I think they're exegeting that, and maybe their saints exegeted that, but I haven't gotten to the New Testament yet. I've started reading at Genesis 1, and I'm almost to the New Testament. So far, I haven't seen anything that alludes to that, but maybe it's because I'm like a few hundred years too soon or something.
So to me, it seemed that up here was mostly Catholics, but I guess it's just the area where I'm at, because around here, mostly Catholics.
Well, I
There's
assume
a
you're
lot of
Quebec based on your
Italians,
name.
Portuguese. Yeah.
Sorry, Essie. Are you in Quebec?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You're mostly surrounded by former Catholics, I would argue.
Yeah, that's exactly more accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah. The churches are empty. Correct.
Yeah. Saint Brother Andre Marie, I think his name was, right? The Saint Joseph Oratory there in Montreal. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You see churches everywhere here, but they're empty. Yeah.
Tourist attractions, that's all they are now.
Yep.
Sadly.
That's why when I met all my buddies in the Bible Belt, right, in the States, I was shocked. I couldn't believe, like, there's actually religious people around. Honest to God, I was really shocked. Like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that's where I live
Right.
now. Well, I mean, Texas. I don't know if you call it Bible Belt, but I guess I would. So.
Yeah, and I don't mean it in disrespectful way. It's just like here, there's no religious people.
No, Quebec fell
it's just
hard
a
for
fact.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What part of Texas are you in? I'm in East Texas.
South, East, Houston.
Okay, yeah, I'm in Tyler.
Okay, yeah, Tyler's got a great Catholic community actually. Bishop Joseph Strickland. So.
My mom used to live in Katy off of 99.
I live in Katy off of 99. How about that?
That's funny. She's in Kerrville now, just further down from San Antonio, and I'm in Tyler also.
Yeah, I live 5 minutes from 99. So
that's great.
Well, it sure is hot. Let me tell
you.
Miserable. I'll take some of that weather SE's got. That would
yeah,
be,
seriously, send some of the Canadian summer down. Although keep the smoke, SE.
Yeah, it's comfortable now here, I must say. Yeah, can't complain.
Man, farming in this weather has been like. Although this year I've kind of felt myself getting stronger. The beginning of the summer was harder, and it's way hotter now. But it is brutal when it starts to get hot. It's just very difficult to be out there.
You see what's happening in Europe?
No.
Like,
what's up?
Blazing. You hear like 47, 45, which is what it's like.
Ooh,
the upper 100. Yeah. Not
we've
upper
been like
hundreds, but I mean
42.
upper 90s. Yeah.
And we've been like, feels like 110 around here for the last 3-4 weeks now. So like 42, 43, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, for you guys down there in Texas, that's normal. But for the Europeans, they're freaking air conditioning. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
most of them. Yeah.
I don't know how people did it here without air conditioning. I don't even understand. It would be terrible. I don't even know how you would do it.
I'd freak out, man. And this humidity without air conditioning, holy, I couldn't take it. Yeah.
My dad said people hung out under trees, had window fans, got in the water a lot, and I'm like, yeah, I guess that's what you'd have to do.
I'd move back to Montana. I lived in Montana for 11 years and never had central air. Like if we had a house with a window unit in it, we'd feel like, man, this is amazing. Because the fire season was the worst. You'd always just sleep with like a fan in the window. But when it's fire season, it's like your town's full of smoke and you don't have central air and you got a fan in the window and it's blowing on your face. It's like, oh man, you're just breathing forest fire smoke all night. But if fire season wasn't bad, the summers in Montana were just amazing. So nice.
Yeah, but talk to me in 4 months from now, and tell me how hot it is where you're at, and I'll be saying, "Oh, my poor little baby's hot, huh? It's like minus 40 over here."
Yeah.
Yeah. You shouldn't complain.
Yeah, y'all's winters are brutal for sure. That's
Oh man.
a fact.
You know, I lived in Alberta for 10 years, and we would get in the wintertime, you know, minus 42, like we're Fahrenheit and Celsius meet for like 2 weeks.
Oh
And
yeah.
don't get me wrong, it sucked. It was terrible. But the coldest I've ever been was visiting my parents for Christmas in Indiana. And it was probably like minus 35 or minus 37. But I think it's the difference, at least between Alberta, let's say, and Indiana, northern Indiana being close to the Great Lakes, that humidity, right? People think humidity, like almost sometimes you think only affects the heat, but it affects the cold, just like that deep, wet cold, right? It's
Oh, it
just,
goes right through you, man. Yeah,
oh, it's
yeah.
terrible. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
that's
the coldest I
nasty,
ever
man.
felt. Yeah.
Yeah, I slept once out in 40 below. Was in scouts during the time, and they had us in a cabin, but the was a lot of snow, and the door broke in, and it was like minus 40. And yeah, I'll never forget that, man. You're talking about you go to sleep, the slightest movement, if you fall asleep, you get a cramp. Like if you move your leg or your arm, it's like brutal, man. Yeah. And we got our winter survival badges, by the way. So yeah, we passed the night like that. The next day they put us in the hot cabooses, but yeah, I'll never forget that. 40 below, yeah, it's
I slept in
undescribable.
I slept in 40 below, and all I got was a stinking badge.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
All right, fellas. Great talking to you. And I guess ladies, I don't know. I have no idea who else in here. Great talking to everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Night,
Night.
man.
Take care.
I'm gonna bounce too. Peace.
Later.
Later.